The blockade is finished. We dare not go against the Jedi.
Viceroy, I don't want this stunted slime in my sight again.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is going to pull from all the legends and canon sources out there to understand the Neimoidian species, from their biology, culture, history, and impact on the galaxy. Their story begins at grid coordinates M10 in the Colonies region, on the planet Neimoidia. Their homeworld was the third rock from the sun, in a star system that had 4 planets, with a total of 25 moons. Their celestial neighbors ranged from molten rock, a toxic wasteland, and an extremely mineral-rich asteroid belt named Saak-Suun, which was between them and the gas giant. Neimoidia was a terrestrial world with a Class 1 atmosphere breathable to most species, close in size to Coruscant at 10,830 kilometers in diameter, and covered in deserts, fields, and rainforests. And to understand their biology, we actually have to look at their history first, as they are an evolutionary offshoot of the Duros. Just don't say that to their face. Around 25,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, a colony of Duros were established on Neimoidia under their great leader Chal Kahan. The leader and his followers were essentially forced off-world, though the details of why this happened are unknown. Perhaps political violence or a religious cult. We just get the vague fall from grace in Duros culture. And in his later years, Chalal wrote the Encyclical of Historical Greatness, which pushed his fellow Neimoidian colonists to try to embrace and maintain their old Duros heritage. Though the language Pakpak is believed to be derived from Duris, it rapidly diverged to become a distinct language, with Pakpak referring to not just the musical quality of their guttural croaks, but also the subtle hand movements and body language that added meanings to words. Which all made it a very difficult language for any alien race to pick up, and is why we almost always see them speaking Galactic Basic. Over several generations, the effects of the much greater gravitational force on Neimoidia was having obvious effects. You can see the ancestry in their nose down to their chin, and their red eyes with that line through them, but the cranium shape becomes more rounded, with thicker, more protruding bones, while the change in skin color is likely more due to changes in the atmosphere and diets, specifically the dimmer star, and frequent fog and mist that would have often cloaked this colony world. The weirdness of the biology starts with the fact that the females show signs of once having given birth via eggs, but they all give live birth to grubs. These would live in communal hives until the age of 7. All the parents left their grubs in these state-run facilities seemingly without further contact, where they were intentionally given inadequate amounts of food, with the purpose of breeding generations that were increasingly treacherous, as the grubs would either forcibly take or find clever ways to steal and store their food in order to survive. Perhaps due to the intense requirements of those original settlers who built a civilization from nothing on a far-off alien world. They felt this system produced the kind of adults needed to survive in this harsh galaxy. But it isn't like this produced a fierce warrior people like the Mandalorians, who wanted only the powerful to rule and believed might made right. Instead, the Neimoidians were the worst of both worlds. They were willing to kill anyone who stood in their way, but would do it through backstabbing, and being traumatized by their upbringing, almost all of them were fearful and greedy, with weak minds and a fetish for centralized power and absolute authority held in their leaders.
Could not entirely let go of their natural tendency towards subterfuge. They sought duplicity and guile, the way a young grub seeks the safety and warmth of its sleeping niche in the communal hive.
Many Coruscanti researchers point out how the original vision of the droid army being controlled by a central command was such an obvious design structure for the Neimoidians that they didn't even consider its weakness if that head was cut off. The top-down control of the droid army was an extension of their culture. By 22,000 BBY, they joined the Republic, and while the galactic government tried to crack down on some abusive practices, like fighting the Zygerians and trying to end slavery, it is unlikely other senators really knew what was going on in Neimoidian space. Almost all of them tried to repress their memories of their homeworld and upbringing, rising up in the companies that were the precursors to the Trade Federation, being one of the most active people during the expansionist period of the Old Republic era, where the most conniving of them led the movements to colonize dozens of nearby planets. The most lucrative were called purse worlds, and these would also serve as the administrative HQs of the fractured corpo states that led the expansion. The most notable purse worlds being Cato Neimoidia, Deco Neimoidia, and Koru Neimoidia. You can see they got a thing for branding and making sure everybody knew they were from the rejected colonists of Neimoidia, not Duros, a distinction their evolutionary cousins were happy to help with. While Neimoidians had a chip on their shoulder trying to prove their distinct society, the Duros were tired of being conflated with the cowardly, lazy, greedy people. Just looking at that cowardly part alone, there was a saying that Neimoidians were the only species with an organ dedicated to worrying, which was really just a quirk in their lung pods, that when they were stressed, the lungs grew in size and convulsed in a strange pattern that made it look like a series of separate organs firing under the skin. Stress could also cause this mottled look in their skin, though some would get this look simply from overeating, and they were known to turn a bright pink when nauseated, while doctors often joke that the, quote, principal export of the Neimoidian home planet is brainworm rot type C. This disease was just one of thousands that were known to be found breeding in these skin folds, and is why many looked at them as a kind of dirty rat species. Because since the time of the Old Republic, they were uniquely notorious disease carriers. And Coruscant even had to forbid travelers from Neimoidia, and quarantine their homeworld altogether from galactic trade and travel on several different occasions. Something I've not seen for any other planet in the galaxy. There has never been a direct answer for why the case of disease and parasites is so high with them, but some point to their farming. Most of the income on these purse worlds came from their rather ingenious system of fungus farms. Clever in how nothing went to waste, and that it was a self-perpetuating method where the insect hives, beetle hatcheries, and fungus all fed into each other, creating a perfectly cultivated circle of life, or as its owners saw it, an infinite money cheat code, which produced food, medicine, and chemical compounds that they essentially had a monopoly on. They openly bragged about how efficient this system was in distributing their population as well, as the smarter ones rose to manage farms, then entire continents and planets, while the dumb Neimoidians worked the actual facilities to make sure the fungus and insectoid livestock were cared for and processed, with increasingly dumber Neimoidians working on the lower-ranking worlds, with jewels like Cato Neimoidia having the best of the worst lower classes, while their home world Neimoidia was considered a hell world, where those grubs who barely escaped starvation in those first 7 years of life, whose IQ was so low and their guile so absent that their superiors were surprised they were smart enough to breed. Those worst of the worst worked in the foggy fungal farms. Everyone else wanted to get out of their homeworld as quickly as possible, never returning and seeing it as a torturous prison. And I think this is the best explanation for their uniquely bad hygiene, as their leadership got a kick out of making an example of the workers on Neimoidia, publicly explaining that they feed them less even in adulthood in order to keep their willpower low and function just at maintenance to tend the fungus, but never get any creative ideas like rebellion or a labor strike. And most off-world Neimoidians agreed that this was apt punishment for being so weak since the time of the grub hive. While in the back of their minds, they knew that if you failed in business and dropped in social status, you might fall all the way down into these pits of the brainworm-infested hell, which only helped to keep those off-world both vicious and in constant fear, which addled everything from their nerves to skin. 4800 BBY saw them expanding into drug dealing, specifically from other species' native medicines, buying up rights to become the exclusive providers of Rill, the spice from Ryloth that was so potent and addictive that it would later attract the Hutts. And with Neimoidian distribution, whole new epidemics were spread, this time not from the petri dish that was their body, but several species were experiencing mass addictions and death rates only seen at a time of war. Gank were a species famous for their high-tech arms and armor that allowed them to be a go-to people for large bounty hunting missions and private military contracts. Neimoidians hired them to put down what felt like a zombie apocalypse, when the Porporite species became mindlessly homicidal when exposed to real spice. The Neimoidians gave orders to protect their spice facilities at all costs, but the Gank mercs were proactive and not waiting for the next wave of zombies to attack them, but went out and systematically slaughtered the entire native population, leading to the extinction of the Porporites. And it was around this time that the surplus of credits from drug dealing went into fabulous clothing, described as an obsession intended to make others jealous, with symbolic meaning and status symbols packed into every level, from color to the combo and style of robe, cloak, collars, and hats, to the point that many joke that you would never see one without a hat. And the Republic's Xenosociological database has entire guides to decode the meaning of a Neimoidian's look. And the importance of fashion was so universally recognized that a disgraced and demoted one would be immediately stripped of their clothes in public at the moment of offense. With expansion and wealth came an ever-increasing problem of piracy. From 1000 to the 400s BBY, the Neimoidians were coming to dominate galactic trade, and formed one of the largest navies to protect it. As protection scaled up from the blaster on your hip, to laser cannons on your transport, then starfighters to escort them, and before you knew it, military-grade weaponry was commonplace in an era where the Republic had no standing military of its own. In 1000 BBY, the Jedi believed they had destroyed the Sith. The greatest threat to peace was finally removed, So it was actually Finis Valorum's old descendant, Tarsus, that signed the Ruusan reformations, that reduced the Great Republic military to a police force focused on Coruscant, and let the Jedi get back to being esoteric monks, leaving the rest of the galaxy to look out for itself. There are countless systems who look to the Neimoidian-run businesses as the lifeline for their community, providing all the employment opportunities and protection from pirates. This is why in 350 BBY, the Trade Federation was formed, with the Republic's blessing, granting them unique charters and trying to do what it could to incentivize economic growth in the expansion regions and allow these corporations to defend themselves. Despite their cowardly reputation as a species, their warriors were respected and their special forces were feared throughout the galaxy. While there was not anything the size of the CIS or Grand Army of the Republic, there were still a ton of violent pirate groups and private militaries, so the Neimoidian Royal Guard should be considered top tier, called Royal for their service to what was being called the Trade Monarch, one who was head of the Neimoidian Inner Circle. This monarch would coordinate with the senator and was on the board of the Trade Federation and was often elected to be the commanding viceroy. So there were times where the monarch would rule Neimoidian space and wield power in the larger corporate federation, which came to include the most powerful manufacturers, even Republic juggernauts like Kuat Drive Yards. In fact, splitting off enough of these companies would be crucial to building an army for the Clone Wars, which required Darth Sidious to get involved in a master plot that is better explained in these videos, and help to create the tensions needed to spark the Clone Wars, as well as creating the corporate sector and other zones we see in Andor. Quickest way to summarize it is that the Trade Federation became so powerful that they got a Senate seat, and the Republic wanted to expand hyperlanes and modernize as much of the galaxy as possible, so these companies had all the leverage. And with the cutthroat, greedy Neimoidian leadership at the helm, it wasn't long before countless star systems became totally dependent on the Trade Federation, with the board of directors being the true governing body throughout these free trade zones. And when the massacre at the Ariadu conference killed off all the non-Neimoidian members, Nute Gunray was in control of the Trade Federation Directorate, and valuable member worlds like Kuat withdrew. Sidious predicted the next step, that Valorum would push for a taxation of the free trade zones and attempt to break up Trade Federation power, forcing all those affected to become even closer allies, aligning the interests of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, Corporate Alliance, and Techno Union against the Republic. The Trade Federation had recently created a new line of defense droids to protect their ships and facilities, working with the Geonosians of Bactoid Armor Workshops to create the B-1, a design that was said to mirror both the Geonosian frame, but also resembled what a dead Neimoidian looked like. When they died, their bodies rapidly dried up, leaving this big oval head on a thin skeletal frame. And then there were the massive trade haulers like the Lucrehulk that had been ever increasing in firepower for years, with the addition of Vulture droid starfighters to protect against the greatest piracy of this era, even with a ground force to protect on-world facilities, protecting them from hostile locals that were either spiced out of their minds or forming another violent Union resistance. The Trade Federation military was legal, but their next move was debatable.
Begin landing our troops.
My lord, is that legal?
I will make it legal.
Even the blockade was legal,
As you know, our blockade is perfectly legal.
but it was the invasion of Theed and forcing the Queen to sign a treaty at the barrel of a blaster that was a step too far.
How will you explain this invasion to the Senate?
The Queen and I will sign a treaty that will legitimize our occupation here.
Due to their previous trade agreements, Naboo could be blockaded on a claim of payments owed, and the hope was that by the time the Senate ever resolved this issue, the Queen would have already been forced to sign her world away. This, of course, didn't go to plan. And the next 10 years were spent with Nute Gunray still as the sole ruler of a humiliated and jaded trade federation, and his secret Sith ally was head of the Republic. In these years, the corporations that would all come to form the Confederacy of Independent Systems were being guided by Count Dooku. When a particularly important party was interrupted by Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Clone Wars was ignited here on Geonosis, with the combined Corpo private militaries engaging the Republic's secret clone army. The war was hard on all Neimoidians. Even those loyal to the Republic were met with heavy skepticism and sometimes violence, often seen as CIS spies. It didn't help that Nute Gunray was hitting all those old stereotypes, and were seen as the most important element in the Confederacy. Though we see the greatest examples of Neimoidian warriors of this time as well, with the Gunnery Battalion, drawing on ancient designs of their Beetle Knight armor, utilizing powerful blaster pistols, and developing specialized units like snipers and genetically modified giants dubbed the Neimoidian Brutes. The Banking Clan would often get in feuds with these traitors, and would end up being a major victor in the Clone Wars, while the Neimoidian leadership was killed on Mustafar, having fulfilled their purpose of 30+ years of planning with Sidious and his old master Darth Plagueis.
Lord
Sidious promised us peace.
In a comical reversal of the plan on Naboo, the acting viceroy Centipeth Findos was forced to sign a treaty giving over all rights of the Trade Federation over to the new emperor, making Palpatine the legal head of the Federation overnight. And the first thing to get liquidated under this new management were several major grub hatcheries. Not to be outdone by Anakin's little kill streak, Sidious quickly took out millions of these grub children. Shortly after this, a refuge colony escaped out into the unknown regions and was discovered by the Chiss Mithra Nerodu. There was a desperate plea for the Chiss to help the Neimoidians take back the galaxy and knock the Emperor off his throne, but this was rejected by the Chiss Ascendancy.
But during one of my surveys, I discovered a colony of refugee Neimoidians. Once they learned who I represented, they pleaded with me to bring the Chiss to battle against Coruscant. They promised their people would rise up in response, and that together we would bring down Emperor Palpatine and restore the Republic.
It was in this time that the book mentioned before, the encyclical on historical greatness, was written, detailing their history on how they parted from the Duros 25,000 years earlier, and it was written with the purpose of convincing his people to give up this animosity for their ancestors. Because in the Imperial era, everyone hated the Neimoidians. Obviously, the human-centric imps, the common people saw them as primarily responsible for the Clone Wars, and even smart rebels realized that the insatiable greed was a primary tool of Darth Sidious. Shao Kahn wanted them to try and be seen as Duros, since nobody really hated them. And while their blue brothers did everything they could to deny this at first, it is said that by the time of the New Republic, these species got along pretty well, and Neimoidian-run businesses seemed to merge with the Duros, without any major incidents or backstabbing greedy behavior. Though just 2 years after Endor, in 6 ABY, there was another series of major outbreaks that did stem from Neimoidians, with the Great Pandemic of Dursheba in the intestinal ravage of Bars Barka. As Naboo merchant Boabab wrote about it, quote, "Of course, it should be mentioned here that the Neimoidians are notorious virus carriers. Although immune to most harmful microbes themselves, they have been a scourge of the galaxy, responsible, although they deny it, for the Great Pandemic of Dursheba and the equally lethal intestinal ravages of Bars Barka that created the massive weight loss that swept through the Abyss colonists." So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, originally they were to be shown in CGI and meant to be the organic equivalents of B1s, just like humans making Terminators that look like them. But it was decided that it would be better to have them brought to life through animatronic masks. And this unused design was later used in Episode 2 for the Geonosians, perhaps because the CGI got better, and that they would already have to make tons of CGI Geonosians anyways, so even close-up characters like Poggle the Lesser were completely computer-generated. The original name for their species was Sahatnarian. The name was meant to fulfill an agreement Lucas made with William Shatner way back during the production of A New Hope. They would drink at a bar near Industrial Light and Magic. When all the crazy new alien species of the Cantina were mentioned, Shatner said he wanted a character named after him. This didn't happen, and he backed out of it again for Episode 1, and nobody knows where the name Neimoidian came from, if it means anything at all. The accent of the Neimoidians was based on a Thai actor's reading of Gunray's lines, while the German version has a French accent.
Wie geht die Brücke ab?
Ja, Sir.
Das wird nicht ausreichen, Sir.
Schickt sofort die Droidikas hier auf!
And you get a Russian accent in the French, Spanish, Czech, and Italian versions.
Sellad el puente.
Sí, señor.
Eso no bastará, señor.
Que los droidicas suban aquí.
While in Russia, the Neimoidians have a Finnish accent. If you want to read up on them more, sources come from the Essential Atlas, Ultimate Alien Anthology, New Essential Guide to Species, Complete Locations, and a ton of novels from the Darth Maul books, Darth Plagueis, and Canon Thrawn book. Thanks for watching. Likes, shares, comments, subscribe, all that stuff helps out the channel. And check out the membership if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, nobody gets a higher kill streak than Darth Sidious. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Men of Ryloth, the time has come to free ourselves!
It's a Kalikori, a revered Twi'lek heirloom passed from parent to child through generations.
See what the Empire has done to our world. They plunder our wealth and sell our people into slavery. This ship must burn for all Ryloth to see.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Twi'lek species, using everything from both canon and legends, understanding their biology, culture, history, and impact on the galaxy. If you learn anything new, please hit the like button to help promote the video on YouTube, and comment any questions you still have or suggestions for future videos, as I at least read every comment and try to respond as much as I can. But with that, let's head back to around 36,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Right away, we are met with a mystery that has never been fully understood. The Rakata were an ancient race that conquered their masters, the Qua, and established their galaxy-spanning infinite empire. This empire ran on technology that tapped into the dark side of the Force, literally using it as fuel, and also as a means of acquiring personal strength amongst its leaders. One of the rules of the universe is that the Force always strikes back, and they noticed that this uncontrolled drawing on the dark side was leading to defects and degeneracy in their species. Trying to figure out how to beat this, they created an AI called Asha, and put it in charge of a massive factory that could create living beings, using the building blocks of other sentient species that had a connection to the Force to try and figure out why it was that the Rakata were losing their connection.
My children are as numerous as the Rakata once were. I called them Twi'lek, Sabrak, Eshka.
The mystery comes in that the Tho-Yor, the ships from the Force Nexus world of Tython that brought countless Force-sensitive species to Tython, did pick up Twi'leks in the year 36,453 BBY, a time that would have been during the peak of the Rakata's infinite empire, supposedly before they started this experiment with the Shah. So we're left to wonder if the Twi'lek species was actually created by a machine, or if it was just replicated by a Shah, creating a sort of subspecies, with the true original Twi'lek species developing naturally on Ryloth. This is important because this seeming contradiction may actually be the missing link to understand why Twi'leks differ so dramatically. So keep this in mind throughout the rest of their story, a story that starts off with us understanding their biology. The first thing most species notice about these people is their head tails, or Leku. In fact, the name that they were called by other species was a conjunction of the galactic basic words twin Leku, or Twi'lek. A quick side note here about the pronunciation: Twi'lek, Twi'lek, and Twi'lek are all canonically correct ways to pronounce their species, and you'll even hear members of this species use these different pronunciations. Back to the head tails, this species themselves called them their Chun Chin, words that in the real language meant left and right. To be completely fluent in Real or Twi'leki required a whole array of nonverbal cues in the form of almost imperceptible movements of the Leku, along with more obvious gestures that meant certain things, like crossing both of the tips twice meant I love you, and there were simple movements similar to the wave of a hand that meant things like hello and goodbye. And it is because of this nonverbal communication aspect of the Lekus that we see so many of them wearing a headdress. Though it became a cultural norm to wear some sort of headdress, the headdress was actually developed out of a practice by the slavers, who used them as a sort of muzzle. They figured that the Twi'leks could develop a sort of imperceptible sign language, so the original headdresses would greatly restrict the movement of the head tails. It may be why we can still see some Twi'lek slaves with wrappings that go the entire length of each Leku, and why Bib Fortuna seems to go out of his way to not wear one. Bib was a stylish man draped in the finest Ryloth silk, and even wrapping his lek around his shoulder in a way that was considered posh, but he makes sure not to partake in this fashion that was born from the slavery of his people. Now some referred to the Leku as brain tails, and why this is more accurate than head tails is that the Twi'lek's brain actually extends into the tails, though the large majority of it served as storing of body fat that was useful during times of famine. Newborns do not have these tails, so their brains and skulls are growing with the Leku for those first couple of years, with everything reaching maturity at about the same rate as humans. And this connection to the brain is why you can knock a Twi'lek unconscious by yanking on their Leku, something that resulted in countless deaths in cantina brawls, or at the hands of pranksters and other species in densely packed urban environments. And then there were the cases of head tails being damaged that also resulted in brain damage, and even a cyborg Twi'lek by the name of Rihanna Seren, who had part of her Leku cyberized. I should also mention that they were prehensile, meaning they could use them to grab things, which makes you wonder if there was ever a time in early Twi'lek history, or at least with some common evolutionary ancestor, that they might have used these head tails for balance or an extra pair of limbs to hang from things and swing through the forests or navigate the deep cave systems. Adding on the weirdest note, the cultural aspect of the Leku's shape and size that makes them something of a status symbol. While they were culturally developed, complex, and abstract ways that the girth and length of one's Leku was a sign of wealth and power, the less abstract and more blunt fact about it was that these were erogenous zones, places on the body that were sensitive to sexual stimulation, and to both males and females, the bigger the Leku, the sexier, making Coruscant biologists list the Leku as playing a crucial role in sexual selection. To make it even weirder, there was the odd case that some Twi'leks would have 4 Lekus. This does seem to be incredibly rare, but is actually found in one of the most famous members of the species, Ornfree, though I would suspect that his other physical features took away from this great natural endowment. I doubt even with these 4 Lekus that he was anything of a ladies' man. The rest of their biology is very similar to all the other humanoids out there, with a pair of arms, legs, and eyes, and then a nose and a mouth, but their ears do differ. In males it was very similar to humans, but the females had what were called ear cones. Both sexes had blunt teeth, but it became a cultural norm for the men to sharpen them to points. And thanks to the Chiss, who have a sort of heat vision overlay to their eyesight, we find out that the Twi'leks have a higher body temperature than any other humanoid species. Neither sex had body hair except for their eyelashes, which was most likely a very useful adaptation to the harsh sandstorms that could kick up on Ryloth. They did not have eyebrows, though some females would paint them on or get eyebrows tattooed in order to be more attractive to humans. And then there were a couple individuals that are considered to have genetic mutations, as they do sport armpit hair and chest hair. There's also a wide difference in the expression of these skull nodes, some being incredibly prominent, others barely noticeable, and some are shaped so much that they look like a different species. While there's also the odd fact that they come in so many colors. Their skin color and eye color have more variety than any other species in the galaxy, with each coming in just about any color you could think of, and in any combination, along with different color stripe patterns and mottling. Each of these colors was about equally expressed in the population, though there was some belief that there was a subspecies that developed into the red and blue hues. Blues were called Rudians, and were the most common, while the red were called Lethan, and were the most rare. All of this variation, from the number of Lekus, hair and color expression, head nodes, etc., left many biologists to wonder if this was solely the result of natural mutation, or the result of genetic manipulation by some advanced alien species. Perhaps evidence of the Rakata and Asha involvement, the artificially created Twi'leks mixing with the naturally evolving ones. Here I should note that some later researchers in the New Republic felt that the Yavitha species was a genetic relative to the Twi'lek, though why they thought this isn't really clear. As for their diets, they were omnivores, even having multiple stomachs in order to process just about any sort of calorie source they came across. This was likely developed out of the incredibly harsh conditions on Ryloth. Their homeworld was tidally locked, meaning it rotated with one side always facing the sun, and the other side always facing the darkness of space. So this temperature difference created intense weather conditions, in a climate that reduced their forests to a band along the equator, with some bioluminescent jungles on the dark side. Heat storms were a catastrophic seasonal issue that were faster than a Category 5 hurricane and hotter than an oven. Enormous storms that would consume the Brightlands. Throw on top of this the terrifying creatures like the Dalshem, the Lilac, and Gutkur, and you can see why the earliest of Twi'leks developed by setting up in this world's deep cave systems. They came to eat small rodents and various types of mosses, which really pushed the capabilities of their stomachs. Over time, they would domesticate the Rykrit and expand their cities out of the caves, but never far from the cave openings, mostly carved into the face of cliffsides, with some smaller buildings and villages nearby. Even the capital of Lesu, although it appears to stand alone from the mainland, is likely connected to a vast series of underground caves, or at least artificial tunnels that connect to other cave systems. And for almost all of their history up to this point, they were a civilization that was supposedly relatively peaceful and modest, having close family ties and their highest technology being things like wind turbines, but nothing advanced enough to allow them to be a spacefaring race. Ryloth would be discovered by Old Republic explorers in the year 10,000 BBY, and the Twi'lek species would quickly go from a simple backwater people to one of the most recognized species in the entire galaxy. Ryloth is located in coordinates R17 in the Outer Rim, but it was along the important and lucrative Corellian trade route. The only problem was there wasn't much to trade. Nobody was interested in their wide array of artisanal molds or cuts of tough Rykrit steaks. At this point, no one had discovered any useful minerals, gases, or oils, nothing that could really fetch a credit in the galactic markets. But there was one thing that caught the eye of the alien visitors. I want you to really think about this. Imagine what it was like from the point of view of the Twi'leks. How strange, scary, and immoral this series of events would be. They went from not having any kind of spacefaring capabilities, not even reaching any of Ryloth's 5 moons, going from that to being contacted by a federation of aliens that contain not just one, but multiple strange species. all saying that there was a booming galaxy of trillions of individuals all partaking in the miracles of an interconnected galactic economy. Talk of hyperdrives to slip out of this plane of existence, psychic monk warriors that protect the government, in addition to the countless mundane everyday pleasures and goods that could be provided if the Twi'leks would simply join the galaxy at large. But again, what could they offer? These alien visitors took an instant liking to the women of your species, and quickly found out that they could interbreed with them, resulting in no harmful side effects. In fact, a pretty nice mixing of traits, just like you might expect if two humans bred. These aliens say that if you would sell off your women, your people could have access to this miraculous technology. Massive slaver operations were not yet seen on Ryloth. Instead, it would be the individual families that sold off their young girls to the alien visitors. While her family back home would be given a sum of credits that would get their foot in the galactic door. Some males would sell themselves off, and all of this was allowed by the Republic because they were technically indentured servants. They accepted payment for their services, and there was a fixed start date and end date, regardless of whether this wage was so low that no one could ever get out of this bondage, or if the contract range lasted the equivalent of a Twi'lek's lifespan. And so the Twi'lek leadership sacrificed their youth on the altar of high technology. And from then on out, they would be one of the most ubiquitous species in the galaxy. Next to humans, Twi'leks can be seen in more places and on more planets than any other species, all tied to the fact that so many alien species found them attractive, and that the males also sold themselves off to anyone who was buying. So everything from mines and shipyards, clubs and cantinas, to palaces and penthouses were filled with some form of Twi'lek servant. Their government on Ryloth was run by the 5 leaders of the 5 different clans that were based in the 5 largest cities on the planet. They did nothing to stop the trade, and many just reasoned it as being a necessary step in the great leap forward into the galactic economy. One of the ways this was rationalized by some of the clan leaders was that it may have been better for the children to grow up as slaves in a high-tech society than stay back on Ryloth with its gross foods, terrifying beasts, primitive medicines, and yearly fiery death hurricanes. But what was reasoned as necessary for the Twi'leks to catch up to the galaxy would become a staple of this world, and made this species one synonymous with slavery. As the trade grew, it was no longer families selling off their children, but many Twi'leks took up the new profession of slaver, launching raids on villages to collect as many people as possible, often with the assistance of high-tech alien weaponry. And then things got even worse. With the advanced medicine, communications, travel, and entertainment, came the tech that could do more detailed scans of their homeworld. It was discovered that the surface of Ryloth contained incredible quantities of a psychoactive substance, one that would come to be known as Rill Spice. Various worlds like Kessel had spice, but Rill was unique to this world, and hence the name. It had a unique combination of euphoric and sedative properties that combined excellently with another type of spice known as glitter stem to produce the new drug Glitterrill, a process that involved feeding Rill to an energy spider and distilling this compound out of the spider's excrement. Users across the galaxy didn't care how it was made, they just loved the high. And almost overnight, Rill became one of the most expensive substances in the galaxy. The slaver warlords now went into the drug trade, and Ryloth was quickly becoming scarred by countless mining operations. Again, their 5-clan government did not intervene, either being impotent or outright corrupt, as there does not seem to be any recorded pushback during this time. And while many Twi'leks had hopes that they would quickly become the wealthiest people in the galaxy, the Hutts had other plans. The Hutt cartels were at the peak of their power during this time, having fleets of ships that were behind only the Republic, Sith, and Chiss, and so taking over a bunch of feuding warlords was child's play. The Hutts were already the masters of the galaxy's vice trade, having the infrastructure and connections to keep the Rill Spice flowing to every part of the galaxy. This drug went from the Twi'leks' golden ticket to the Durasteel chains that brought them even more slavery. Over the next several millennia, the Hutts would turn Ryloth into one big slave camp and drug production site. And it should be noted that the Republic claims that the slave trade started with the Hutts. But this may just be semantics, as there were accounts of Twi'leks being sold off as entertainers long before the Hutt invasion. It's just that with the Hutts came open slave markets, with no pretense of indentured servitude. But from the point of view of the girls who danced their entire lives in cantinas, slavery was not some new Hutt invention. The Sith Empire also had no qualms with saying that their strength came from the subjugation of various slaves, but the Republic had to claim a higher ideal. And the explosion of outright slavery under the Hutts of this era is what's being used by Republic historians to act like the Hutts brought this sin to Ryloth, when in reality the Hutts only refined and expanded the practice that began that fateful day when those old Republic explorers set foot on Ryloth, and both the people of the Republic and Twi'lek families began trading people for goods and services. This Hutt cartel reign is what permanently changed the galactic census, with only 1 billion Twi'leks residing on world, with 24% of the population being alien species. A vast majority of Twi'leks were found off-world, spread over countless planets, and over the generations many felt no connection to Ryloth. Just the generic, galactic basic-speaking monoculture that developed in massive melting pots like Coruscant. This Hutt rule would traumatize the Twi'lek consciousness, with even senators in the New Republic era circa 35 ABY, reminding the galaxy of their time under the fat green thumb of the Hutt overlords.
The history of my planet and my people is well known. For centuries, we suffered under the oppression of the Hutts and their criminal enterprises.
This terrible fate was somewhat assisted by a cultural mindset that was instilled by the weather of Ryloth. With things like those massive heat storms, there was a popular proverb that said, "You can't defeat a storm, you must ride the storm." The Twi'leks that sold their own people during these ancient times, and even the later Bib Fortuna, used proverbs like this to explain their behavior, thinking this slave economy was an enormous storm produced by the conditions of their place in the galactic economy. Just as Ryloth suffered from its place in rotation, the Twi'lek could not defeat the slave trade, better to find their place in it. But I need to point out that obviously this was not accepted by all Twi'leki. There were many Twi'leks that possessed incredible connections to the Force and were picked up by Jedi or Sith, and others were able to work their way out of indentured servitude and establish legitimate businesses across the galaxy. Not every family sold off people to the aliens, and many were able to find lives that were full of a sense of righteous honor. Several would join the Mandalorians, a people that may have seemed like war-loving monsters, but from the Twi'lek point of view, they just saw a people that ran their society in a pure meritocracy. If you could earn your respect, you got it. Mandalorians did start off as the name of a species, but very early on in their history, they started to include any species that would vow to live in accordance with the Mandalorian codes of honor, a reaction to a time when the Mandalorians lost their homeworld, something many Twi'leks felt a connection to, as many felt that Ryloth was lost to the Hutts. The Twi'leks were one of the most abundant non-human Mandalorians, rising to high positions in many clans, and even inventing things like the Cherokee starfighter. In the year 3643 BBY, a slave revolt aided by off-world forces was able to drive the slugs back onto their ships and off of this planet. But things really didn't get a whole lot better. The clan leadership did not figure out ways to develop any new industry, just continue the lucrative spice operations. Essentially, they became the new warlords, and the Hutts simply used their control of the black markets to dictate the prices of Rill. To the point that the Hutts may have actually been making even more profit by just letting the tailheads deal with managing the mines. And then you might think that they might start to turn away from slavery, but their leaders actually felt that if they cut off the supply of slaves, some other powerful off-world force may come and take them over. So the spice and slaves flowed for the next couple thousand years, all under Twi'lek leadership and with no meaningful intervention by the Republic. Just occasional lip service by senators seeking votes, but at the end of the day it was just some outer rim problem. The Republic let countless wounds like this fester for thousands of years, eventually leading to the push to secede, a movement that came to a head in the Clone Wars with the rise of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Senator Orn Free Taa would keep Ryloth in the Republic, but the population was torn about 50-50 on who to support. There were good arguments for both, as the Republic had undeniably let them suffer by not intervening for what was now 10,000 years, but some of the companies and member worlds within the CIS were the ones currently profiting off of their slave labor. And although you might think that the Republic aligning with the Hutts, the hated once overlords of the Twi'leks, would make it so they could never align with the Republic, it seems like the clan leadership and senators actually like the fact that the Hutts were official allies. Ryloth's whole economy still revolved around serving the Hutts, so really their choice was decided for them when Jabba pledged his cartel to the Republic. In an attempt to strike a monetary blow to the Republic's powerful Hutt allies, Dooku launched an all-out planetary invasion of Ryloth early on in the war, showing that the clan leadership was correct in identifying that they would never be allowed to work with the Hutts and be a part of the CIS. If Dooku could hold Ryloth, perhaps he could get Jabba to go back on his word and at least be neutral during this conflict, allowing neither the CIS or Republic to travel through Hutt space or use it as a staging area. Something that would hurt the Republic a lot more, as most of the Outer Rim was under the control of the CIS. Though about half of the Rylothans welcomed the CIS as liberators, the Twi'lek resistance movement rose up to face the droid army. Cham Syndulla would work with the Jedi and Republic forces to eventually capture Wat Tambor. The success of Syndulla's forces led to a new populist movement that opposed their clan leaders and senators. All these past years of talk had been framed as pro-CIS or pro-Republic. The majority of Twi'leki were now calling for an independent Ryloth. And at the end of the Clone Wars, the Empire actually granted this wish. Ryloth was finally a free world. And if this seemed too good to be true, that's because, of course it was. This is Ryloth. The sleazy Senator Ornfree Taa convinced his people to allow him to stay on as senator, but promised this was only a name, a formality in this tumultuous transition to Empire, but that officially they would be free. Emperor Palpatine was fine with taking away whatever powers from the senator that the tailheads asked for, because they were too slow to pick up on the new position of Imperial Moff. This was where all the power was in the time of the Empire, and Moff Delian Mors was the effective ruler of Ryloth. Let the Twi'leks form whatever on-world government they wished, it all had to pass through the Moff. After 5 years of this, Cham Syndulla reformed his fighters to what he would now call the Free Ryloth movement. This was a network of hundreds of spies and soldiers, and not just from the Twi'lek species, that would raid dozens of Imperial sites ranging from outposts to Imperial Star Destroyers. Cham decided that the full force of his movement would be used to take out Palpatine and Vader all in one attack when he learned that they were visiting Ryloth via the ISD Perilous. Space mines, repurposed vulture droids, and even rebels posing as a rescue crew still could not bring about the deaths of their targets. His daughter Hera Syndulla would see that this empire was too skilled, too large, and too powerful to be taken out by just Rylothans. She felt this newly forming rebel alliance was their answer, while her father felt that she would just be replacing one master for another. But after a decade, she would be able to get her father to see that the Free Ryloth movement and Rebel Alliance could and needed to be allies.
During the Clone War, you didn't just fight for a village. You rallied everyone to liberate the entire planet. You inspired me. The rebellion is no different.
After Grand Admiral Thrawn brought the full might of his empire to bombard Ryloth into submission, hoping to force them into giving up the dissidents amongst their population. During Thrawn's campaign, we see how much he studied the Twi'lek culture.
It's a Kalikore, a revered Twi'lek heirloom passed from parent to child through generations.
Now think about just how large the Syndulla compound is, how she still has this connection to her ancient family ties, and how that old proverb about riding out the storm may have applied to her ancestors. I don't want to say that any successful family on Ryloth has to be tied to spice and slavery, but if the Syndullas were, it does put Hera and Cham's movement in greater context. Not just rebelling against the corruption of the Republic and then Empire, but standing up against thousands of years of Twi'leks accepting and becoming complicit in this corruption. They would continue this fight for the next several years, battles which prove that betting on the Rebel Alliance was the right move, and these new allies would actually help them continue the fight on Ryloth, eventually completely freeing the world from any foreign influence in the year 5 ABY. And for once, they actually stayed free. They elected a former Twi'lek rebel soldier named Yendor to be their representative in the Senate, but just as an emissary, providing the Senate updates on the Twi'lek's wishes and their opinions on galactic policies, but not being bound to the decisions of the Senate. And then he would provide updates on galactic affairs to the more democratically elected government on world. The only threat to their peace came around 30 years later. After the abrupt death of Jabba the Hutt, there had been a power vacuum that attracted thugs from every parsec, all wanting to be the next big infamous mob boss. A Nikto by the name of Rinrir Vendai was quickly earning this reputation in the underworld, and his organization relied on the font of real spice. Emissary Yendor would travel to Hosnian Prime to make a plea to the New Republic, pointing out that this was not just a Ryloth problem.
Rin Riven's cartel presents a danger to Ryloth's future. Tomorrow, however, it could threaten the rule of law in the New Republic itself, as the Hutts did in both the Old Republic and the Empire.
Leia would personally investigate and discover that this crime empire was being sponsored by some mysterious military organization in the unknown regions. The First Order was using Ryloth as a way to poison the galaxy at large, investing enormous amounts of credits into the spice trade, reaping incredible returns on this investment that fueled their war machine, while also weakening the citizenry of their soon-to-be enemy. And in this time, the ethic of fierce independence instilled by Cham worked to nearly get the Resistance killed. After Leia reached out to contacts on Ryloth to provide her ragged fleet a place to hide after their devastating loss on Crate, they found a great hiding spot in one of the thousands of cave systems of Ryloth. But the FO received a tip that they were harboring Resistance fighters. They set up capital ships in atmosphere, threatening a full planetary bombardment and blockade if they were not given the location of the Resistance members. Leia's forces tried to scramble, but they were betrayed, and the FO swarmed the cave system and compounded the losses from Crate. Poe Dameron was more morally defeated by this, saying the Twi'lek's betrayal made him lose hope that they would be taken in by anyone. But this was just the result of his ignorance of Ryloth history. We have to see why the Rylothans would be afraid to be dragged into another war with galactic superpowers. The Resistance endangered them by hiding out on Ryloth. And while it's true that the FO would have almost certainly returned them to slavery, this reaction was understandable with the Star Destroyers in orbit. But after the destruction of the First Order, Ryloth would see the longest stretch of peace in 10,000 years. No longer a world that was only exporting spice and slaves. They worked to rebuild and unify the Twi'leks that had been spread throughout the stars. So that's it for the complete breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. I'll get into more detail on this in Bib Fortuna's Complete Life video, but after laying out all of the slave history, I thought I should mention how Bib was an evil genius. He says that he wanted to uplift his people out of slavery and spice, and hoped to take over the Hutt cartels from within, eventually developing the Twi'leks into spy masters and assassins, using the fact that the galaxy just took for granted that a Twi'lek must be a lowly servant, and turning that into their advantage. Nobody would suspect them, and they were ubiquitous. Not really out of place anywhere, from a Coruscant penthouse to a Tatooine cantina. His plan was never realized, but Hera would help to change the perception by becoming one of the most beloved veterans of the Galactic Civil War, after she achieved the rank of general. Toward the end of the Civil War and into the New Republic era, Wedge Antilles was working alongside Twi'leks, and they explained that his name, if read in the normal way, actually translated to one so foul he could induce vomiting in a rancor. But just by dropping a letter and using their comma name breakup convention, they referred to him as Wedge Antilles, which was much better and meant Slayer of Stars. The first appearance of a Twi'lek was Bib in Return of the Jedi, but the name Twi'lek was not mentioned until 1987 in the RPG guide The Star Wars Sourcebook. One of the Clone Wars writers, Henry Gilroy, said that he and Dave Filoni created the Liberation of Ryloth arc to help show a different side of the Twi'leks other than the sexualized depictions of Aayla Secura, Darth Talon, and Ula, but also that choosing the Twi'lek was great for that first season because it was easier to work off of the human templates. The French accent that the Twi'leks used was something that was specifically chosen by George Lucas. There's no official explanation as to why, but many fans think that it's a reference to the French resistance fighters during World War II. Originally, the Twi'lek species could not interbreed with humans, explicitly stated in Order 66, a Republic Commando novel, and Imperial Commando 501st. They state that if you were to transfer something to the womb, it required extensive genetic engineering. And related to this subject, have some fun with, or be horrified by, what you can find when Googling Twi'lek on Google. There are so many people asking weird questions that when you type in something like Twi'lek Sith, so many people have also searched why are Twi'leks so attractive that Google has the snippet already queued up for you, with a hilariously circular answer. The X-Wing video game called their homeworld Twi'lek, and over the years they've been seen in almost every Star Wars game created. And as for some lore resources, canon stuff comes from the books Star Wars Absolutely Everything You Need to Know, Complete Visual Dictionary, A New Dawn, Galactic Atlas, and the Star Wars Sourcebook. While in Legends there's the Essential Guide to Alien Species, Guide to Characters, Ultimate Alien Anthology, and the Force and Destiny core rulebook. So that's it for the complete breakdown of the Twi'lek species. The question to you guys is, how do you think the Twi'lek people should have responded to the alien visitors? We see tons of species that stay with the culture and tech they had pre-first contact. They didn't sacrifice their people to get all kinds of new stuff. But then again, the entire galaxy wasn't after Tusken or Wookiee women. So what do you think they should have done? But most important of all, remember, if you're going to sell your people off to join the high-tech galactic economy, use your slave and spice profits to actually develop some high-tech industries. And the Force will be with you, always.
Eli stared at Thrawn, thinking back to the campfire stories of his childhood. The tales had spoken of Chiss unity and military prowess. Never once had the stories talked about them exiling one another.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video is going to cover every bit of lore on the Chiss species in both canon and legends. When something is mutually exclusive, I will put a legends or canon tab on screen if you care about that distinction. A lot of the detail will come from this most famous of Chiss, but we also get plenty of accounts from other species who interacted with the mysterious blue-skinned outsiders. And by the end, you'll see just how important the Chiss species are to the entire galaxy. In effect, being the people that keep the demons of the deep from emerging, from breaking the surface, breaking out of the unknown regions to the parts of the galaxy we're more familiar with. How they are the leaders of this sort of parallel dimension, only coming through to spy on other civilizations, and hoping to work with the Emperor in his fight against an ancient evil that Lord Sidious himself had only caught glimpses of, but which he knew was far greater in power. To start this tale, we need to go back to around 100,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, when the Celestials were designing the galaxy. The Celestials, beings like the father, son, and daughter found on Mortis, once manipulated everything from the placement of stars and planets to the creation of new species, planting them across the galaxy, and even constructing enormous craft for various roles over the ages. Most Coruscanti researchers believe that the Celestials created the human race, either on Coruscant or that they were moved to this world at some later date. Though some theories believe that they were created by the Rakata, there's more pointing to the Celestials, simply for the fact that they are the true original masters of the galaxy. And even though the Rakata made a bunch of humanoid species like the Zabrak or Twi'lek, this human shape was there first, and is seen in countless species across the galaxy, linked to their shared creator in the form of Celestials. Now, genetic studies done by both Imperial scientists and those within the Chiss ascendancy show that they are genetically very similar to humans. They concluded from this that the Chiss were the long-lost evolutionary cousins of humans. But it's also the possibility that they were created by the Celestials separately, that perhaps this shared genetic code may point to the Celestials working from a base code template, something like you might do with a computer code for a website or video game, reworking some elements for this new project, but not building a completely new code from scratch. Why this distinction matters is because of how the Celestials disappeared from the galaxy. You see, their mastery did not just extend to matter, but even into a multiverse. The only Celestials we ever see are on Mortis, which is not in our dimension. As we saw during the Clone Wars, two ships could appear to be in the same spot in the normal galaxy, but the Jedi had been pulled into this other dimension with the Celestials.
We're at the rendezvous point awaiting your arrival. Where are you?
Sir, we are at the rendezvous point, and there's no sign of you in our scanners.
Oh, come on. That's impossible.
In the Celestial civilization's golden age, they came into contact with an interdimensional being known as the Nal Nal. Accounts from this come to us from a being known to the Chiss as Waru, another interdimensional organism that may have come from the same original dimension, as both were gray ooze, shape-shifting creatures that were bent on consuming life. Waru just wanted to use his unique connection with something akin to the Force to get back to his home dimension. But Nal Nal was like a plague, a virus that could not be stopped despite the best efforts by the masters and architects of the stars. They decided that their only option was to cut off its spread, to collapse areas of space-time, and make hyperlanes to this area impossible. For a hyperlane to be useful, it had to extend for thousands of light years at a time, just one light year being around 6 trillion miles. So by creating a scattering of anomalies, it became like a maze or space-time thicket, that, if not entirely impossible to traverse, would make it unbelievably difficult, only with a preposterous level of effort or luck. This worked to save the galaxy that we know, while resulting in this bisection that would forever sentence this third of the map to be referred to simply as the Unknown Regions. Remember, though they may have been a species created separately by the Celestials, the Chiss believed themselves to be descendants of humans that had been trapped in wild space. And there was a human sleeper ship that was lost in this area around 27,500 BBY, though it's unclear if these became the colonists on the world Scylla, which at that time was a lush tropical world. But this planet's migration through space put it into an ice age, compounding the trials for these people. They were now cut off from the galaxy at large and freezing. Luckily, these were a high-tech, spacefaring people, and they were able to move underground to survive, evading the quick growth of glaciers and snowstorms, while they plotted to branch out and build an empire. Despite the difficulties, or perhaps because of them, this world would remain their center of their civilization. And it was this living underground for tens of thousands of years that resulted in the change in their skin color and eyes. Their blue skin was due to minerals in the glaciers that now became their main source of drinking water, while the hue of the blue in their skin was dependent on the level of oxygen that they were exposed to over their lives. Almost all had this blue-black hair, but there were a few that had gray hair, something that was believed to be a sign that you will have exceptional children. While one of the most useful adaptations were their enhanced hearing and vision. They could hear a slightly greater range of sounds than most humans, but their vision had evolved to let them see in the infrared range, something that could show them how parts of a person's face were heating up in conversations, coming to learn how one's face would light up when they were lying, angry, scared, or calm. Just another non-verbal cue to pick up on in conversations, often giving them an advantage over humans. And they would grow to be a bit taller than your average human, at 1.85 meters or about 6 feet, and live just a bit longer as well, with an average lifespan of 80 years. The Chiss are known for their cool-headed, stoic, and tactical nature, which is a result of both biological and cultural factors. Biologically, they mature at about twice the rate of humans. A 10-year-old Chiss was as mature as a 20-year-old man, and so the demeanor of a 40-year-old would be comparable to a wise old sage in human societies. Though a major shortcoming was their connection to the Force. There were a few Chiss Force users in the form of Jedi and others, but notably only on this side of the galaxy. In the unknown regions, most Chiss would lose their Force abilities as they grew out of childhood. And this isn't lore here, but I speculate that this could be the result of manipulation by the Celestials. When they altered space-time to cut off the spread of the Nal Nal, these master wielders of the Force may have done something to alter the connection with living beings in this area. Maybe as a way to deprive the all-consuming gray ooze of Force-wielding slaves. Though it may have opened the door to some Force abilities that some would consider unnatural, an enemy of the Chiss that we'll talk about later in this video. There is a less intense theory that it may just be the Chiss culture that stunted the expression of this Force connection. Ahsoka points out during her time after Order 66, when seeing a child use the Force, and knowing that the Emperor was hunting down any Force sensitives, that if the child was not trained by a group like the Jedi, these abilities would weaken over time to the point that she could not use them in any detectable way. This might be a good explanation for what's happening here, but the only problem I have with this is that the Chiss had a very good reason to keep around Force users. The way that they explored space in this space-time thicket of gravitational anomalies was to use mostly young female Force wielders as navigators. These children would be pressed into service for the Chiss ascendancy, and help with the slow and careful journeys out from Scylla. They called this ability the Sight, as their focus was to detect unseen dangers via their precognitive abilities. This sense was called Third Sight, while telepathy was referred to as Second Sight. So while most cultures would rely on a trusty astromech to safely travel the stars, the Chiss Empire was built from the sight of gifted children in the role of navigators. Though most Chiss would never know this. In fact, most were completely ignorant of the Force at all. And though it seems odd that Chiss on the main part of the galaxy can be seen becoming Jedi, it is this seemingly unstoppable degeneracy of the young Chiss's Force connection that makes me think it may be built into this area of space, something the Celestials did to prevent the Nal Nal plague from using the Force, as the Chiss military had every reason to develop the Force abilities of their children, keeping a lifetime of navigator experience, instead of always churning through new kids, training them all the way up from scratch each time to just serve a few years. But to make it even weirder, as the Force would choose to immaculately conceive the Chosen One via a woman named Skywalker, the Chiss independently chose to name these beings with the gift of sight, these navigators of the stars, Ozili Ashembo, a Chiun word that means Skywalker. And so these Skywalkers were key to the power of the Chiss ascendancy. The Ascendancy was the name of their empire, which would come to conquer the homeworlds of several other species, as well as plant Chiss colonies on a number of lifeless worlds. It was ruled by the 9 ruling families, the leaders each being called aristocra. It should be noted that some later researchers during the New Republic era believe that these ruling families came to power after winning a civil war during that dramatic climate shift when Scylla was entering its ice age, a war that saw about half of the population eliminated. And though nothing in Chiss history mentions this, the Chiss are extremely secretive about their past, forbidding outsiders from seeing their accounts while admitting to having detailed records over tens of thousands of years, but no one but the ruling families can access them. There was at least a superficial democracy, with an elected parliamentary body from each of their 28 colonies, but the next step were governors appointed by the 9 families. And so those governors acted as gatekeepers, as they were the only ones to pass on legislation to the rulers. Each of the 9 houses would deal with different issues, such as justice, education, healthcare, science, and military. Because their society was a collectivist economy, House Sapla, the family in charge of logistics and redistribution of resources, became the de facto head of the Chiss civilization, with House Nurodu, the head of warfare, being a close second. When they met to make a decision, they tried to never use individual names, instead each wearing colored robes to distinguish each house, a practice that made the family seem timeless. No exceptionally great or exceptionally weak individual that would stand out in history. And while we're talking about names, the Chiss have a 3-part naming system. The first was their family name, while the second was their personal name, and the third was their occupation. Or if they were a member of those 9 larger families, the third one would be that overname, since it was almost always also your individual occupation. But these names could change over your lifetime based on major changes to your status. Thrawn's original birth name was Kaivu Ra Nuru, being named Ra and of the relatively small and poor colony family named Kaivu. When he rose through the ranks of the Chiss military academy, a man named Myth Urf Ianiko noticed the boy's genius and took him as a merit adoptive. One of the only ways for a Chiss to ascend out of this authoritative socialistic caste system, where he would go on to serve the military branch or House Nurodu. His name was now Myth Ra Nurodu. As the Chiss Expansionary Defense Force consolidated their strength in the unknown regions, they established alliances and lucrative trade networks with numerous species from countless worlds. With these people, they would speak the language Minisayat or Saibisti, trade languages that had been developed in the unknown regions that could be produced by almost all species, as their native language Cheun had syllables that were unpronounceable even by their human cousins. The first humans they met were the most remote of settlers on the fringes of the Outer Rim. Life always has a way of breaking through boundaries, and some were able to trickle through the celestial-imposed hyperspace thicket over millennia, having a handful of Chiss popping up on both the sides of the Old Republic and Sith Empire. But considering what we know of Thrawn's role with the Empire, I think it should be considered that many, if not all, were acting as double agents for the Chiss Ascendancy, with characters like the Chiss Jedi Nuru Kungurama, who conveniently dropped his Nurodu last name, and who, like Thrawn, was also serendipitously discovered by the Republic. While Thrawn was placed in exile to be discovered by the Empire, and to work his way up through the ranks of the military, Orama was picked up by the Jedi and rose through their ranks. Odd that such a series of events would happen on their own when it was already extremely rare for Chiss males to be Force sensitive. I think this was the work of the invisible hand of the Chiss Ascendancy, the ruling family that had learned from this abrupt bisection of the galaxy and the sudden onset of an ice age that they needed to collect as much information as possible, always trying to understand all the variables in the galaxy at large to make sure they weren't blindsided again. A sentiment that leads to the stereotypical Chiss being defined by incredible self-control, intelligence, and a cold reasoning that planned out decades into the future. As they expanded their federation of planets, they also used automated drones to create a network of anchor points, similar to hyperspace buoys, but that could be used only by Chiss craft, with a fleet that was the closest thing out there to the strength of the Republic, with everything from carriers, destroyers, fighters and bombers, APCs and gunboats, with their troops possessing the most advanced tech in the region, like a cloaking armor device and Charic weapons, a weapon that was a sort of combination of slug rifle and blaster, combining a solid projectile sent along a beam of blue energy, compromising most shields or armor, which were only suited to block solids or beams, not both. and that could not be deflected by lightsabers. This is also the same type of weapon that made the Chiss capital ship's equivalent of a turbolaser, called the Mega Mazer artillery. So imagine just how devastating that would be on ships like a Venator or an ISD. The Chiss pride themselves on an appearance of cold logic and peacekeeping, avoiding any conflict, which is their true goal, but only on their terms. Every species that dealt with them felt an aggravating air of superiority coming off the Chiss, and in private, this was truly how the Chiss felt. That they were the stewards of the galaxy, especially in the unknown regions, the only society of adults, surrounded by all these other species that acted like careless, aimless children. And they went through great effort to make sure accounts of any conflicts were hidden. The Chiss would use biological weapons like a parasite bomb, as well as things like radiation bombs and the Chiss defoliator, all in an effort to bring worlds into line with the goal of the Chiss ascendancy. Instead of the major conflicts like those that consume the galaxy at large about every century, the Chiss went thousands of years without open conflict, due to the surgical precision of their special forces, and also a ton of espionage.
Long ago, Chiss agents stole a holomap from the Sith Emperor, in case our deal with the Empire went sour. It shows the coordinates to the Emperor's greatest secrets. Officially, we can't act on this. But you can. If you disposed of Zenta, you would have the gratitude of the Ascendancy. I may even be able to broker an alliance.
Forward to our partnership, Aristocrat.
The Ascendancy thanks you.
By around 4000 BBY, we see multiple Chiss in the service of the Old Republic and Sith Empire, as mentioned earlier with individuals like Thrawn and Kungarama, who infiltrated the Empire and Jedi Order. When the old Sith Empire tried to conquer the Chiss, they gave up without a fight, seemingly to be resigned to the role of a vassal state. They traded goods and even offered up military advisors and equipment, all in exchange for being able to retain their autonomy. Knowing how powerful the Chiss actually were, and how nearly impossible it would be for the Sith to maintain a campaign against Ascendancy space, with that hyperspace thicket being worse than Russian winters, I think it's reasonable to assume that the Chiss wanted to give aid to the Sith Empire. The Empire was essentially demanding to have Chiss spies in their midst, and to use Chiss technology against their rival superpower, the Republic. What better way to learn about these two superpowers outside the unknown regions? And proof that the Chiss were not at all conquered was in Zero Station on the planet Hoth. Somehow, they were able to keep the location of this base a secret even from their Sith allies, though they did put it to work to provide intel alongside other Sith installations on this icy world.
This is a top-secret Chiss Ascendancy installation. Self-sufficient, running in parallel with the above-ground outposts. Paranoia at work.
But our paranoia paid off.
So again, we see that even others were aware of just how cautious the Chiss people were. The psychological and cultural remnant of those unforeseen disasters that formed their species tens of thousands of years ago. If you noticed, the only Chiss that other species are meeting are either those that were serendipitously discovered, or military representatives sent out from the CEDF. And as you should expect with this species, this was of course by design. Even within the unknown region, no one has ever had direct contact with Chiss civilians. At least no one that ever survived or documented it. This was a combination of their view of cultural superiority, but also just another layer of precautions, as the military was an incredibly well-refined machine, with each and every action approved by the Council of Superiors. Every interaction the Chiss had with an alien species was according to their plans. They could not risk the billions of variables that would enter the calculations if civilians were engaging outsiders, getting in feuds or romances that could drag them into a whole web of alliances that the Historicas could not control. By the year 1000 BBY, Lord Khan's Brotherhood of Darkness discovered a group of Chiss in the unknown regions, and were able to convince a legion of them to join their forces on the planet Thule. Again, likely they were spies trying to learn about this new Sith force. And this is the first time that outsiders would hear of the Chiss policy of avoiding initiating aggression or any form of preemptive strikes. Though it should be noted that throughout Chiss history, just entering into Chiss space was seen as an act of aggression, and some within the military approved strikes against any violating vessel. From the year 178 up to 28 BBY, the Chiss were starting to be introduced to the greatest threat in millennia. Though this is a spot where legends and canon will differ in details like names and dates, but notice in their core these are very similar threats. Legends say that a race considered to be simple barbarians, the Vagari, seemingly out of nowhere, were becoming more aggressive and were raiding closer and closer to the Ascendancy's borders. This was the first sign of the coming invasion of the Yuuzhan Vong, the extragalactic force that would conquer the entire galaxy in years to come. These invaders had forced the barbarians to flee towards Chiss space, and it also forced the living, sentient planet Xenoma Sekat to also escape into this space. The CEDF was quick to inspect it, but assumed it was just a strange rogue planet caught in some gravitational current. In 27 BBY, a Jedi exploration force was traveling into the unknown regions. 6 dreadnought cruisers arrived in a mission deemed the Outbound Flight. This sharp increase in activity in their quiet part of the galaxy concerned a young officer Thrawn. While his superiors were working on the construction of an enormous fortress installation with hopes to defend Ascendancy space, Thrawn urged them to abandon the policy that forbid preemptive strikes. They refused, but when his fleet was discovered by a Trade Federation vessel that was trying to engage the Outbound Flight, he took the battle to the alien forces, eliminating the vastly greater force through his remarkable tactics. He ordered the Trade Federation flagship to be kept intact, and boarded their strange vessel, where he would meet with a close associate of Darth Sidious. The robed figure explained over a holo that he was aware of the Yuuzhan Vong threat, something that was so great that it would require an incredibly powerful, unified galactic military to oppose it. Sidious was currently working towards that goal, and was impressed with Thrawn's ability to take down this larger Federation force. Thrawn understood that he was acting in the spirit of preservation of his species, the Chiss identity to take up the mantle of stewardship of the galaxy by being a strong enough force to face the evils spawned up by this cruel universe. While his descendants nearly died off, caught in the crossfire in the war between the Nal Nal and the Celestials, he would not let his Chiss go extinct in this inevitable conflict with the Vong and this Darth Sidious. He would draw the nearby Vagari force towards the location of the Jedi ship, and wait until both had been significantly weakened before rushing in to finish them both off. Nearly 50,000 Republic personnel were killed, but the Jedi back on Coruscant never knew the details, expecting that Outbound Flight's mission to explore the unknown regions only ever had a very slim chance of success, assuming that they were likely destroyed by these space-time anomalies. Before this rejection of their non-aggression policy, Thrawn was exiled, whereupon he would be discovered by the Empire and eventually rise through the ranks, Sidious remembering this competent, blue-skinned alien. While during the Clone Wars, this was along the time that Kungarama was discovered by the Republic and raised in the Jedi Order, and Sev Ronstan claimed to be abandoned by her people and intended to become a Sith Lord, finding her way to Count Dooku to become one of his dark acolytes and even a general of a droid army. And her lover was becoming a prominent bounty hunter. Again, we can't confirm that they were all spies, but notice that the Ascendancy would have infiltrated the Republic/Imperial military, Count Dooku's acolytes and CIS military, as well as the criminal underworld. Thrawn would stay in a secret but powerful position within the Empire, appointed to his role by Sidious personally, and he used Imperial might to ensure that threats to the Ascendancy were eliminated, eventually even becoming Emperor himself of the Imperial Remnant forces. Though he would be assassinated before the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, his people were now taking the threat seriously, and becoming more proactive than ever to establish alliances with obscure forces like the Hapes Consortium, and major forces like the New Republic and some remnant factions. Together they were able to stop this all-consuming galactic-scale threat. This time would also see Jedi Master Luke Skywalker meeting with these people as an emissary of the Galactic Alliance. On Scylla, Master Skywalker would also glimpse something that the ruling families had desperately tried to conceal. The ugly fact that their seemingly cold and logical leadership was also witness to some vicious assassinations, even of members of rival ruling families. The last time we hear of the Chiss in Legends is around 127 years after the Battle of Yavin, when they were at their old trick of letting themselves seem to bend the knee to a Sith Empire, while having their agents take on important roles in Darth Krayt's empire. In canon, there are some important differences. Thrawn wasn't really exiled. This was all an elaborate ruse to get the Empire to take Thrawn in, as he had previously fought alongside Anakin Skywalker during a time in the Clone Wars. Though their battle was not against the CIS, it would be Neimoidians that ended up getting the Chiss reinvested in the galaxy at large. When Thrawn was working with Jedi Knight Skywalker, the details he got concerning the Republic left the Chiss man disappointed. He felt the Republic was an unworthy ally. The Ascendancy had been aware of a looming threat from the parts of the unknown regions that even they had been unable to map. The Grisk were violent conquerors, with fleets of enormous size that were said to block out the stars of systems that they invaded. Through means that are still not fully understood, but most likely some sort of novel force ability, they were able to employ a sort of mind control over their victims, deeming them client species and using them as their next wave of frontline soldiers and workers, snowballing their forces throughout the unknown regions. They were the only serious threat to the Chiss Ascendancy in thousands of years. And though their violence was what spread their infamy, Thrawn and many Chiss military intelligence officers noticed the Grisk's incredible planning and surveillance. The mysterious force was not plundering at random, but targeting blaster and lightsaber-resistant materials like cortosis, while also having a deeper understanding of Chiss society than any other species in this region. At this time, Thrawn would be approached by Neimoidians that were fleeing the abrupt collapse of the CIS. Knowing the punishment by Palpatine's new empire would be swift and deadly, they begged Thrawn to convince the Ascendancy to rally up the fractured and fleeing CIS forces, to rush back and topple this evil empire. But unlike with the Republic, Thrawn liked the description of the Empire. A force that had unified the galaxy, was ruled by a strong dictator that was bent on expanding the military, which had already proved to be incredibly powerful. Nothing to bog down the decision-making, no anti-war factions that might have a say in the government. This is exactly the ally the Ascendancy was looking for. So they agreed that Thrawn would fake his exile, be captured by Imperial forces, and use his proficiency against these imps along with his connection to Anakin Skywalker to open the door to a low-ranking position in the Imperial military. Thrawn would be just the latest of Chiss double agents, something Palpatine was not entirely unaware of. But the Blue Alien's tactics proved themselves time and time again, allowing him to rise through the ranks and eventually become Grand Admiral Thrawn. He would nearly put an end to the Rebel Alliance during the Battle of Atollon, but immediately after this, Thrawn and Darth Vader would recall to Coruscant to meet with the Emperor, who explained that he had felt a disturbance in the Force somewhere in the unknown regions. This investigation would be the way that the Empire learned of the Grisk. Thrawn's Star Destroyer, the Chimera, would engage a fleet of Grisk, and it was only from using the new TIE Defender that they were able to eke out a victory. A skirmish that showed just how closely the Grisk had been studying everything, having excellent counters to TIE fighters and interceptors. They hadn't just been spying on the Chiss, but even the humans' empire. And with all that the Chiss Ascendancy had learned of these people, Thrawn knew this was not a true victory, saying, quote, "The Grisk are not to be underestimated. If they fled combat today, it is because they chose to do so." Thrawn also learned about how the Grisk had been infiltrating the Ascendancy through means of political subversion. For the first time in history, at least within the records allowed to be viewed by those of Thrawn's level, one of the populations under Chiss rule was being manipulated by an outside force. The Chiss were laying the seeds of disagreement within the ruling families. These people were an alien virus that emerged from the depths of the unknown regions that now might lead to a civil war within the Ascendancy, and one which eventually would spread to challenge the Empire as well. After another skirmish, this time over the planet Batuu within the western reaches, Thrawn could read the writing on the wall. He knew his people would have to act as a bulwark against the Grisk, saying to Vader, quote, "The invasion is coming, Lord Vader, but I have now bought the Empire time to prepare." Thrawn believed that this species posed an existential threat to life in the galaxy. All might become mind-controlled slaves to the Grisk, and he knew that this fight might mean the end of his civilization, but that the Chiss species' only hope for survival was to build up this strong empire on the other side of the rift. A rift that separated these blue-skinned, red-eyed people from their distant human cousins. These peoples, a Chiss-led empire and a human-led empire, would have to unify in this inevitable battle. So that's it for the story of the Chiss species, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. I just want to explain this again just in case it was a bit confusing, but the Force-sensitive navigators that the Chiss used allows you to travel through the maze of space-time anomalies quicker. I worry people might have been confused how there was any travel past the rift caused by the Celestials, but it wasn't that it was impossible, just incredibly complicated. For example, the Skywalkers, or Ozili Ashimbo, cut travel time from what should be months down to just days or even hours. So it could be done by others, it would just take an incredibly long time. So that's how some merchants on the most outer regions of the Outer Rim occasionally dared to explore these regions, and how other species came in and out of this region over millennia. This concept of supernatural navigators is similar to the guild navigators in the Dune universe. The psychoactive drug spice gives them mental powers that aid in space travel. The Chiss species was first introduced through Thrawn in the novel Heir to the Empire back in 1991. The idea that their force powers diminished as they enter adulthood is a new canon concept, but there were always only very few Chiss force wielders. Only the Dark Acolyte under Dooku, Severon's Tan, and 3 Jedi, Intaria Wellos, Kung Arama Nurodu, and Daz Ranos. An early design of Agent Kallus shows that he could have been a Chiss, but I agree with the Rebels team that this might have been a bit much. The fact that Thrawn was a Chiss that rose so high in the Empire, and was the only one we see, really adds to his mystery. I think it would have been odd if there was another Chiss in the story of the Rebel series. Author Timothy Zahn says that on top of the already 4 new canon books made revolving around Thrawn, he hopes to be able to expand more on the Grisk invasion in future material. And one of the coolest attentions to the lore was in the game Jedi Outcast, when Kyle Katarn meets a Chiss bartender on the world Nar Shaddaa, and we can see that he's struggling with Galactic Basic, as the Chiss native tongue is very different.
Cares? Out of sight, out of mind, says us.
And it's all strictly legit, right?
As legitimate as anything on Nar Shaddaa.
And then there's also Iram Radiq from the novel Maul Lockdown. Radiq was a weapons designer that operated from within the most notorious prison in the galaxy, Coghive 7. 11 years before the Clone Wars, Sidious sent Maul in with the goal of identifying this mysterious figure, who was revealed to be so powerful that he had his hands on a nuclear device. And this is a bit of my own insight on this, not strictly lore, but almost every Chiss can be seen as spying on the society from the other side of the rift. Notice that the Chiss we see in the galaxy at large are always at extreme ends of society. A respected Imperial Admiral, a Jedi or Sith, and criminals. I see it like this. The Chiss Ascendancy wanted to see how strong those powers are, learn their operations firsthand, but also see the weaknesses of those powers. How strong are the Jedi and Sith really? How about the Republic and Empire? How much disorder or corruption is there? That side is tested via the various bounty hunters we see over time, and beings like that bartender, which might not seem like much, but he's soaking up stories from all of the criminals that poured through the cantinas of the crime capital of the galaxy. A perfect way to get the story from that end. Or infiltrating the most secret prison facility and trying to arm various groups like the Bando Gora. How long could you get away with that? Painting a fuller picture of the state of affairs, as they're collecting information on the success or failure of bribes. Is the Empire cracking down harder, or is crime booming, and maybe that strong dictatorship was just an illusion? The best way to find out is to have ears in the Republic/Empire, but also within the criminal world. Exactly what you'd expect from the species that managed to claw out their own empire in a part of the galaxy that was sacrificed and cut off. A people shocked by unpredictable events, that from then on out were driven to gather the most data available to understand all the variables at play in order to bring about their ascendancy. So that's it for the Chiss species. The best way to show your support is to hit that like button and drop a comment. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm. And of course subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, the Chiss are always watching. So don't let down the human race by letting your search results scare away potential alien allies. And the Force will be with you, always.
He made you in his image. You're a product of Bith science. The Bith laughed harshly.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will cover everything from legends and canon on the Bith species, their homeworld, biology, and subspecies, a culture that led them to the eugenic supercomputer that organized their entire society, nuclear war that would forever change them, and their impact on the galaxy at large, ranging from musicians to the master of Darth Plagueis, and how a Bith Sith's attempt to create the ultimate Sith through science triggered the Force to produce the Chosen One through miracle, to finally end the Sith once and for all. Their story begins at grid coordinates M18 in the Outer Rim, within the Maya Gil sector, neighboring Tarkin's homeworld of Eriadu and Yoda's resting place of Dagobah. Their system had 1 sun and 6 planets with an asteroid belt, all of which were named Clactor, so the very last position was Clactor 7, which had a 26-hour day, 647 days in a year, 9,881 kilometer diameter, and a Type 3 atmosphere. But its atmosphere wasn't always like this. It likely was Type 1, as Bith can breathe in normal atmospheres, and do not require a mask like the Doran. Why it changed from Type 1 to Type 3 is the result of a war we'll cover in a bit. Evolving in the jungle among countless predators, like most humanoids, they had to rely on social bonds and superior intellect to survive. With the seas full of stinger eels, and the jungles dominated by rancor-like Organox and the freaky Gik. As society advanced, they domesticated some animals, like the gik, milking these gross sacks for their oil, which was found to have great healing properties. This creature was so odd and powerful, it would become famous across the galaxy as a hollow monster in the game Dejarik. And from their earliest memories, these people loved music, as the jungle sounds were filled with singing birds, the unique hoot bat, and puffer turtle, which would scare off predators by filling up its large bladders, and shouting out a sound that was like a low note on a bassoon. Something Figurant and worked into some of his songs, along with other animal sounds calling back to home, something that all species liked, but was especially meaningful for homesick Bith. The modern Bith would stand 1.5 to 1.75 meters, or 5 foot 4 inches on average, with smooth skin that could range from green, pink, red, or yellow, and an average lifespan of 85 years, maturing at the same rate as humans. Their long, 5-fingered hands with opposable thumbs allowed them to produce complex machines, and these people were one of the earliest to reach a technologically advanced society. Having large eyes, they were able to work at minuscule detail, seeing things that humans would require a microscope for, and this allowed them to have some of the most complex microcircuitry. Eventually, they evolved past the need for sleep. Instead, they would meditate for short periods in a trance-like state, and eventually their eyelids completely receded until there was effectively nothing left, though they were still protected from light injuries and dust with the translucent shell that covered their eyes. Their respiratory system is incredibly effective and one of the most curious of all species out there. Their nose only takes breath in, can't blow it out, and that air went into a single lung and then into the bloodstream, where waste gases are exhaled through the skin and not through breath. Bith olfactory senses are within the skin folds on their cheeks and provide exceptional sensitivity, originally to pick up on the thousands of distinct smells they might experience at any moment in the lush jungle, and later used to detect the slightest chemical presence in more industrial settings. Like humans, this olfactory sense was one of the most directly connected in their nervous system, a quick line to the brain meaning their smell was one of their most trusted senses, and allowed them to avoid ambushes or chemical explosions. While their most striking feature, this enormous cranium, was something they created through high-tech eugenics. A relatively recent creation, though still well established by the first contact with alien species, their entire society was managed by complex artificial intelligence programs, especially for procreation. If you wanted to be a parent, you would enter your DNA sample into the CMS, or Computer Mating Service, which matches it up with the opposite sex. The CPs, or child pairings, are presented, showing a list of your optimal pairings. It allowed for the flexibility of choosing from a list of candidates, as this became so refined that the outcomes were considered equally likely of positive outcomes, and everything from birth defects to laziness were made a statistical impossibility. And most important of all, that this offspring would at least have a greater IQ than its parents, with responsible parents shooting for an entire standard deviation greater. Most species would see this as creepy and incredibly dystopian, but its results did work to accelerate their society into one that produced incredible works at all levels, from art, music, and philosophy, to fusion reactors and faster-than-light travel. But while their society seemed enlightened and post-scarcity in all ways, there is an incredibly dark aspect to the CMS, other than the obvious lack of love being a factor, and that they are just obeying a computer program. Besides that horror, what is worse is that the governments at power that implemented this forever denied a return to a more natural means of reproduction. After all these millennia of selecting only for the most socially beneficial biological traits, allowing their equivalent of sperm and eggs to be sent into the CMS incubation stations for optimal breeding environments, while also allowing the Bith to stay an active and productive member of society, like their eyelids, their sex organs withered over the generations, to the point that the males only have this one big head, nothing visible down under, and the females no longer had a functional womb. Needles would painlessly extract the required matter from both sexes to make their designer babies. The Bith birthing process no longer required that barbaric and bloody process of their ancestors. Their whole society was perfectly pain-free. Over a year, you and your spouse would have moved in together, and since the computer took in all kinds of matchmaking criteria based on your personality and interests, you probably felt like the AI gave you your soulmate. And after this year, a droid unit would deliver the baby right to your door. It is likely some Bith questioned this system, and perhaps a concerted effort to use this same high tech could have found ways to reverse this state to get their reproductive organs back. But as it is, at least publicly, most Bith are proud of the CMS, while many species saw their history as a powerful warning. Recorded history on Clactor 7 goes back millions of years, and is currently covered in various city-states, which did war with each other in the distant past, but eventually there was a general global peace. War being so ancient and primitive of a concept that it was hard to grasp, like the idea of spirit worship or magic powers. It was hard to see how people back then could think that war actually produced results, as they were now ruled by the government assembly, which was based in the city that came to be recognized as this planet's capital, Weogar. This city was likely chosen because it was already the cultural capital of the world, housing the Porgom Musical Performance Hall. And though far off from the core, it was relatively easy to get here with the creation of the Rima trade route circa 5500 BBY. Biths spread through most corporations, universities, and arts, and during the Old Republic era, they were one of the most common species along with humans and Twi'leks. Many of them were detected by the Jedi Order as being Force sensitive, but there doesn't seem to be a direct correlation to IQ and Force powers. Some highly advanced people have a lower percentage of Force sensitives. Some simpler species are immune to Force tricks, while others are especially weak, and some have no Force connection at all, while some animals can manipulate the Force just for hunting. It's one of the true mysteries, and keep that in mind when we look at Plagueis and Tenebris at the end. These people would often be under Sith Imperial rule during the Old Republic, though not always. But no matter who claimed their sector, they always provided so many goods and services that neither force hoped to get them on their bad side. During the Brotherhood of Darkness's reign, their world would again be outside of Republic rule, but they still saw no real violence, though they made sure to play a bigger role after the Sith were believed to be completely eliminated, and hoped for galactic peace with the Ruusan Reformations, where the Republic dissolved their military in 1000 BBY. But 700 years later, Clactor 7 would be changed forever. Two of their most powerful cities, Nojo and the capital Weogar, were rapidly descending into a bitter rivalry. Inter-city strife was almost non-existent, resolved via negotiations usually outside of court, but there was a channel for the unlikely event that both parties became intractable. Major companies from each city were in competition to secure patent rights on a new star drive. The political leaders of each city were financially involved, and if this Bith-made star drive became the standard drive across the galaxy, the credits that could be earned were unimaginable. They could be a staple like Huat Drive Yards, Corellian Engineering Corps, or at least replace the fading giant Rendili star drives. They were supposed to appeal to a neutral arbitrator, but the agent from Nojo decided to try and dig up intel on the arbitrator and blackmail him into choosing their city. This worked, but the mayor of Weogar's agents discovered the threat, and thus he ignored the decision. Both would continue production of this star drive, and for the first time in their thousands of years in the modern era, there was actual bloodshed. Small groups attacked the factories of their rival, and eventually some were killed in these exchanges, while the counterattacks kept increasing in violence, fanning the flames to the point that these two cities were at open war with each other. The other cities watched on in confused horror. Their computer simulations provided no solution for this very organic problem, fueled by personal loss of friends and families, sparked by pride, ambition, and honor. Nojo leadership thought that with the official legal favor, they should just put an end to this, and then worry about patching up their relationship with the other cities. They launched a bioweapon on Weogar that killed 90% of their population. As insane as this was, that number was too low. The leadership of Weogar felt abandoned by their global government, and they would not make the same mistake as their rivals. In a twisted way, they also hoped to prove that they were the true technological power and truly innovative city-state. They unleashed their remaining arsenal of experimental weapons, and were believed to reach a 100% kill rate. Nojo was no more. But this weapon had global effects as well. Some warheads contained gene-altering bioweapons, others were ancient forms of nuclear radiation, and all of it was picked up by the powerful winds, and before long, the entire atmosphere was polluted. Within a few generations, their homeworld was unrecognizable. The other cities had to completely shift their entire economy towards constructing protective bubbles. Clactor was now covered in disparate domed islands, many in isolation from each other, and no one could step outside without hazmat equipment in this Type 3 atmosphere. And the wildlife that survived was rapidly altered by the gene-modifying viruses and radiation, creating a hellscape that cut these cities off from natural resources from food to mines. Almost everything they consumed now would come from off-world trade. The people who hailed tech as their savior and provider for their civilization were nearly made extinct by their high-tech capabilities. And it destroyed the image of a perfectly planned global society of peace and productivity. Once strong and independent, all life at home was dependent on alien imports, and each generation moved out into the galaxy at higher and higher rates. Many cities became ghost towns, and some thought they were literally seeing ghosts in the epicenter of Nozo. These odd-looking beings were called the Yabith, or Ghost Bith, and it was believed that this city must not have been completely killed off. that these mutated Bith were the descendants of those warmongers that fired that first missile. And now living in the fallout, these Yabith were the opposite of Bith. They were physically powerful, but had poor eyesight and were prone to violent outbursts. But they were still intelligent enough to try and make good with their Bith brothers, and did take some responsibility. They tried their best to earn their forgiveness, but they would never again see global peace, and the Yabith would eventually all but abandon their homeworld to colonize Clactor 4, naming their capital New Nojo, and devoting their bioengineers to try and stabilize their genome, feeling the need to turn to tech to fix the problems it caused, and hoping not to repeat their fate. Though this city would become a thriving trade port, even alien outsiders came to look down on the Ghost Bith, likely because of their outbursts, and they never did fit into the galactic community, usually always staying in the fringes of society, from the deep lower levels of Coruscant to Nar Shaddaa and Tatooine. As the years went by, the Bith were horrified to find another mutated branch. The Aelagar were so devastated by the fallout that though you could still see that large cranium, they were literally blown back into the Stone Age. They only lived in remote pockets, and were theorized to be the descendants of the smaller mining communities and Bith that were outside of the major cities. Language was rudimentary, they hunted and gathered, and their only notable cultural creations were symbolic representations of myths and tracking of their ancestry in the form of tied knots. Since all this went down around 300 BBY, the following 3 centuries would see vocal Senate members that pushed for peace, hoping to use their sharp minds as negotiators and pointing to their home as a warning. A tour of Clactor usually helped to scare leaders straight, though they were well aware that the corruption in the Senate helped to fuel so much animosity, and in the final decade of this hallowed institution, Bith senators found themselves being called separatists. They disagreed as they hoped for unity, but they did feel that if systems wanted to withdraw from the government, they should be allowed to do so, and hoped that they would do so peacefully. Without knowing Count Dooku's secret Sith plot, it is very easy to see the events of Geonosis as favorable for the newly formed Confederacy of Independent Systems. The Jedi Order had an ill-defined role in the Republic, and were constantly looking like a military branch. Then out of nowhere they pop up with an entire army and scramble it all the way out to the Outer Rim to launch a rescue mission because some Jedi and a senator were caught committing espionage on an independent world. The Bith saw that the Senate was being controlled more by fear and bloodlust than logic and goodwill. The CIS army was just the local defense forces that only existed in the first place because of the Republic's inability to police its territories. So most Biths saw siding with the CIS as the obvious choice. But even if they didn't, the choice would have been made for them, as their location in the Outer Rim had them surrounded by separatists. As Thal Kassar would tell Anakin after the human said that his species was on the wrong side, he said, quote, "Clactor 7 had little choice. The Separatists were offering unrestricted access to hyperspace routes, better deals on trade goods, no interference. Most saw the CIS as equally flawed at worst, but they quickly came to hate the new empire. If you asked an Imperial officer, these Bith were just barely humanoid, and though some humanoids like Thrawn could advance, the Bith love of pacifism was itself a form of treason against Imperial ethos, so Imperial overlords would be put over them to keep the tech pumping, and make sure it stayed out of rebel hands. Many Bith would revitalize an older form of Bith language that focused on using numerical and symbolic meanings to create a code talk that was easy for them to speak in, but utterly confusing if you didn't understand their culture and idioms, and if you didn't have the raw brain power to crunch numbers on the fly. It works something like this. If it happened on Earth, you could work in an idiom, a rebel asks you where to find his contact, and you say, oh, he's under the weather. Imagine there was a statue of Zeus in the city, a weather god, and in their mythos you know that the day is masculine and the night is feminine, but also the numbers of the words in the idiom let you know the time. So you will meet your rebel spy during the day, he'll be standing under the Zeus statue at 5:37 p.m. The big brain Bith were able to process conversations like that so smoothly that the Imperials never cracked this or even suspected it. A defected TIE bomber pilot turned X-Wing pilot Red 9, Nozo Natan, would lead the liberation effort on Clactor. A humanitarian effort, but surely a very practical choice as well. This did prove successful, and was just months before the Battle of Yavin. They would prove powerful allies during the next 4 years, but after Endor they wanted to stay independent for some time, but finally became convinced by the Happen's enthusiastic support for the New Republic. The city-states agreed to again form a global unified government and send off their new senators. Their world would prove valuable during the Thrawn campaign, though they would not be affected by the Yuuzhan Vong War. Its attempt at revival also saw them reclaim some cultural recognition as well. The Pergam Musical Performance Hall, despite being in the Outer Rim, was a rival to the Galaxy's Opera House in the upper levels of Coruscant, and prized itself on selling out 2-week shows of all sorts of instruments, from cultures all across the stars, having no snobbery, you just had to be the greatest at your craft. Surprising famous acts included a Gamorrean singer, and a percussion group that evoked sounds from hundreds of species and instruments, but also the infamous riot caused by the Wookiee artist Warrock. All music is a form of emotional manipulation, so he figured he could make a piece of music so dialed into the audience's brainwave patterns that your piece could act like a sort of mind control. He decided to test this on the Bith live on the Pergam stage. And it worked better than anyone could imagine, maniacally laughing as he watched the Bith audience get whipped up into a frenzy. The Pergam riot spilled into the streets, and reports struck everyone with fear of another unstoppable escalation that would end in global war. But it quickly fizzled out. Warrock was arrested, and unsure of what laws to keep him on, they decided on just escorting him off-world and banning him forever. And the last thing I wanted to touch on are the often overlooked origins of Darth Plagueis. The Mun, born Higo Damask, was a product of Bith eugenic science. See, Darth Plagueis' master was Darth Tenebris, a Bith trained in the Bane line of Sith, who had a CMS program that he could use to study the potential pairings of not just Bith, but other species too. On his travels throughout the galaxy, he was always keeping a record of Force sensitives that he met, and finding secret ways to collect DNA samples. Tenebris was born Rugus Nome, and his master was a Twi'lek Sith Lord that worked with him to create a virus that could cut one off from the Force, hoping to release it near the Jedi Temple and let it spread throughout their precious stronghold. Though this project never planned out, it was based on the discovery of midichlorians, the tiny organisms that acted as conduits of Force expression. Just like how the Jedi scanned blood for midichlorians, he would scan those he met outside of Republic space, those not subjected to these tests at birth. That's why Anakin was not picked up by the Jedi, and there were countless beings of varying ability all throughout the stars. Tenebris knew that you didn't have to fully understand the Force to manipulate it, and at the end of the day, basic biology could be used to create those powerful in the Force. One day he found a Mun female that exhibited a heightened midichlorian level, and through his manipulations, he turned her into a dark acolyte, training her to be sensitive to others with a heightened presence in the Force. As more and more candidates' DNA were entered into the CMS, they hoped to find a perfect pairing for this Mun female. Tenebris finally found his target, a mid-level administrator on Megiddo named Car Damask. This man was courted by the female Mun acolyte, and Tenebris would develop a friendship with him in the Bith's public persona as Rugus Nome, a renowned wealthy ship designer. Eventually, after they felt they could trust the man, they explained their plan, and Car Damask made a deal with the Sith Devil. If he were to sire a child with the Acolyte, Tenebris would manipulate the leadership in the intergalactic banking clan, and if Car gave over his child to the Dark Lord, he would be rewarded with unprecedented advancement within the most powerful financial empire in the galaxy.
Whose task it had been to romance Car and bear the fruit of that seduction. A child whom Nome and Bith science predicted would be born strong in the Force.
Car agreed, and the woman would live with them as a codicil, or side wife. They would give birth to a son, naming him after his grandfather, Higo. The child would be raised like a lab rat. The mother became experimental psychologist, tracking all of the boy's daily behavior, having daily therapy/confessionals, where the mom would push him to lean into his darker emotions. She is one of the most diabolical Darksiders in history, and she also has to appear as a nice housewife all this time as well, secretly reviewing data with Tenebris, constantly tweaking and developing new ways to grow this boy in the dark side, corrupting him slowly, day in and day out for years. By 5 years old, the housewife had gathered a group of neighborhood kids that she would let play with her son, all while monitoring him, getting him to do entire debriefs on the other kids and what he thought of each one, as well as guiding him to manipulate these kids as well. Higo was realizing that he could use his mind to affect things around him, both by moving things physically, but most curiously, he could change the mental state of his friends. His mom noticed one boy that Higo could not get along with, and slowly pushed him to visualize bad things happening to this boy. Eventually the day came where Higo was so angry with him that he focused on trying to make the boy walk to the window, and calling on his hatred, he used the Force to make the boy jump, falling several stories to his horrific death in the courtyard down below. The community was rocked, and the mom made it seem like it was just an accident, that in the split second she wasn't watching him, the rambunctious boy got out of sight and must have been trying to imitate some holovid heroes. Higo was a bit shaken by this as well, but his mom said that she knew he used his powers, and revealed that she had these powers as well, that they were special and above these simple people. But he must learn to keep these powers a secret, Shortly after this, Rugus Gnome arrived at the Damask home, and Carr agreed to honor his deal, letting his son walk away with the Sith Lord.
With a nod toward Gnome, he said, "In truth, and in ways that you will eventually come to understand, you belong to him."
While over the next 5 years, doors kept opening for Carr, and eventually he rose to the top, sitting as the chairman of the IBC. The Bith Dark Lord prized his unholy creation, would name him Darth Plagueis, and teach him in the Sith science. Some of it was surprisingly mundane and practical, tied to Tenebris's unique plan to destroy the Jedi, hoping to use computers and social planning to provide for everyone's needs across the entire galaxy. He hoped that once all these practical needs were met, appealing to the Jedi Order would be obsolete.
With the aid of sophisticated computers and future-casting formulas, the varied beings of the galaxy could be provided for, and the Jedi Order would gradually dwindle and disappear.
Later in life, Plagueis would point out the folly in this.
Convinced that Tenebris's brilliant equations were missing an important factor, he had argued that future events, whether predicted by machines or glimpsed in visions, were often clouded and unreliable.
Peace and plenty seemed like a good thing, but Plagueis understood his master's darker purpose, to cut the Force out of people's lives, something he knew the Force would not idly stand by and allow. So if the Force intended creation to have chaos and evil, Plagueis would be the lord of it all. After Plagueis killed his master in typical Bainite Sith fashion, he was not aware that Tenebris had already mastered the creation of maxi-chlorians. The Bith believed the key to immortality was through altering midi-chlorians, and while the midi-chlorians would obey the will of the Force and abandon their hosts to return to the living Force and find new hosts, Tenebris created a retrovirus, likely inspired by the work of his own late master, which, though it did cut off the ability of precognition in the Force, the converted organisms, which he dubbed maxi-chlorians, were now stuck in the host. Though immune to dying from old age, he was killed by his apprentice, though his consciousness was retained, and like how a living Sith could pop in people's minds, he would monitor Darth Plagueis, only to be disgusted by the Dark Lord's plan for the galaxy, seeing that it would result in a backlash by the Force that would destroy the Sith. He would use his will to leave Plagueis and try and animate in his own body, but found that while the maxi-chlorians were stuck, so too was his consciousness. His mind was stuck in a hellish prison. As the body dissolved by the elements, his mind was stuck in a loop, replaying the moment of his death over and over. While the Bith Master was stuck in a hell of his own creation, Plagueis took his master's research further than he ever dreamed, hoping to completely understand and control the midichlorians and the Force itself. Expanding on the Bith's labs, he would eventually come across a secret apprentice of Tenebris, another Bith called Darth Venemus.
But who then? Tenebris's offspring, perhaps? Some spawn grown from his genetic material in a laboratory?
When Venemus became the second Bith Sith the Mune had bested, he was captured alive and brought into Plagueis' lab, floating unconscious in a Bacta tank next to another tank that contained a Yinkori. This species was Force resistant, and so along with his highly Force-powered Sith, his experiments in the Force threatened the fabric of reality itself. In response, the Force struck back in the form of Anakin's birth. The Sith were to be finally destroyed, where they hoped to dominate through scientific power. The Force would vanquish them through the power of miracle. So that's it for the Bith breakdown. As for cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, the original name was to be Sikmu, a phonetic anagram for music. Their costume was created by Doug Beswick, who also played the role of Valyrian Karn. Most of this info comes from role-playing guides, the Atlas and Guide to Species, and the Darth Plagueis and Labyrinth of Evil novels. But most important of all, remember, unpredictability is a force of nature, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of one of the strangest, complex, and horrifying species in the galaxy, the Sarlacc. Looking into its biology, semi-sentience, and connection to consciousness and perhaps the Force, as well as its impact on the galaxy and individuals that had run-ins with this hidden terror. This creature has a lot of psychologically symbolic features, the torturous elements that lie just below the surface, that if you fall into, you'll be slowly tortured in isolation. We'll start at the beginning, Sarlacc conception. It's fascinating, but not to be viewed up close. These large, devouring ones we see are the females, while the males are much smaller, and roam an environment looking for a female to parasitically feed off of. It will attach to her and siphon off nutrients, and she will physically wither during this process. The original male will absorb the body of the female, to the point that she is considered devoured, but the spore production sac is retained intact. So really it is now a combined male-female creature, and releases its sperm equivalent into the equivalent of eggs absorbed by the female, as this melded couple being would now dedicate all effort to fertilizing these spores. The sac is growing in size and building up an incredible pressure, and keep in mind this entire process takes thousands of years from boy meets girl to parasitically feeding, and then the birth of the next generation, which is a dramatic and grotesque explosion that marks the death of this merged being in a bloody sarlacc geyser, which shoots up out of the ground, projecting its fertilized spores miles up into the atmosphere, with enough power to actually escape most planets. The best Coruscanti biologists agree that the sarlacc is one of the most ancient species in the galaxy, and because its spores can survive in space for thousands of years, there is little hope that its original homeworld will ever be identified, and numerous cultures have mythological stories revolving around these creatures, the most notable being the Tusken Raiders, who swore that the sarlacc was a self-created god that gave birth to itself in the core of Tatooine, long before their sun split in two. The end of the world would come about when the sarlacc devoured all of Tatooine, and the beast would be forced to devour itself, presumably marking the end of all existence. When these spores, called sarlacci, came into contact with any source of plant or animal life, it would start to devour it like a leech or tick, eventually growing in size to reach its larval stage. Now it could travel around its environment to hunt new prey, with its tentacle-like appendages pulling things into its layers of teeth and mouths. Growing larger, they reached this adolescent period about half the size of a human, and they would furiously hunt down their prey with blistering speed, and now fully formed tongue and mouth that would operate much like its final form. But in this proactive hunting phase, they would swarm on anything that came in their path. Between the spore and adolescent phase, nearly all of them would die, as all cultures and even animals knew that when they met a sarlacc pack, they had to attempt to eradicate it immediately. You could imagine that even at times of war, there must have been things like ceasefires to deal with the greater threat of roaming sarlaccs, civilizations taking a break before they got back to fighting each other. But the ones that did survive enter into a sort of teenager, young adult phase, and one of the first signs of a deeper intelligence is that it would start to challenge much larger prey in hopes of being swallowed whole. This was a much easier way to capture calories, as they would devour the host from the inside out, until the creature died, and then that corpse was still dined on for weeks, until not even the bones remained. Again, this whole phase lasted thousands of years, and after countless banthas, dewbacks, rancors, or whatever else it came across, roughly 30,000 years of being an organic black hole, it would finally settle down and enter its mature plant-like phase. Like a massive oak, fungus, and Venus flytrap all in one, it would use its beak-like tongue to burrow 100 meters under the surface. Remember, it really could be in almost any environment if we see one thriving on Tatooine. And on jungle worlds, you could imagine they had much more calories, and would grow even larger or at least support many more sarlaccs. The tentacles would grow out in each direction to act like roots, as they could absorb nutrients through the skin. This meant that even if large prey didn't approach the mouth, anything that died within this enormous circle of nutrient collection could still feed the sarlacc. This thing lives on scales of thousands of years, so all the little bugs, rodents, microbes, and big game that died and dissolved would provide that little bit of sustenance as it worked its way into the sands or soil. These terrors were so large that most cultures knew to avoid entire areas around a buried sarlacc, and all the animals also knew these areas were off limits. So the sarlacc victims were usually the young of these animals that got separated from the pack, or visitors from other worlds that did not know the area. The tendrils around the mouth would emit pheromones and odors that lured in many types of species, being able to mimic thousands of plants and animal smells, so that the ignorant or desperate come close enough to be snatched up. If it tried to escape, it would be impaled by the thousands of razor-sharp, meter-long teeth, as this fleshy mouth would undulate to ensure the target was pierced and killed. Then the tendrils could use the teeth to rip larger prey like banthas up into smaller chunks, but because this creature lived so long and prey tried so hard to avoid it, it could go extremely long between meals, in part due to those roots picking up nutrients, but also because when it did swallow its prey whole, it purposely kept it alive in its stomach to be digested on for eons.
In his belly you will find a new definition of pain and suffering, as you are slowly digested over 1,000 years.
Once you make it past the hardened beak-like exterior of the main tongue, you pass through a 3-meter wide mouth, and beyond that a sand trap that would keep soils from passing into the stomachs. Right before the digestion begins, you pass through a jungle of stinging tentacles that inject a neurotoxin that paralyzes the victim and makes for easier transport to the proper stomach. Boba likely recovered from the neurotoxin because of his suit and his experience from a life as a bounty hunter. as he once survived falling into a patch of poisonous Zabar fungus in his youth, faking his death when attacked by General Grievous, who was certain that Boba must be dead if he was caught up in these toxins. So some combination of his resolve, genetics, and technology in the suit helps him to regain control of his body in the Sarlacc. Just past these toxic tendrils, we see the first sign of one of the strangest aspects of this creature, making it one of the most interesting in the galaxy. Sarlacc biology may hold the key to understanding the connection between our physical bodies and metaphysical aspects like consciousness, as it is somehow able to keep personal identities alive and thinking, even though the original host body was dissolved into the Sarlacc flesh. In fact, it can detect the intelligence of the victim as it passes this area. If it's a mindless animal, it will be dropped down into the main stomach, still devoured over centuries and lined with countless meat cubbies to maintain the slowly dissolving prey. But these two side stomachs were used for intelligent prey, those with something we might call a soul. Coruscant biologists haven't the slightest clue how this works, but many spiritual groups like the Jedi suspect that it must be some sort of Force sensitivity. If the Force enables one to retain their consciousness after death, it must be related to consciousness itself. And since we know of some creatures like the Ysalmiri, Voxen, and Lothwolf use their Force connection for various purposes, it is reasonable to conclude that this ancient creature could also be in tune somehow. But stranger yet is that once the body is dissolved, the consciousness is trapped in the flesh of the Sarlacc, joining a sort of hive mind or server with digital avatars trapped in a dreamlike state, with glimpses of their past life breaking through to their awareness of this bloody red flesh walls of hell. Boba's survival made him an unexpected hero to xenobiologists everywhere, as legends have it that when a scientist got hold of a holo recorder from Boba's helmet, he discovered a new disturbing aspect to the Sarlacc. By using its connection to the consciousness of its victims, it would also use a sort of telepathic torture, causing nightmare-like visions as Boba was reacting to and fighting things that were not actually on the recording. If he had stayed too long, he too would have been swallowed up into the consciousness, and specifically this one on Tatooine had swallowed several Jedi over its 30,000 plus year lifespan. For some reference, that's older than the Old Republic and Sith Empire, older even than the Prime Jedi and Jedi Order, and over this nearly entire recorded galactic history, it swallowed at least 2 Jedi, one by the name of Suzeho and the other one lost to time. Suzeho was digested for several thousand years, and his consciousness was in this constant torture and communion with his captor. While his final body faded into the cells of the Sarlacc, so too did his mind. His mind was embodied in this very hell that swallowed him, and he would communicate with the victims over millennia, learning of galactic affairs from the other Jedi and travelers like wayward settlers and hunters. Legends say Boba would have lengthy conversations with this voice in his head, which at this point swore to Fett that it was the Sarlacc itself. Eventually, Boba got it to understand that Suzeho was losing his memories of his real life before the Sarlacc, and kept pushing and insulting him in order to trick the being into using its tentacles to crush Boba's jetpack, causing an explosion that allowed him to escape in Legends. Biologists believe that this absorption of minds from various different sentient beings allowed it to create a hive intelligence that helped the Sarlacc to attract more prey. But with Boba's helmet recordings, other scientists posited a darker conclusion that this was just to appeal to a sadistic side of the semi-sentient creature, that in this unfathomably long and boring life as an eating pit, the Sarlacc was intelligent enough to want to play with its food, much like some monkeys or dolphins, and mentally and physically torturing its victims seemed to be the highest level of interaction that it could come up with. Or at least this one on Tatooine. Perhaps other Sarlacc's used their intelligences differently. And this is just kind of crazy speculation of my own, but if it does have these weird sort of telepathic powers, who knows what role it could have played when Jabba was carrying out his execution. As we know, many Force wielders do not believe in coincidences, and Han getting that lucky hit on Boba was a hell of a coinkydink. Crazy for sure, but something fun to think about. There were a few other people that did escape this fate, like Zorba the Hutt, who claimed the monster threw him up because even Sarlacc knew they couldn't digest a hardy Hutt. Though no one believed this, but they also couldn't provide an alternative. One 15-year-old daughter of moisture farmers was running from stormtroopers when she stumbled into the pit, only to have the stormtroopers devoured, while she was thrown back out to the sand. And then there was Starkiller's battle with Shaak Ti on Felucia. She was with the Felucian locals, who had a religious reverence for the Sarlacc, calling it the Ancient Abyss, and using it for ritual sacrifices since time immemorial. The battle would take them into the mouth, where the Jedi would be able to use the Force to take control of the tentacles, which almost swallowed up Vader's apprentice, but his resolve and powers in the dark side forced Shaak Ti to give up the fight and fall into the mouth, where she appears to have become one with the Force. And speaking of these Jedi, the oldest lightsaber form, Form 1, which was the first one taught to all members of the Jedi Order, was called Shi-Cho, or the Way of the Sarlacc. This must mean that the Jedi Order was well aware of the Sarlacc even in its earliest times. Oh, it is an odd creature to name your saber combat after. This tradition was so old that the Jedi themselves lost records on who named it this or why, and the closest explanation may have something to do with this being taught alongside philosophies of incapacitating your opponent without killing them. In a way, the Sarlacc 2 just disables you and technically doesn't kill you, at least not for a while. A few more things to look at in this cross-section is the multiple hearts that are paired with multiple lungs, which keep blood flowing throughout the miles of veins and arteries, which actually grew like roots into the victims, and also moved digestive enzymes, meaning the prey was being digested from the outside in and inside out, presumed to have created a constant boiling and burning sensation. Some of these would grow out to act more like roots, collecting moisture from the soil, and even the great tendrils towards the base are called the anchored root system, pointing at the debate on whether this should be considered an animal or plant or something unique in between. And all of the main body was covered in a thick layer of plate-like armor coating. In its environment, many would develop a symbiotic relationship with the birds or small creatures like the Urusai, which clean its teeth and tentacles. Some animals like the Anuba would use the Sarlacc as a hunting aid, herding their prey towards the pit, where the prey would choose to risk charging into the Anuba pack instead of trying its luck with certain and worse death than the Sarlacc. Its only known predator was to be a fully grown krayt dragon, as nothing else really is this large and mobile. Jabba was advised to destroy the Sarlacc in the Great Pit of Carkoon several times, but it was one of his most prized collections, definitely his most fear-inducing pet. Rancor shows are great and could be done on short notice, but you could make a real memorable party out of a Sarlacc execution. And then there were some scientists that kept alive dream uses of this creature. There was the hope that you could study ancient versions of species that were still being kept alive in their stomachs. But the Holy Grail was to find how the preservation enzymes in the stomach kept flesh alive for thousands of years. It's ironic to think that Boba would have to maintain intense Bacta treatments for the wounds inflicted by the Sarlacc, but in the future, the next miracle healing fluid that might finally replace the blue juice may come from this horrific creature, rescuing the Holy Grail of immortality from the depths of hell itself. They also determined that it shared a common ancestor with the Rathar, Blixus, and Vixus, all ancient and able to thrive in space, as well as nearly any world they found themselves on. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There was a mini Sarlacc bred through unknown means that was sold on Coruscant during the Clone Wars, with one named Phileas being sold by a droid in the Jedi Temple. Though it is funny to wonder if it wasn't a mini Sarlacc at all, and was kind of like when somebody lies about the breed of the puppy, and the owner gets shocked to see how big it is. Since the infant stage of the Sarlacc is so long, maybe it could stay this cute little size for your entire lifetime. On Tatooine, there were at least 4 massive Sarlaccs, and the author of the story with the Jedi Suzeo says that the name is "Oh Jesus" backwards. Not sure of the symbolism there, but the character was created because he wanted to make the Sarlacc intelligent, but Lucasfilm vetoed that, and so the alternative was to make him semi-sentient who absorbs intelligences. The sounds of the Sarlacc were created from alligator hissing sounds, mixed with the sounds from the stomachs of the Return of the Jedi crew after they ate a bunch of pizza. Yes, that's true. The beak and extra tentacles were added in the re-release because Lucas said the original never seemed alive to him. The male attaching to the female to mate was based on the anglerfish, and nothing says this explicitly, but many believe that it was based on the sandworm from Dune, and we find the Sarlacc is in the Dune Sea, and Lucas acknowledges inspiration from the novel, which also had large desert vehicles called sandcrawlers, and the drug Spice. Sarlacc has appeared in a ton of games like Super Star Wars and Force Unleashed, and expanded upon in books like The Essential Guide to Alien Species, Atlas, and Ultimate Star Wars. And there's a bit of lore that is confusing, but too potentially cool to not mention. It's said that in rare cases where the Sarlacc's stomach was too filled with food, it wouldn't throw up the excess. Instead, it seems to be saying that it would be able to integrate the beings and direct food into them, augmenting its own stomach with the numerous smaller stomachs of its prey. And Han and Chewie were once on a mission to go into a Sarlacc's stomach to collect a chemical that could be used to make an explosive. So that's it for the Sarlacc. If you like this video, the best way to help me out is to just hit that like button, leave a comment down below, but most important of all, remember, no matter how long you've been stuck there, never mistake yourself for the hell you find yourself in, and the Force will be with you, always.
This Wookiee got out of hand and had to be put down. We'll find another easy enough.
Tarfful spent years fighting Trandoshan slavers.
Achichituk has been critically wounded in a Trade Federation ambush.
Happy Life Day, everyone.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will pull from every canon and legend source out there to give us a complete understanding of the Wookiee species, from their biology, fascinating hallucinogenic mystical religion, unique traditions, and you'll quickly see why they might have had the toughest lot of any species in the galaxy, being consistently under attack from plants, animals, and then non-stop alien oppression in just about every form you can think of. Their story begins on their homeworld of Kashyyyk at grid coordinates P9 in the mid-rim of the galaxy. Their solar system has 8 planets, with their world at orbit position 3, followed by the Grill asteroid belt, then Trandosha, homeworld of the Trandoshans, and we'll be covering how these people's cultures became intimately intertwined. Kashyyyk has 3 moons, a 26-hour day, and 381 days in a year, being 12,765 kilometers across, and with nearly the entire world being jungles and forests, dotted with lakes and separated by seas, all full of millions of unique animal species, with almost 60% of this world covered by water, and the most notable flora being the Roshar trees. And although this natural wonder of a world was considered beautiful through countless alien eyes, they all quickly came to describe the lush swamps and oceans as layered death traps. As the further you traveled into the greens or blues, the more creatures you came across, with the Wookiee cultures organizing the forest into 7 levels, with 7 being the easiest to live in, and even the bravest Wookiees would stop at level 4. That gets complicated as they move up into treetops, so just visualize it like the layers of an onion, with the easiest level 7 starting at the coasts, and then moving up into the tops of the trees. And so each level after that is both further from the coast or further down the tree. In a way, this layering idea is a lot like the levels of Coruscant. But instead of being shanked by a spice head on 1313, Wookiee parents warned you of the gruesome ways both the plants and wildlife of the forest floor were all conspiring to kill and eat you. The ground level, known as the Shadowlands or Another World, had its most infamous flora, the Siren plant, a beautiful large yellow flower sitting on a blood-red stalk with strong white fibers lining the leaves. It would release pheromones that acted like a siren's call that was nearly undeniable for all animals, and even tempting for adult Wookiees that knew about this thing. If you touched its petals, you'd be caught in its sticky goo, though it became a status symbol for young adults to venture into the Shadowlands with a group of trusted friends, using specialized tools to hold down the petals, while the brave Wookiee harvested the siren fiber, turning it into a symbolic piece of clothing like Lobaka's belt, which showed everyone how crazy and capable you were. While Kithius vine plants were used to make strings for the bowcaster, the Orga were believed to be sentient and use their own language. They even had a sort of weapon, not just their thorns, but could whip these vines like tentacles, and had seed pods that could be fired, exploding to release a corrosive acid. But they ended up in a symbiotic relationship with the Wookiee, probably due to ceremonies formed over countless generations in pre-recorded history, which is still remembered today in the Life Day ceremony and the worship of the Tree of Life. This plant allowed parts of its roots to be harvested and experience hallucinations they interpreted as a communion and spiritual passage with the Tree of Life.
Yeah, I miss the Republic too. Have you ever tried Orga roots on Kashyyyk?
It shouldn't be ignored that this may have been an ancient alien organic device to communicate with other sentients, as Old Republic era researchers believe that the Roshar tree was alien to Kashyyyk, imported by the Rakatan species, info gained by a Rakata computer near one of the star maps.
This utility was built to monitor planet-wide agricultural reformation. It has since malfunctioned. It can be theorized that the supergrowth of Kashyyyk's forests is a direct result.
Well, that is surprising. I doubt any Wookiee would support such a claim. The forest is millennia old.
Malfunction occurred 241 years after last builder communication. Last builder communication, 29,642 years before current Republic standard.
These maps, being artifacts left behind and self-sustained on dark-side energy, were meant to be testaments to the greatness of the Infinite Empire. Since we know the shape we call humanoid came from the Ones, but then directly from Rakatan engineering for dozens of species across the galaxy, it is possible the unique, violent, and sentient life we find here may have been influenced by these dark-side-wielding ancient aliens. Because that was just the plants. For fauna, there were varieties of banthas and the terrifying Tarentatex and Yshock or giant weavers. Unlike most spiders, they were known to track their prey for over a kilometer, leading them into webbed traps that they had previously set up, and biting into the prey, injecting enormous amounts of venom, enough to kill Wookiees and even banthas. so far more than what was needed to down a Coruscanti researcher. And perhaps agitated by the electromagnetic signatures of droids, they are known to quickly destroy any droid sent their way. Even in the modern era, xenobiologists have had a hard time studying the Shadowlands, with these spiders creating labyrinths with their webs and actively hunting down anything inside. Oh, and almost all these species develop to see in complete darkness, making any form of light you use act like a giant kill-me beacon. Having evolved in this environment, the Wookiee have incredible strength and respectable intelligence, and a frame that came to stand from 2 to 2.54 meters or 8 foot 4 inches, with females weighing in around 100 kilograms and males at 150 kilograms or 330 pounds, which is about the average weight of a black bear. But that's with them being 30 to 40% body fat, while Wookiee physiology seems to be the exact opposite, a bit taller, leaner, and more muscular. And thinking of people like Ed Cohn, who set the record for being the strongest person pound for pound, barely weighing 150 pounds when he achieved a 485-pound squat, 295-pound bench, and 495-pound deadlift. So at being around 300 pounds of pure muscle, you can see why the Shredwooks of Kashyyyk can toss around just about any other species they come across. We'll see later in their history how slavers were drawn to this trait as well. Their coats were their most striking feature, being water resistant and helping to protect them from bites and cold weather, coming in a variety of colors from black, brown, gray, and white. While so-called silverbacks were a unique subspecies, technically not Wookiees, and Rooks are considered a subspecies named for their city Rook-Ruru. But this seems more like a race or a type, since Chewbacca was a Rook, and it seems like these three types can interbreed over multiple generations and having cultures that were pretty well all mixed. Though there were the rare albino Wookiees, which were considered a bad omen, stemming from the practical concern that they would not blend in with their environment, and get themselves and their clanmates targeted by the countless predators of the forest. With old age, even though they were covered in hair, growing long beards was a sign of growing into a mature, sagely role, while their eyes were blue or brown, with irises that could range from green, yellow, or red. With all that muscle, they required a daily caloric intake of around 3,500 to 6,000 calories. The diet composed of everything from berries, onions, hot spices, and mostly meat, with dishes so spicy that it would cause permanent damage to a human digestive tract. And same goes for their adult beverages, refining alcohols from all sorts of plants to make Akaragam, Kordig and Thickian brandy, the Garmorel and Graki, all of which could cause alcohol poisoning if the human didn't stumble off the tree cities for their long fall to their death. Their hands have 4 fingers with opposable thumbs, with some of the most powerful muscles being in the hands, with retractable claws that could fire out from hidden sheaths in the fingertips. While their backs, thighs, and calves were ridiculously strong as well, while the nose was so sensitive that the presence of meat would send them into a sort of overwhelming olfactory delirium, salivating past sharp teeth, with fangs that could puncture through the hardest scales and even some artificial armor. They would breathe through human-like lungs, and similarly were known to develop allergies and asthma. Though like the rest of them, their lungs were far stronger than humans, most evident in instruments that humans could not even use, like the Kashyyyk clarion. Their genetic similarities to other humanoids also exposed them to artificial bioweapons created by other alien species, like the Blackwing virus, which would reduce them to mindless and murderous zombies. As they built cities, they opted for the abundant wood and would build sprawling compounds connected by bridges, somewhat like the Ewoks, with these sloping surfaces helping to direct rain and provide an overhang for all the home dwellings, while there are some flat open spots that acted like landing pads, and some are large markets or celebration areas, with some of the most sacred spaces and luxury homes being actually carved through the trees, with each structure being attached via sap acting like glue, and tied in place via plant material, though you still had to make sure that the branches were perfectly wedged in place. Even their largest cities of later eras used no modern tech like repulsor lifts. These are all just perfectly balanced on the trees with plant ropes and adhesives. These trees reach several kilometers in height, with some being 300 to 400 meters, which is still capital ship range, with the largest being taller than a Venator is long. So you could see how you would have to go out of your way to travel down to the forest floor. The species is split into males and females, with females having 6 breasts for providing milk for their offspring, giving live birth and having a gestation period of nearly a year. Wookiee pups were almost a meter long at birth, which must have produced some of the most Duraglass shattering roars, challenging the Zabrak mothers, as that newborn is nearly as tall as an Ewok. Due to how deadly this world was, it only takes about a year for the pup to become fully conscious and walk unassisted, and would slowly reach their max height after puberty, and then some would actually shrink in old age, called nanism, where some were as short as 1.7 meters or 5 foot 7 inches. While they are famous for their long lifespan, living for several centuries, they are beat only by a very few rare people like the Gendai. Their early education started with their first year of life, so as soon as they were self-aware, they already understood their place in the natural harmony of Kashyyyk, going to communal schools and venturing into the wilderness to understand how everything in their society was sourced and produced, before going home toward the end of the day to be with their family. This schooling period didn't last long, definitely not more than a decade, and they would quickly be shifting to spend the day at home helping the grandparents with chores around the house. By the age of 12, the males would perform an initiation ritual. The most common was the gathering of fibers from the siren plant mentioned before, and upon returning, they were considered to have entered young adulthood. While in some regions, there was the Test of Ascension, or Hurtak ceremony, in which the youth had to unlock their Raktor, or inner strength. They would be dropped off in the Shadowlands, and they had to rely on their survival knowledge to avoid predators, making a shelter and everything from tools to utensils. Chewbacca was actually a bit of a late bloomer, performing his Hurtak in the year 187 BBY when he was already 13 years old. At 18, they were full legal adults, but not considered in their prime until they were about 200. While their family would be looking for them to show they were engaged with a career, generating enough income to start a household of their own, and settling down to marry and start a family. Middle age was 301 to 350, old was 351 to 399, and venerable was 400 years plus. Wookiee marriage would have been similar to many species across the stars, being a pair that was bonded for life, sharing a bed only with each other, and expected to raise a standard number of 2 or 3 kids. The Wookiee society was a patriarchal one, with the 400-plus-year-old venerables making most of the decisions for the tribe, and then in later eras making decisions for the city. The chieftain oversaw everything from civil to military affairs, and could even cancel the celebration of holy day festivals. Over the millennia, there came to be a planetary king, who came from a patriarch family, which moved up from a chieftain, and dwelling in the royal city, working with the leaders of cities all over the planet in an efficient and well-organized distribution of responsibilities, for a people that were mostly thought to be ferocious, hot-headed warriors. Though after joining the Republic, they would develop a lesser king system with the senator going off to express the wishes for the king, while the elders still respected and hoped to influence, but still deferred to the senator on complex decisions, with king and senator working together to decide on engaging in things like interplanetary war. It wasn't unusual for the father to leave for long periods of time, leaving the raising of children to the mothers and grandparents and wider social network. Their clan structure comprised what we would call several nuclear families, and these clans would develop century-long friendships or arch rivalries with other clans. Family in this sense extended further out than what most would consider to be blood or a shared last name, and if a Wookiee was saved from death, they owed their savior a life debt. This extended to anyone, even of another species or rival clan, and would last for their entire life. This created an honor family which would be brought into the larger clan. As for their technology, they would come to be known throughout the galaxy for the intricate, high-quality wood carvings, which they practiced since childhood, meaning an expert could have been carving them for hundreds of years. It's very interesting that there is no word for artist in any of the Shriwook language variants. None of them saw this as an art, but a side product of their survival skills. Even though other cultures develop sayings like, give a Wookiee a knife, and send him into the forest in the morning, and by evening he would have carved you a table to eat dinner on, and a house to put it in. Just because everything was in wood and other plant materials, most saw their tech as primitive, but a closer look would show you that they created things like blaster weapons, and even hulls of starships using the flexible, durable Rorschach tree. They were quick to understand alien tech as well, swapping out parts and repairing things, even with stories of hyperdrives being repaired using pieces of hardwood. The Klaatuvak Guild was a secret society of Wookiee cartographers that had been able to hide the location of certain hyperspace routes, and developed an extensive knowledge of the galactic trade routes that often surpassed the native populations involved, leading to a lot of enmity between the guild and many shipping cartels, who knew that if they could just discover these routes, they could cut out the Wookiees and reap even greater profits. They operated out of the city of Kachiro, located deep in the tree Vikalian. When it came to warfare, they were not an aggressive people, Just because they had fiery tempers and could enter a berserker rage that altered their biochemistry until the object of their rage was thoroughly destroyed, they used no organized martial arts style, seeming to just chaotically charge and swing their limbs at targets, beating down with fists, slicing open with their claws, biting with piercing teeth, or ripping limbs off with their sheer strength.
Nobody worries about upsetting a droid.
It's because a droid don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose. Wookiees are known to do that.
Their reputation for removing limbs and even pulling heads off of stormtroopers, even when the helmets were sealed into their undersuits, led to things like deal slang in the underworld like Wookinate. For example, you would say, "Hey, I don't want that guy getting away. Take a plasma cutter and Wookinate him. Just make sure he doesn't roll away when you're done." Again, despite all this, they would try to avoid warfare. They never initiated wars on their neighbors. By the time of their treetop cities, there were no accounts of tribal wars, and no bloody revolutions to overthrow their planetary king. Perhaps because of their great strength and rage states, they found social ways to direct this into contests that could be settled by things other than simply murdering your enemy. Like Vikings developing flitting, or rap battles developed in violent neighborhoods. It isn't odd, but perhaps because of the violence that these outlets were developed. Same with the Wookiees, they came to settle disputes with elaborate theatrical performances. Dances like rhythms of stomping and posturing, and whoever was the most impressive was considered the winner. And these deadly, capable people all respected the decision. Of course, that was the norm, but there were some times where passions were too heated, and a fight did break out. But even when that happened, they were not supposed to take out their claws. These fights were shunned but still accepted, though in the extremely rare cases where a Wookiee would utterly lose themselves and start slicing with their claws, horrifying the onlookers who would move to detain him and label him a Mad Claw, before going through the formal process of exiling them, either to live off-world or down in the Shadowlands. And the shame of this unique fall was a stain on their clan for millennia, as the story was passed down over several Wookiee lifespans. As for weapons themselves, their most famous piece was their bowcaster. Coming in many varieties and often sporting clan markings, they weren't that expensive to produce, usually given as gifts on world and sold for just around 1,200 credits to aliens. They were effective around 30 yards and could carry anywhere from 6 to 35 shots and packed a punch.
I like this thing.
Which is what attracted some bounty hunters like Embo. They could also use all sorts of weapons like the Disruptor Carbine, the X1, a smaller version, the Yeargate pistol, while the heavy Stalker Blaster was a small version of the bowcaster, and a variety of projectile-based slug throwers. Though if they could, they enjoyed using hand-to-hand weapons like the Spirit Blade and Rourke, some of the few metal weapons, and altering things like vibrolances into the Heart Lance, and last but definitely not least, brass knuckles. Now before we get to their history, I want to talk about their language. Collectively, all the dialects are known simply as Wookiee language, but the most common by far was Shriwook, meaning tongue of the tree people. This became a trade language, which is why it isn't too odd that Han Solo would know some, and their relationship is standard since the Wookiees can easily understand many languages, but can only speak in Wookiee tongues due to their unique vocal cords. And most humans cannot make the guttural sounds of the tree folk, so it's one of the few interactions where the two people are talking in their native language, while still understanding each other without the need of a droid interpreter. Some other dialects include Zaxic, spoken in the Wartaki Islands, and Thaikaran, which was rich in technical jargon. Now for their history, we need to go back 2 million years, when the Wookiee had evolved into its anatomically modern state, and they were coming to establish dominance on their ecosystem. Most researchers believe that they were simply able to literally rise above the competition, being excellent climbers and able to move out of the Shadowlands and into the light of the canopy. This is part of why the Roshar trees took on such a religious significance, as they were literally the saviors of their ancestors, as well as their providers throughout history. Sometime around 40,000 BBY, the Infinite Empire of the Rakata terraformed this planet to make it more suitable for agricultural purposes. And though this may have greatly reduced the natural forests, when they were destroyed and the machines left behind, it is theorized that left unattended, these radiated the energy that could have led to the Roshar trees growing several kilometers tall. And since all of their tech drew from the dark side energy, the homes of these friendly and honorable people were shaped and originally powered by darkness. And it is with the Rakata that they would get their first and nowhere near last taste of slavery, as these aliens moved thousands of them to the Rakatan archipelago, with many ending up on Malata. To save on time and credits, they often forced inbreeding with their slaves, resulting in a sickly stock of genetically deformed Wookiees with stooped shoulders, hairless, and long incisors. One of the 8 Thoyor, likely created by the Ones, these enigmatic craft spread throughout the galaxy during what would be called the First Migration, which set down on various worlds in 36,453 BBY, with the goal of collecting Force sensitives and transporting them to Tython to create the Jedi Order. Nearly 10,000 years later, in 25,797 BBY, some of these Wookiees would immigrate to a neighboring world in the Tython system, Skagora, and this group came under the leadership of a Wookiee warlord. They were set on killing the natives on the ground, but most of the natives lived on floating cities. When the warlord refused to surrender, the Jedi Ranger Lenore Brock lived with them for a time to try and convince them to leave the forest, but when this failed, she returned to her perfectly named Peacemaker-class cruiser. She ordered a complete bombardment of the Wookiee-occupied forests. The tree people became one with the woods as the greenery turned into massive piles of ash. It would be relatively quiet on Kashyyyk for the next 20,000+ years until Zerka Corporation discovered them and was able to be awarded investment contracts by the Galactic Republic, which was hoping to expand development out to every rim of the galaxy. Even though there had been Wookiee Jedi, navigators, warlords, and thus probably every other type of occupation, and being a very identifiable species, perhaps due to major payoffs to corrupt senators, Zerka was able to declare that there were no sentient inhabitants on Kashyyyk. First, it was cataloged as G5623, then they let stockholders vote on naming it, and it was then called Ideen.
Zerka Corporation calls the planet Ideen, and no, I don't understand the language. The local Wookiee leader has made it so we don't need to.
Slave markets were the very first industry imported to this world, with Zerka having no real regulations. Essentially, any slaver would just pay a fee to go hunting, and likely pay for whatever Wookiees they were able to take captive, which likely would have included the Zygerians. The natives were lucky that the Mandalorian Wars and Jedi Civil War did not bring their fighting here, having no major trade importance or force nexus, but like seen with the Twi'leks on Ryloth, their plight got even worse when their own people started working with the slavers. Chundar was born as a runt, and always felt like he was unimpressive in his clan. He sought out Zerka personnel to offer to lead the hunt for his fellow Wookiees, using his knowledge of the Shadowlands to track down even Wookiee groups that went into hiding. When his brother Zalbar found out, he attacked him in an open trial, using his claws to try and kill him, earning the title of Mad Claw. And even though his father was chieftain, he still honored the tradition and exiled his good son. Worse, the stain of a Mad Claw and slaver traitor in the family pushed for the father, Freyr, to be removed from power. And with the Zerka operatives manipulating other Wookiees, Chundar was promoted to the new chieftain, and then made it look like he was being tough on the slavers, striking a deal to greatly reduce the rate, but while giving up all the natural rights in his territory. Equipped with the alien arsenal from machines to heavy repeating blaster weapons, he was able to prevent any civil war from breaking out. It would need to be another off-worlder, and one of the greatest force wielders in history to come save the day. Revan arrived with the exiled Zalbar, and when they were tasked with hunting a mad Wookiee in the Shadowlands, they found out it was Freyr. And the disgraced father worked with Revan to find Baka's ceremonial blade, which they used to lead a revolt against Chundar and Zerka. When the runt refused to step down, he was killed. This snowballed into a planet-wide revolt that took the Zerka local HQ and forever freed them from this corporation, paving the way for the next threat. It seems like they might have only had a few lifespans, maybe 1,000 years, before the Trandoshans arrived. And when the Wookiees chased off their scouts, they were able to force them to leave the ship behind. At this time, they did not have any native spacefaring industry, and never got a chance to capture anything from Zerka. With this Trandoshan ship, they were able to reverse engineer many parts, and the Wookiee space program was launched. All while the lizards on the other side of the asteroid belt were spreading through the hyperlanes, and had established good relations with the Corellian traders. They were willing to make credits, but refused to join them as allies in capturing Kashyyyk and carving it up for themselves. And even though they didn't want to start blasting, the Corellians did move to open trade with the Wookiees, though many others noticed that they were taking advantage of the Tree People. Always the defender of alien groups, the Alderaanian Diplomatic Corps sent reps to explain to the Wookiees their rights, and help them understand galactic economics, and help draft their petition to the Galactic Republic for their own seat in the Senate. And shortly after, the first Wookiee senator was sitting in the rotunda, thanks to the intervention from Alderaan. Now the better-informed Wookiee leadership renegotiated deals with the Corellians, becoming a surprising rising star in the Republic. And with this wealth, they bought hyperdrive tech from the Duros, established cultural strategies programs in Alderaan's finest universities, and traded raw materials for the cutting-edge manufacturing processes perfected by the Verpine. All loved the walking carpet people, and many cited what was dubbed the wisdom of the Wookiees, as they achieved a high-tech, comfortable modern life, without losing touch of their ancient traditions or destroying their environment, while every era saw a moderate stream of younglings in the Jedi Order. Being the new darlings of the galactic community, just the material success and riches alone, all kicked off from that recovered Trandoshan ship, was driving the lizards insane. Fuming and plotting their revenge, it was revealed by their shaman that the Scorekeeper, their ancient god who weighed the souls of all her lizard children, would be especially pleased by the capture and murder of Wookiees. Jagannath points were given for great hunts, and their powerful Wookiee neighbors made for one of the greatest hunts in the galaxy. Though it can't be ignored how convenient this revelation was, or that there were tons of other more dangerous wild beasts that should have been far more impressive to hunt, the sheer pride and joy the lizards took in killing Wookiees stemmed from them being overshadowed on this galactic scale. Again, some Wookiees were captured and sold into slavery, some were moved to the Trandoshan's hunting ground Moon, stalking islands of various game, while the most brazen would lead hunts into Wookiee cities and then down into the Shadowlands, braving all sorts of beasts, not just Wookiee, earning the most Jagannath points for the Cosmic Scorekeeper. Wookiee pelts were coveted all across Trandosha, using them from clothing or hanging them on their wall for both decor and as a status symbol, and unlike the other far-off alien oppressors, being just a planet away and now integrally tied into their culture, the Trandoshan raids never stopped, being a problem up until modern-day accounts of their history. Moving up to the year 59 BBY, the Wookiees would rediscover the lost moon Alaris Prime, which was hidden behind a locked orbit with the gas giant Alaris. Chieftain Achitikuk was the senator at this time and fought to negotiate their rights to colonize it against their claims being made by the Trade Federation. This legal battle would take 2 decades to resolve, and it wasn't until 39 BBY that they would have the full rights to colonize, the chieftain moving there with his son Chewbacca and nephew Shorin. It wasn't long before Qui-Gon Jinn arrived to help them in their fight against the local predatory Gundarks, and in doing so, Chewbacca came across B-1 battle droids, revealing that the Trade Federation had established an illegal base on Alaris Prime. By around 36 BBY, 3 years before the Battle of Naboo, the Wookiees were getting a preview of the military might of the TF, as a full-on war erupted that would decide who would retain this moon. One of the droid units were led by the Trandoshan Pect, who despite eventually being overwhelmed by the Wookiee forces, the lizard was able to escape, though he would never give up on his dream of collecting pelts. The Trade Federation had become the archenemies of the Wookiee people, with the Great Tyvaka, Jedi Master to Plo Koon, having been only semi-accidentally killed by the pre-B-1 droids, the hunter-killers used by Nute Gunray. When they were attacked during peace talks at the Stark Combine, Nute ordered his droids to open fire, only concerned with protecting himself. He didn't care who was killed in the crossfire. Senator Yarua was still the sole representative of the Kashyyyk system, a name which itself was insulting to their sentient neighbors, with Trandoshans being represented by their enemies in the Senate. And growing tensions around the Battle of Naboo, the lizards attempted an assassination, but Yarua survived. By 23 BBY, a year before the Battle of Geonosis, a Wookiee ship was shot down over a moon of Trandosha, prompting the Wookiees to put in a full blockade on the lizard world. Oppo Rancys would arrive to help with mediation, but the talks fell apart when they found out that the Trade Federation was coaching the Trandoshans to push for them to have a Senate rep, hoping to keep friendly votes on Coruscant. Even with their archenemies being so tied to the TF and living on their cosmic doorstep, they hoped to stay neutral during the Clone Wars, and were successful for a while until separatist droids killed Prince Rikumi. King Rakchawa swiftly rallied his people to support the Republic, and war would not come to Kashyyyk until the final months of the war, with the first major invasion occurring at Kachiro Beach, hoping to capture the guild headquarters and exploit these secret hyperlanes. Jedi Master Yoda, friend of the Wookiees, worked with Unduli, Voss, Suchoi, and Etain Termukin with the 41st Elite Corps, 76th Regiment, 91st Recon Corps, Delta and Omega squads, and integrating with the furry fighters to understand the natives' weapons, tactics, and capabilities, with Wookiee leaders Tarful, Gumbeki, and Chewbacca. Because of the unique terrain with sand, marsh, large trees, and different bodies of water, the Republic felt the ATTE was not a good fit, opting with the Juggernaut and lighter walkers, while the CIS opted for the lighter PACs instead of the enormous MTT. The blockade overhead would be cut through by the 501st, taking out a Munificent and Providence, while Delta Squad moved to rescue Tarful from the Trandoshan mercenary camp.
Do you mean an entire operation?
Your team was the advance force for a full-scale Republic invasion. I had strict orders not to tell you. It was your reconnaissance, your intel that verified the operation, and now the invasion has begun.
Only now was the beach assault launched, as droid forces raced toward their sacred tree cities. And though this would prove a decisive Wookiee win, their luck would change again almost instantly. With the declaration of Order 66, they watched as Yoda sliced through troopers' heads and could tell who the good guys were, rushing the Jedi to a craft to make an escape, and turned to see the extent of the troopers' new missions on Kashyyyk. Shortly after, the Republic became the Empire, and within days there was a complete blockade over their home, with stormtroopers placing all cities under martial law. The Trandoshans, enemies of the Republic last week, were now coordinating with Imperial brass to construct the Avatar Orbital Platform, a space station that was used to process Wookiee slaves for sale and export across the galaxy, leaving the actual capture of the furballs to their hated enemies, while making sure to ransack the Hyperdrive Guild HQ in the tree and extract all this intel that had been coveted by everyone for centuries. Wookiees that tried to escape the city lockdowns and build a rebellion were met by roving groups of cold-blooded hunters. Once this pushed the city dwellers to rebel, the imps had their footage and pretext to make them enemies of the Empire, initiating the complete enslavement of these people. Many were sold off to enormous operations like the Kessel mining facilities, being worked to death in these horrid conditions. What is really odd is that they found it necessary to get involved in evolutionary history theories, newly being published at the University of Coruscant. Now there was an elaborate story that the Wookiees had evolved from a herd of banthas that survived a crash landing from a Neimoidian ship, and that they were first discovered by the Trade Federation. Other than muddle the proud culture of these people, maybe it would make them seem more like an overblown myth, with caveman-level products barely above animals. And maybe just throwing in that Neimoidian and Trade Federation connection would link the most hated people of the Clone Wars to the Wookiees. A very subtle subconscious manipulation. But the fact that they felt any of this was necessary does show how loved the Wookiee were in the community, hoping to make any support of them to be seen as anti-scientific, weird, antisocial hippie impulses that romanticize these primitive people, with the video evidence of them being in open rebellion with the Empire. And while on Kashyyyk, the slaves not sold off were put to work refining sap from the Rorschach trees in Imperial refineries. The sap could be heavily processed into a volatile chemical compound that could be used as fuel, but this would destroy the trees. And for every barrel of sap refined, it produced more than 200 metric tons of industrial waste, which was all dumped into the rivers near the refineries to be carried off downstream. This would be done throughout the Imperial era, possibly for more than 20 years, so the full effects of this process may be unknown. And while the Geonosians did the bulk of the designing and early building of the Death Star, like we saw that some components were made through the tedious work of prisoners, other components like this were similarly constructed with the powerful and dexterous Wookiee hands. The survival, self-claimed non-artistry skills being used to create a device that could destroy planets and reduce everyone to Palpatine's slave. Others like Grand Moff Lawson Tulruk conducted all sorts of medical experiments on live Wookiee subjects, and preferred implanting inhibitor chips which helped to keep their bulk under control. And even then, some were willing to fight through this, leading to the Imperial policy of keeping the children of the clan in captivity away from the rest of their family. Even if they couldn't work, the imps would threaten to kill or torture the pups, proving to be the only thing possible for snuffing out a Wookiee's berserker rage. All of this only worked to make the Wookiees at large in the galaxy some of the most effective freedom fighters of the growing rebel movements. Some would join Saw's partisans, others joining what would become the Alliance, and many ran in their own cell, working with anyone who aligned with their goals. A strike team responded to the Outer Rim planet of Lasan, the homeworld of the Lasat, that was being set for a complete extermination of the natives. The Wookiee warriors wielded weapons crafted from the Rorschach trees, from bowcasters to rifles to polearms, and with these they were able to ensure the escape of a small number of Lasat, including Garazeb Aurelios. Around the same time, Commodore Thrawn and Lieutenant Commander Eli Vanto were hunting down a rebel band and realized that they were liberating a Wookiee slave hauler. To show how much compartmentalization and secrets there were in the Empire, that even years later, Thrawn was unaware of it. After going through the reports and confirming that these were slaves, apparently a part of a massive slave trade operation, Eli Vanto expressed his disgust, but Thrawn was able to rationalize this and explained that their role in this was clear.
They are called slaves, but they may in fact be indentured servants. They may be prisoners working off their sentence. They may have sold themselves into slavery as a means of repaying debts to others on their world. You really think any of those are likely? No, but it does not matter. However these beings were pressed into service, they are now Imperial assets. They will be treated as such. Understood, Commodore.
It was shortly after this that the Spectre's rebel cell were able to rescue the Wookiee prisoners of Kessel. Sadly, Kashyyyk would stay in Imperial hands even after the Battle of Endor. Initially, liberation was celebrated by the Alliance of Free Planets.
Unable to convince the Alliance to send a strike force, Han and Chewie traveled alone to the forest world, unsure of what they might find.
And though the Nagai species attempted to enslave them, the New Republic was able to repel the Nagai, only for Imperial remnant forces to circle back around and recapture them, forcing Han Solo and Chewbacca to come and lead an uprising that finally set them free from all Imperial forces.
The Trandoshan slavers would never get another foothold under a strong Wookiee government, and that meant completely destroying a heavily guarded Imperial fortress.
While in canon, it would also take Han and Chewie coming to the rescue, this time making use of a hyperspace transceiver to neutralize the inhibitor chips. Having grown lax depending on these chips, once the Wookiees realized they were able to fight back, their rage exploded in a bloodbath that turned each imp into a series of scattered limbs and heads, in a revolution that earned them their freedom as quickly as the Republic became the Empire. This might have been all for naught when Star Destroyers responded overhead, prepping for a complete orbital bombardment. But luckily, the New Republic heeded Han's desperate calls for backup, and a friendly fleet was able to force the imps to flee through hyperspace. Now, something I haven't mentioned yet was Life Day, mostly because our best look at it comes from 1 ABY, a year after the destruction of the first Death Star. Their recorded history dates this holiday back for 1.5 million years, and though some details might have changed, it is a time of celebrating the promise given by the Tree of Life, that it would sustain and promote life for eternity, being the mythological giver of all life on world. The day would involve a feast, the honoring of the youth and couple producing offspring, as well as remembering those lost. A painting titled Ancient Life Day shows how these orbs have been a staple of the tradition. Really a piece of technology, a glass-like material that contained a field of stars that acted like a map of the afterlife, the lights to follow on the other side of this life. To make sure you followed the right lights, implying this could go sideways and souls could be lost, presumably after death or even during this holiday, because, and this is very important to understand, part of the insanity of the holiday special, with so many parts being dreamlike and odd, is meant to induce in you the same feeling the people on Kashyyyk were experiencing. Just like how you're supposed to feel sad, nervous, or scared, in sync with the actors on screen, with the holiday special, you're supposed to feel like you're on drugs watching this. Because the Wookiees and Chewie's extended honor family, including Han, Luke, and Leia, were on drugs. To jump ahead to this scene, nobody is here in their physical bodies. They make it obvious with this scene, but it is so trippy that people often miss this. Part of the Life Day ritual was to consume the hallucinogenic orga roots to, quote, help their spirits locate the tree. Most of this planet was on tight Imperial lockdown, and Wookiees off-world would meditate on icons of the tree and astral project back to their homeworld. And thus the orga root drug was necessary, and the orb was needed to navigate the spirit world safely. That seems crazy, but I'm not making this up. Another quote says that when the Wookiees die, they believe that their souls would, quote, walk off into the stars, which is exactly what you see. And surviving this trip was what Leia mentioned.
A day that takes us through the darkness, a day that leads us into light.
You can see them all wearing the traditional red robes, and there were several other pieces of the wardrobe like the black boots and brass knuckles, but the robe was the most important and never changed. It is unclear what the red color symbolizes, perhaps the blood lost in violent death, and or for the bloody birth. Remember, they gave birth to meter-long live pups. Originally, they would celebrate this day every 3 years, but as it grew in popularity, they started celebrating it yearly. It also became synchronized with other winter holidays, with colorful lights and gift-giving, and despite it being the exact opposite of materialism, of course, companies moved in and monetized the craze, as even since the time of the Old Republic Cold War, there were things like speeder bikes being decorated in Life Day themes. Everybody wanted to buy tinsel bombs and other decorations. And though snow played no role in the celebration on the tropical Kashyyyk, it became so tied to Life Day celebrations interpreted by other alien cultures, likely the biggest proponent being Alderaan. So some planets would bring in expensive artificial snow generators to make them feel more like this advertised version of Life Day. What was authentic was the love of music. Figrin D'an and the model nodes developed holiday classics that were loved across the galaxy. This was in the true spirit of Life Day, as the Wookiees said that the beating wood drums dated back to its origins 1.5 million years ago. And in modern times there was usually a Wookiee choir, and Leia made sure to share her lovely voice. This holiday was so beloved by all sentients across the galaxy that it doesn't seem like the Empire worked hard to crack down on the festivities. It was so loved it even gave droids an existential crisis.
It is indeed true that at times like this, Artu and I wish that we were more than just mechanical beings, and were really alive, so that we could share your feelings with you.
We see Han struggling to get Chewie back home, but he was one of the most wanted men in the galaxy. Once they get there, they experience the normal amount of Imperial oppression, but it is said that even though the partying wasn't its normal multi-week affair, it did still last for a few days. The only respite for people being crushed by global slavery. And if you think the peace and comfort here in Chewie's family home is odd, I have a theory I'll keep till the end for the cool facts and behind the scenes part. Back to the chronology, their New Republic senator was Kirathrar, and Kashyyyk was the key signatory and member of the Inner Council, reopening trade networks which led to Thikiana becoming a major trading hub, specializing in computer tech of all things. Even this brought them bad luck by 23 ABY, attracting agents of the Second Imperium that raided these computer stores. At least it didn't result in a complete planetary invasion. That would come 2 years later, in 25 ABY, during the Yuuzhan Vong War. The most well-known and beloved hero of Kashyyyk, Chewbacca, would be killed on the planet Cernpadal while helping refugees escape. The memorial service on Kashyyyk, and simultaneously observed on countless worlds throughout the galaxy, was the largest in recorded Wookiee history. Knowing Chewie, he would have just been glad to know that he did save so many lives that day. People who were fleeing war, like millions of Wookiees had throughout history. But luckily, due to the Vong hoping to continue their push for the core, his homeworld was relatively unharmed. The Vong captured it on the map, placing some nominal force there to warn off counterattacks, but did not take the time to terraform and completely reshape this planet like the Vong had done with several other worlds. Which is even more lucky considering the raw supply of biomass and dangerous animals that the Vong could work with here. All believed that if the Vong had won the war, or even just had time to consolidate their forces, the Shapers would have worked this planet into something unrecognizable, and essentially make all native species go extinct. With the recapture of Coruscant, the Vong were finally defeated, and 2 decades later, the Second Galactic Civil War kicked off. Though the Wookiees did stay loyal to the Galactic Alliance for some time, Jacen Solo's military force would cause the Wookiees to turn against this human, this member of the late Chewie's honor family, leading these people to join the Confederation, which was led by their old allies on Corellia. The Second Battle of Kashyyyk would take place mostly in orbit, with opposing capital ships. The fighting did involve strikes on important areas planetside, which sparked enormous forest fires that horrified the Wookiees, and their pain was sensed by many in the Jedi Order. Once this conflict burned out and the forests were healing, it was nearly 100 years before we would get the final incident involving alien invaders. Darth Krayt's empire of the 130s ABY wanted to learn from the mistakes of Palpatine. Knowing how powerful and tenacious the Wookiee rebels became, he wanted to simply isolate them. No orbital bombardments, no slavery, just cut the Wookiees out of the conflict by blockading their world, and all nearby hyperroutes, after a blitzkrieg that destroyed all their spaceports and shipyards. In a weird way, this was a very peaceful time, a strange sort of blessing as the Wookiee enjoyed several years without any alien intervention. No wars, but also no bickering traders, legal battles, and alien allies trying to pull you into countless regional conflicts. In the end, after all these wars, the Tree People were able to get back to their roots, celebrating Life Day festivals without any outside influence, spending time in the battle-scarred beauty of the nature surrounding them, and connect with their families like never before. So that's it for the history. Here's some cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. A group of Wookiees is called a groove. They have 150 words for wood, and the best compliment they can give you is to groom you with their enormous tongues. Seeing a cancel is good luck in their culture, and we do see one before the Battle of Kashyyyk, which they win, though the Empire did sour this, but at least they weren't stomped out by clankers. Their name comes from an ad-lib in George Lucas's first movie, THX 1138, with Terry McGovern saying, "I think I just ran over a Wookiee," where he just made up some weird funny name. We almost got a Wookiee uprising in Return of the Jedi, with the DS-2 in orbit over Kashyyyk, but Lucas wanted to change this to the Ewoks. Having a smaller force being able to overthrow the Imps was much more dramatic and symbolic, and also cute and great for merch appealing to kids. And Lucas would say that he wanted a primitive Stone Age people versus the technological superpower, but couldn't square Chewie's people being so primitive if he was such a great pilot and mechanic. Early concept art was less hairy and became the basis of the Lasat species, but the final concept art used involved some suspect drama. Ralph McClory claimed that George Lucas showed him this image, claiming it was from the 1930s, but it was actually from the July issue of Analog, an illustration by John Schoenherr for George R.R. Martin's novelette and 7 Times Never Kill Man. If you look, it even has what looks like a bowcaster. So did George Lucas rip this off? Let me know what you think down in the comments. The Wookiee was present in the earliest drafts of The Star Wars, and there was to be an enormous Wookiee battle on their homeworld in A New Hope, which became the Battle of Kashyyyk in Revenge of the Sith. There's no explanation why, but one day Lucas woke up and decreed that there could be no more Wookiee Jedi in the expanded universe. Famously, Han Har was forbidden to be made a Dark Jedi because of this, and Kirlaka, Lobaka, and Tyvaka were the only ones in all of Star Wars for a while. Then, oddly, they could go back in time introducing the Jedi Roar, and even Lucas himself would finally give this up when making the Clone Wars episode The Gathering, giving us Gungi. They were one of the original 24 character templates in the first Star Wars playing gamebook. In the never meant to be taken as canon series Star Wars tales, it is implied that the Sasquatch on Earth is Chewie. An insane fact is that during the filming of The Return of the Jedi, there was such a fear that some hunter might stumble upon the set or see Chewie through a scope that they had Peter Mayhew always wearing bright orange hunting vests when traveling around in different shooting locations. Baka's ceremonial blade has a great story behind it, being an ancient alien artifact discovered by Baka within a probe that landed in the Shadowlands. He showed the elders and chieftains, and they all agreed that this was proof of intelligent life out in the galaxy, long before they had ever come into first contact with aliens. I didn't want to add too much detail to the army and even naval fleet shown in Galactic Battlegrounds, as this is the only time a military of this scale is mentioned. It's more consistent to see each city as a kind of Greek city-state model, with warriors maintaining their own weaponry, identifying heavily with their tree city, but then seeing themselves as a unified people when alien peoples threaten them. Life Day has so much lore that it could be a lengthy video of its own, and has appeared in tons of media, most notably LEGO shows and movies, well of course starting it off with the holiday special, which isn't even on Disney+, and Lucas famously said about it, quote, "If I had the time and a sledgehammer, I would track down every copy of that show and smash it." Now last, and hopefully least, because I don't want to believe it, is what I'll dub the evil Chewie clan theory. The lore states that during the time of the Galactic Civil War, a Wookiee, none of the ones mentioned in the breakdown, helped to keep the slave trade functioning on Kashyyyk. Atichikuk, Chewbacca's pops, was extremely ambitious, being the one that founded the colony on Alaris Prime, fought off the Trade Federation, and knew the political stupidity of the Republic. He was a prominent chieftain, and had one son running around the galaxy as a criminal, and had a grandson at home named Lumpawarum. We know he loved Lumpy, and hear nothing of his life in the time between the Battle of Kashyyyk and what we see on that famous Life Day celebration. It's just odd that they lived such peaceful lives within a year after the Death Star being destroyed, when the Empire would be going mad, cracking down on everyone, being especially hard on their slave force. We know the Imps would capture the pups and use their torture to keep the Wookiees in line. So to keep Lumpy out of the camps, this long-lived chieftain may have just opted to play nice with the Empire until they inevitably faded away, reasoning that if he resisted, his whole family would just be killed and some other clan would eventually say yes and work with the Imps. So what do you think? Was protecting Lumpy the cause of another dramatic evil father reveal? If you made it this far, please hit that like button, comment your thoughts and suggestions, and check out one of these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Trandoshan species. from their homeworld, biology, culture, and impact on the galaxy, as well as ending on some behind-the-scenes facts. Trandoshan is actually a basicification of the word Doshak, which is what these lizards called themselves in their native language of Dosh, which is also their name for their homeworld. The mid-rim planet registered as Trandosha at grid coordinates P9, located within the Kashyyyk system. Kashyyyk is the name of this system's sun, but also the name of the planet that is home to the Wookiees. This star system had 1 sun and 8 orbitals, which combined had at least 57 moons, which all made for a very active sector of an otherwise quiet part of space. Their homeworld was covered in oceans and dense jungles and forests, though there were some large areas of sun-baked deserts called the Scorch. Deadly predators arose under the waters and beneath the shade of the trees, things like enormous jellyfish, sharks, frisked wolves, and other lizard-like creatures that the Trandoshan evolutionary ancestors fought against for millennia, forging the sentient, cold-blooded, dominant species we see today, which reached 42 million individuals, being at all times throughout their history around 99% Trandoshan. They would hatch from eggs in groups of usually 4 siblings that would be called clutchmates, and this nest would be in warm places in their home or in the Scorchlands. As soon as they emerged from the egg, they were able to walk and hunt on their own, though most parents would keep them in some protected area like their homes to keep them away from the endless predators of their homeworld. Indoors, their natural hunting instinct would express itself in constant play. If a mama Trandoshan would ever let an outsider into their home during this time, you would have seen little lizards chasing each other all around the house, hiding and pouncing on each other at all times of the day and night. They would rapidly mature, developing a skin that was smooth to the touch but thick and scaly, usually in hues of tan, brown, and green, though there was a very rare bluish variant, with limbs that ended in these 3 large digits tipped in razor-sharp claws. These hands and feet made it difficult for them to use many types of blasters, weaponry, or even daily items, and clothing that was often made for humanoids with hand and feet a lot closer to humans. This is why they'll often be seen not wearing any shoes, as finding ones that fit was often difficult, and most Trandoshans felt that shoes were useless and just took away from their dexterity, with their thick scales providing plenty of protection walking on any terrain or metal surface. Their eye color ranged from yellow, orange, or red, and allowed them to see in the infrared range, perfect for hunting other saurians into the dark jungles. Joining the hunt from an early age, most parents would take their 2-year-olds out for their first hunt, and by the age of 10, most were proficient in unarmed combat as well as melee weapons and firearms, while being considered younglings until they were 11, young adults until 15, and being adults from 15 to 35, reaching their average height of 2 meters or 6 foot 7 inches, making them taller than most humanoids but still shorter than Wookiees. They were over the hill at just 35 years old, elderly at 50, and if a Trandoshan ever lived past 60, this was considered venerable and a sort of blessing by the Scorekeeper. The Scorekeeper was a female deity worshipped all across Trandosha. She was a being outside of space and time that enforced a morality that revolved around the hunt, rewarding individuals with Jagannath points for individuals related to the hunt. A cynical interpretation of this belief wonders if it was put in place by some early Trandoshan political power in order to direct a people bubbling with murderous energy, sending them out towards animals and other sentient species instead of towards each other. It seems that the Trandoshans developed space travel before first contact with the Republic, as their feud with the Wookiee people is treated like a cultural constant by both species, as if it had been going on for longer than anyone could remember. The Scorekeeper was said to heavily reward the killing of Wookiees, and coincidentally the Trandoshan economy loved the trade in Wookiee pelts, as these soft, warm, and stylish garments were loved by the many different species that the Trandoshans traded with, but also themselves. Being cold-blooded creatures, it was a truly euphoric experience to sit in the sun covered in your hard-earned Wookiee fur coat. Silverback Wookiees brought on an extra sense of luxury and status, and the Scorekeeper rewarded even more points for these kills, while the most points were achieved by killing infamous Wookiees that had slain Trandoshan brothers. The raids from these alien lizard people becoming a major part of Wookiee culture, and both cultures bred fierce warriors, each growing stronger in time as this feud created a sort of arms race, one that often resulted in Trandoshans literally losing their arms. These lizards are strong, but for a hairy species that could rip the arms off a Gundark, taking these hunters' arms was fairly easy. Bosk lost one of his arms to a Wookiee, and a slaver named So had both of his arms ripped off by the infamous hairball Chewbacca. And this wasn't even that embarrassing. In fact, he bragged about it as being the only one to fight Chewie and survive. You can see these small limbs growing back, like how most lizards can grow their tails and some reptiles can't even regrow their limbs. The Trandoshan was able to fully retain this ability even at a larger size, and after many months they would be fully replaced, Though this was painful, burdensome, and could lead to a Trandoshan being captured, tortured, or even killed by these Wookiees. So they would almost always hunt in packs with a massive arsenal of blasters, explosives, traps, and tools, knowing that if you came to Kashyyyk unarmed, you would leave de-armed. Worse is that if one was captured, they would lose all of their Jagannath points accumulated over their entire life. The only way to get these back would be to kill the one that captured you. If so, you regained all of your points plus some, and upon one's death, the Great Scorekeeper would place her warrior in a spot fitting of their status. Like a sort of Valhalla with multiple tiers, where great warriors could trade stories with their peers, only very few being able to sit at the legendary hero table, sharing a feast with the heroes of old across all time. The Trandoshans would join the Old Republic around 7000 BBY, and were fluent in both Basic and their native Dosh, being literate in both, though when speaking with each other, and especially on their homeworld, they would stick to Dosh, a writing system that had an alphabet comprised of lines and dashes. Now finding themselves in a galactic community, they started collecting Jagannath points from bounty hunting, mercenary work, or as raiding slavers.
Nothing worse than being taken alive to a Trando. Jagannath gets wiped, start from scratch, or die without an afterlife. Not what he wanted. Still did him a favor.
These people were not foodies, and even with a billion culinary options at their razor fingertips, they always preferred a bowl of live worms and a traditional flat cake made from plants from their home. Though they did develop a taste for alcoholic beverages like wine, which caused them to break out their ancient lizard dances that amused other species, often being the only ray of lightheartedness ever witnessed in these cold, violent beings. A dance that Bosk's father Kratos was known to perform in the bounty hunter guilds, where other hunters would learn that despite being rivals, the Trandoshans also shared the Wookiee practice of life debts. This was also seen with the Gungans, Nogri, and Tals, where one would pledge to protect the one that saved their life. Their term for this bond was a Grakowsk, and this was sometime taken advantage of, at least once by a Snivian species named Marn, who tricked Slisk into thinking he had rescued him from a piece of falling machinery. While the Trandoshans' favorite part of the galactic community were the tech wonders of droids and weaponry, they quickly replaced hard labor with X-10D draft droids, but only for those who had a high enough score, which on the worldly plane had to be mediated through the Elders, which of course involves some politics that we'll look at in a second. Though Bosk was one of those great enough to have one of these droids, which he kept on his ship, the Houndstooth. But the Elders said it was open season on any weapons that they wanted to get their hands on. Their natively developed weapons were the Accelerated Charged Particle Array Gun, as well as a Repeater and Gatling Gauntlet, all using a railgun-like technology to propel a solid projectile, making them one of the few people like the Tuskens to use solid rounds instead of energy balls like most blasters. Major companies picked up on these designs and made their own, developing new variants and bringing the style of the weapon into the modern era.
An energy weapon that looks like a slug thrower. I didn't think lizards were that nostalgic.
With many bounty hunters choosing these types of weapons to use on organics. Dirge loved the Gatling Gauntlet, and the advantage of these solid projectiles is that they better pass through some personal shield types, armor, and flesh, though an energy weapon was almost always better against droids. Many Trandoshans would end up buying from the legacy gunsmiths that dominated the galactic market, but those weapons were influenced from the Trandoshan designs. While many would also pick up the standard energy rifles and pistols, Bosk and his father would use a Relby V10 micro-grenade launcher, which was the best of both worlds, being a solid projectile, but also a modern marvel of those aliens over at Blastech Industries that were able to turn something the size of a bullet into a micro-grenade, making it perfect for hunting the largest of game, and eliminating all kinds of targets and their armor, packing 55 micro-grenades into a standard magazine. For live captures, they used the Slave Master stun carbine, and the one weapon that was produced on-world and remained coveted by the Trandoshans and aliens alike were the Challen Ore blades. This Challen Ore is extremely rare and heavier and sharper than what most of the Republic's base was able to produce, being a double-bladed sword that was not a vibroblade, yet still proved viable in modern combat. During the Old Republic era, one Trandoshan named Kaizen Fess was one of the few of his people to avoid the bounty and slaver path, and instead rack up favor with the Scorekeeper by hunting big game all across the galaxy, like his father before him who died hunting crate dragons on Tatooine. He would hunt one wild beast in the Shadowlands of Kashyyyk for 3 weeks, before it somehow blinded him with a light burst in the infrared spectrum, followed by goring him and taking his eye. A little insight into the way they infused meaning into almost anything. He refused to get this fixed with modern tech, since this was a lesson from the Scorekeeper.
Why settle for being half-blind when there are substitutes available?
He would befriend a Jedi Master during the Galactic Cold War, and in their conversations we can get a deeper look into their mindset and culture. The Jedi would try to get him to see how killing the sentient Wookiees was wrong, but Kaizen's reaction was as if this was an incomprehensible claim.
The Wookiees are noble people, not animals for you to kill.
And we see that the scorekeeper rewards those who visit the sites of great fallen hunters, with Kaizen wishing to go to his father's grave on Tatooine. During his time with the Jedi, he would undergo a ritual called Shikoyagu, which could be undertaken once they reach middle age, where they would fast, meditate, and keep physically training, sparking a complete replacement of their skin and growth of new muscle. Trandoshans would typically replace their skin cells over the course of a year, resulting in normal shedding, but this process was a much more deeply involved rebirth. A very painful process that for some marked the end of the hunting period of their life, and they would become elders to settle down and help run their society, as well as mentor younger hunters. But some would pass through this ritual and use their new strength to power their hunts for the rest of their lives. Kaizen mentions that he would drink Nakus leaf medicine on an empty stomach, which helps the skin to molt in this period of rebirth, though it induces vomiting, fever, and burning in the sinuses. In this time, the scorekeeper sees them as neither dead nor alive, and thus unable to do anything that would affect anyone's score, leading him to withhold any advice to help fellow hunters, almost like a vow of silence on all things related to the Great Hunt. To prove they understand that all life feeds on other life, when they were reborn through this molting process, the final step was to eat their own flesh. The first meal in this new life was their own shedded skin. And Kaizen tells us that this dish sits like hard rocks in this long-fasted empty stomach. Shortly after he finished this ritual, he encountered a Wookiee named Gwaror who hated these lizard people, bragging that he had claimed the heads of more than 40 Trandoshans, killing them in their weakened state during their Shikoyagu. The Wookiee claims that it was payback for the Trandoshan tradition of turning Wookiees into pelts, something Kaizen admits without shame and says that he had personally done. After he kills the Wookiee, they learn that there was a Trandoshan that was working with this Wookiee to get their own people killed, something that shocked the Jedi, but Kaizen's calm understanding of this shows that this must not have been unheard of. He just says that for some, credits are enough reason to turn against their people and the scorekeeper. Like all sentients in the galaxy, there were of course a spectrum of beliefs across individuals, and Veneb Drask was one that did not adhere to their cultural norms. To make it worse, this Veneb was a clan elder, and by using this Wookiee to kill off his rivals, he had grown strong alliances and was about to become a clan speaker. This made for a theological issue, getting at the very nature of the Trandoshan god, as Kaizen struggled with the issue that Justice now saw Veneb as prey, but his success and growing power was seen as proof that the scorekeeper was favoring him. It may seem simplistic, but success in gaining power was the strongest evidence for the will of the scorekeeper. If you were doing bad, you didn't have her favor, and if you were doing well, she must have favored you. So speaking against a powerful elder was by definition to disagree with the will of their god. Kaizen declaring, what could he say? I am judge? I am wiser? He knows that many elders would respond that this was not his concern, that those in his rank should just focus on gathering more points. But he thought, prayed, and issued a Grajath, which was a formal dispute which would have to be resolved between the two parties before Veneb could be promoted. This could be hashed out with words or violence, and whoever wins would take the other's points. Veneb denies everything, but snaps at one of his men when they worry about the Jedi, shouting to remember his teaching that no one controls them, not the Jedi or scorekeeper. This was the ultimate blasphemy, and he goes on to explain that they grew tired of serving her. They created their own morality and would hunt others to serve themselves. The Jedi sees the parallel to his own order and the Sith who broke away, and in the inevitable battle, this deceiver would be struck down, and his men wanted to join Kaizen, forming their own clan with him as their clan leader. This is a process that had likely happened countless times over the millennia, as one leader fell away from the path for one reason or another. Other things we learn from Kaizen is that he says most ships will refuse to take on Trandoshan passengers for fear of violence, or charge more, or make them sleep in cargo holds, and he admits that so many of his people reinforce this stereotype that he kind of understands why it's a good rule of thumb. But he is glad that a Jedi took favor of him and saw that he was different. And when he talks, we hear Trandoshans use the term hatchling or soft thing as an insult. while their belief in the scorekeeper expanded into abstract concepts like ignorance or justice, producing hunting-based verbiage like one should stalk ignorance, and when speaking of one who deserves death, saying things like they were the prey of justice, that the hunt and the collection of Jagannath points was synonymous with righteousness and truth. But the Council of Elders was just the highest ring of a class system that was not rigid or obvious, but still stifling enough for some Trandoshans like the assassin Nakaron, who got himself banned from his hometown of Forak and then just about everywhere on Dosh for his disrespect. While others abandoned their scorekeeper and their religious culture out of their obedience to the Jedi Order. One famous Jedi Trandoshan was Mursk, who died in 1032 BBY, a generation before the Sith Empire transformed into the Brotherhood of Darkness. It would be fascinating to hear what a Trandoshan thought of the scorekeeper after they learned to embrace and live in the light side of the Force. We don't have any writings or holocrons from them, but they were all against violence, and perhaps thought the scorekeeper was just a made-up myth created by the ruling class, or maybe that it was some sort of dark side manipulation, sort of dark side demon, or perhaps instilled on their people by some ancient Sith. In around 1000 BBY, when the Brotherhood of Darkness would rise to be the new United Sith Force, they would take control of the sector with two of the strongest and deadliest species by overwhelming Trandosha. Massive burnings of jungles and cities, devastating the homeworld, and using this system as a foothold. The next 1000 years of history would be covered in darkness. By the time of the Clone Wars, the Trandoshans had become more isolated than ever, working in their same capacity to rack up points, usually associated with the underworld, while Trandosha's political representation in the Senate was, through all things, a Wookiee. Senator Yarua represented all of the Kashyyyk system, earning him hatred from both his scaled and furry constituents. At least one terrorist organization couldn't stand this, and Yarua was nearly killed by an assassination attempt by Trandoshans. By 22 BBY, the Clone Wars tensions exploded, and the historical violence and underworld connections of these lizard people combined with tons of actual Trandoshan mercenaries, slavers, and hunters working with the worlds that seceded, increasing the tensions between these people and the Republic. Some Trandoshans saw this war as a Jagannath point boom, and many CIS forces were aided by Trandoshan generals. The Acclamator class, the Prosecutor, was taken by a slaver leading a battalion of droids, a scene that played out countless times across the galaxy, culminating in the ultimate hunt. The full might of this technological superpower was used to appease the scorekeeper in a crusade that promised to conquer the Wookiees completely. The invasion of Kashyyyk was a hunt and collection of Jagannath points on a scale their ancestors only dreamed of, especially with all the silverback Wookiee generals leading from the front. It was also during the Clone Wars era that Bossk would rise to become a galaxy-renowned bounty hunter working alongside the young Boba Fett, and Ahsoka would be hunted down in the time-honored tradition of collecting sentients to release into private game islands, on their Trandoshan moon of Waska. Garnak was the owner of Island 4, one of thousands of islands that would have been stocked with all sorts of game, and used both by the owner's own clan or to host alien hunters for a fee. One of the bucket list experiences for hunters of all species all across the galaxy, ignoring Republic law to hunt things from crates to Jedi, usually operating from the safety of their floating fortresses. When the Empire came to power, it was the greatest thing to ever happen to the Trandoshans, allowing them to act as slave camp operators and overseers of a program that would use the powerful Wookiee people that helped Yoda escape to build countless Imperial facilities, including parts of the Death Star. Bossk would work with countless individuals, including Ezra, but later mostly with the Hutt Empire and Darth Vader personally. This Imperial era would see Naka and his team hunting Wookiees on Kashyyyk, only to have all of his men killed by Black Chrysantan, Noka himself only surviving because he gave up info on his employers that Black used to hunt them down as well. Feresk Tsat was one of the few to fight in the anti-Imperial capacity, being a member of Vanguard Squadron in the New Republic after the Battle of Endor. While their bounty hunting tradition was as strong as always as late as 9 ABY, with these people filling up the ranks of the Bounty Hunter Guild. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There are a ton of visually different depictions of Trandoshans in media, from the movies to the games like Dark Forces and Republic Commando, even in the Clone Wars TV show. Because of this difference in the movies, they came up with a subspecies, the Saurans, a people whose lore has been expanded a bunch, and I hope to cover them one day, but they never directly say how they split. My best guess is likely through their own exploration of the galaxy, they were somehow cut off and evolutionary diverged in isolation, or perhaps some were kidnapped and transferred by some other species in their distant past. One weird fact I wasn't sure what to do with is that the gravity on Trandosha is listed at only 0.62 standard. which would have been cool to see, and perhaps played a role in putting the Ahsoka Hunted episodes on the moon instead. Also, Jagannath is a deity under Hinduism. It's a bit complicated, but the word itself apparently means Lord of the Universe, and is where we get our English word Juggernaut. A lot of details from this book come from the Essential Guide to Alien Species, Complete Locations, Guide to Droids, and the Alien Anthology. If you made it this far, the best way to help me out is to hit that like button, leave a comment about this video or something else you'd like to see, and subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, it's okay to discriminate against giant violent lizards who all explicitly worship a murder deity. And the Force will be with you, always.
My father's bones lay cast aside. His face adorns a mantle. No Kalish could call him God now.
What's up, MetaNerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Kalish species in both canon and legends, a people that would be most known through the cyborg general of the CIS. And we'll start by heading to their homeworld of Kali, located at grid coordinates J7 in wild space. Their neighbors were a bug species called the Yamri, hailing from the planet Huk, and they were just off the hyperlanes that contained Munilist, the headquarters of the intergalactic banking clan, and the worlds Entrala and Jamis, which would become major shipwrights of the First Order. The Kalish species would evolve in this mostly temperate, jungle-covered world, a planet that was also dotted in some Arctic regions and deserts, with large seas and incredibly wide and long rivers. These sentient reptiles would have skin colors and hues of red, orange, and yellow, and would have these flat, elongated faces, which are often compared to bats with their flat nose and large ears that flared out. Their eyes were always yellow, and out of their jawline grew these 4 tusks, the size of which could vary greatly across individuals. While they also had 5 toes on each foot, and hands that had 2 thumbs and 2 fingers. Despite being reptiles and covered in tough scales, which were great for defense, the females sported long black or brown hair. This may seem odd, but hair, feathers, and scales are all made up of the same stuff, like keratin. And so it appears that the Kalish biology has produced this unique combo of scales and hair, which also has some parallels in the classification known as reptomammals, which the Tauntauns belong to, who are actually lizards covered in a thick fur. There's also the Rhodian species, which are reptiles where males have no hair, just these spikes, while the females could have these thick mohawks of hair. This is a good time to point out that there is no evidence that there was any direct genetic manipulation by the Rakata, like we saw with the Zabrak and Twi'lek. But as some Coruscanti biologists believe, it may be proof of the galactic scale of experimentation by the Celestials, the legendary ancient forerunners of the galaxy that shaped the stars and created intelligent life, and planted them across the stars, explaining these curious connections between species separated by thousands of light years, and why there are so many different humanoid species. Now we can assume that with these ears, their sense of hearing was excellent, though their vision may be weak, because when Grievous was put into his cyborg body, they placed surgical implants in his eyes. They of course developed their own language, but they also communicated through pheromones, especially in mate selection, which was quite numerous over their lifetime, as all the various tribes on Kali would practice polygamy, a form of polygamy where a male would have multiple wives. Grievous, for example, would take 10 wives and father 30 children in his short life in his full organic form. You also notice that their legs are plantigrade like humans, not digitigrade like Grievous's cyborg form, a change that required areas of his brain to be surgically altered to control this metal body more easily. Your average Kalish would stand 1.6 to 1.8 meters tall, or 5 feet 7 inches, which makes them similar to humans, and also with a similar lifespan to many other humanoids, being around 80 years, both things that were more evidence towards the Celestials creating all humanoids. Over the millennia, the Kalish would emerge to dominate their environment, hunting the Muumuo boars, and careful not to fall prey to the Krabak, both creatures whose bones would be kept and ritually consecrated by the shamans to imbue special powers. These bones worn all over the body while the skull was attached to the face. These are so important to the Kalish that outsiders almost never saw one without a mask, and we can infer that this likely also worked as a rite of passage to adulthood. And the leader would go through an extension of this ceremony, which was the transition from adult to the lord of the tribe. A ritual that was witnessed firsthand by Darth Malgus, saying, quote, "These Kalish are warlike, ritualistic people. In my brief time on Kali, I observed the ritual by which they chose their war leader." War and religion was everything to the Kalish, with there never being any form of unified global government, just countless tribes engaged in war with their neighbors. though each tribe did have a similar structure and reverence for their shamans, who did things like the consecration of materials just mentioned, but also dream interpretation, rites for death and birth, and the maintenance of holy sites. The most sacred site being Shrupak, a place that would protect the bodies of the Kalish so that they could live on in the afterlife. And then there were sites like Abesmi, an island monolith in the Genua Sea that was believed by all the shamans across the planet to be the site from which the gods ascended into heaven. Kalish shamans from all over the world would maintain an altar for worship to what might have originally been an alien race that seeded populations across the galaxy. These gods may be how the Celestials were remembered over the eons. If so, they certainly weren't the last aliens to set down on Kali. By the 3600s BBY, different groups were making landings on this wild space world, and recruiting the toughest of these reptilians into their ranks. Many Kalish finding a place as mercenaries and working with the Hutts or as assistants to bounty hunters. All admired their proud warrior ways, and their refusal to remove their skull mask was known long before some of the Mandalorian groups that would have a similar relationship to their helmet. Though this also created an insult to call them bone lizards, and at least to Wookiees, their smell was horrendous, with Bodar saying, quote, "I fought the bone lizards before. Their smell was worse than their bite." Most Kalish would choose not to fight for the Sith Empire, in part due to their overall anti-alien sentiments, but also for their use of slave labor, a trade that was just starting to take an interest on Kali, seeing these hardy people as perfect for exploitation. When a Kalish slave did exhibit force abilities, like Zelek, they were attached to a Sith Lord to be trained as an apprentice, while Razor and Sace Rogan did gain their own titles of Sith Lord. And on the Jedi side, there was Sin Tyken, who was able to conceptualize his warrior instincts as being in service of the light, and seeing his life overall as a new sort of shaman, using his connection with the spiritual side and to nature to focus what he wanted to study from the sciences of these off-worlders, eventually using this all to come up with ways to save ecosystems ravaged by the galactic-scale wars, taking the head on the restoration of Taurus among many other worlds. But with these off-worlders also came some new weapons to fight each other with in their endless tribal rivalries. Most common was the use of the Zerka Arms Outland rifles alongside the Lig Sword and Shoni Spear. And then the first of the Republic abuses would occur in 65 BBY. The Bathavrians were allies but not a member world of the Republic, and tensions to secede were bubbling up in this decade on many worlds, which would ultimately explode in the formation of the CIS and the resulting Clone War. But this 43 years before the Battle of Geonosis, the Republic was trying to use covert means to keep hold of power, and sent military instructors to provide the Kalish with falsified information which made it seem like the Bathavrians were about to strike Kali. These Republic instructors helped to train and supply a proxy military force to attack the secessionists. And Kaiman Jai Shilal's grandmother was actually involved in a strike team alongside Jedi Knights. What makes this action by the Republic even worse is their inaction throughout the Huk War. There's no defined start date for this war, as it was a gradual increase in the Huk raids on Kali over numerous generations that would see millions of Kalish captured and sold into slavery. Kaiman Jai Shalal would become a nightmare to the Bug invaders, being the greatest warrior of the time, but then became unstoppable when he met his lover Runduru Lij Kumar. She was a great warrior from one of the rare Arctic regions known as Gradaju, and she believed herself to be a descendant of the gods, while Shilal was certain that he was on the path to ascending to godhood. When they fought together, they were able to prove so effective against the technologically superior bugs that they were able to unify the Kalish people to a greater degree than ever before, calling on the Kolpravas, a great band of tribes, to give him command of the Azashra, the greatest warriors from across the planet. When they captured the slaver ships and took the fight to the Huk colony worlds, they were able to destroy entire cities and populations as they closed in on the Bug's homeworld. The Republic decided that now was the time to intervene, as the Yamri had powerful friends in the Senate and could not let this fighting come to home. Shalal, who at this point had taken the name Grievous, was painted as a violent monster on a warpath, when the reality was that his species was standing up to the slavers that had terrorized them for decades. The Jedi would aid Republic forces and finally push Grievous and his Azashra back to Kali. This loss was followed by one of the most horrific decisions in Republic history, as the warlord narrative helped the Yamri's friends in the Senate pass embargoes on Kali, which stopped all off-world trade, leading to widespread poverty and starvation. Grievous was utterly defeated, but surprisingly, the banking clan said that they could make all of these problems disappear. If Grievous would lead their debt-collecting droid army, they would not only open trade, but actively promote it. This warlord and vanquisher of slavers accepted this deal with the Munes, and in this odd way he did save his people. Grievous was beloved and respected by all of the tribes on Kali, and it wasn't long before they would have to cry out to their hero once more. The Huck had returned, and seemingly out of spite, they desecrated holy burial sites. These bugs found ways to not only terrorize them in this world, but were now attacking Kalish in the afterlife. He abandoned the Banker army, rushing home to gather his Zastra, receive a blessing by the shaman, and take the war to the slavers one last time. But the Sith were always plotting. They worked with Sandhill and Poggle the Lesser to trap Grievous into a life of servitude, imprisoning him in a cyborg body. With surgical precision, the general's men were eliminated, the best warriors of all the Kalish, and he was left clinging on to life. Sith sorcery and Geonosian surgery created a being that would be consumed with destroying the Republic and Jedi. His hatred for the Huck replaced and focused towards the Force wielders and their allies. When Grievous died on Utapau in 19 BBY, his people were certain that he had become a god, being added to the pantheon and worshipped across his homeworld. A few years later, a former Azashra named Bentilis San Skaar was able to coordinate a strike on the Yamri on the planet Oben. Clearing the bugs out, he helped establish the first permanent Kalish colony, but it wouldn't be long before they were challenged by alien invaders. This time it was the humans of the Empire. Same Republic under new management as far as Skaar was concerned, and when they came to inform him that the Kalish would owe tribute to the Empire, a new war was ignited that would last for 10 years. To stop these wild space rebels, the Emperor deployed then Captain Thrawn. He was eager to study this mysterious race, but the Chiss, who was known to have the greatest mind in the galaxy, was stumped by Kalish culture. He admitted to not being able to understand their art or stories, and so finally he went with a complete planetary bombardment, being okay with losing this culture to history, and brought about enough destruction that the war came to an abrupt halt. Skaar himself was captured, however, and when he was brought before the triumphant Chiss, he actually praised the Imp for the ruthlessly efficient use of his amazing high-tech weaponry, having no hard feelings about the slaughter of his people, since they all died as warriors, greater weapons winning the day, not sneaky bombs planted in ships, or running to allies to invoke political and economic pressure. When Palpatine met Skaar, he was impressed with the Kalish's spirit, and gave him command of an Imperial army. He and Thrawn would be a few of the non-humans to serve in powerful roles in the Empire, though he would meet an unceremonious death at the hands of Chewbacca, when the Wookiee threw a gun mount into the Kalish's ship, which caused it to explode. But during this Imperial era, Kali did retain most of its autonomy, with the Kolk Province coming under the command of a female that was said to be Grievous's lover, Kumar, reincarnated. The last time we see the Kalish are with this stormtrooper during the Second Imperial Civil War under Darth Krayt, and with the pirate Sidon Athano. He is said to be a Kalish, and you can even see some similarities with the design of the mask, and the fact that he never takes it off. But right here we can transition into our cool stuff and behind the scenes facts, as canon Kalish depictions are unnecessarily off. Starting with the hands, they seem to have a human-like 4-finger and 1-thumb hand, not the 2 fingers and 2 thumbs, while they are also described as digitigrade, though no depiction shows that, and almost everything about the lore is the same, even Grievous's backstory, so I don't get what's up with these odd changes. One oddness that was not added but was actually kept from Legends is that it's said that their organs are, quote, extremely flammable, which I just think is a weird way to justify Grievous bursting into flames. I think it's just a simpler and better explanation being that it was just a unique chemical soup in his synth sac. Speaking of which, I wasn't sure how to work this in, but here's a look at Grievous's organs, which we see when he has an experience with the Force itself in a canon comic. Legends also has some issues with the depiction of Kalish over the decades, with them first being introduced in comics from the 80s, but the way they look, they might as well be a different species, though their behavior and history otherwise is the same. It wouldn't be for a few decades later until the Star Wars Clone Wars animated series that we first saw Grievous, and then further details on his species were provided in the New Essential Guide to Alien Species, the Atlas, and Essential Guide to Warfare. So that's it for the Kalish species. Thanks for watching. If you liked it, please hit that like button and comment something that you learned or something that you still want to learn about. All that helps to promote the video here on YouTube. And if you want to check out more stuff, you could head down to the description where you'll see a ton of our other species videos, our complete playlist, tons of other Star Wars playlists. But most important of all, remember, if you live in the Outer Rim, don't trust the Republic, and the Force will be with you. Always.
Remind our friend here why His kind are supposed to be dead.
I am Gendai. My people had done nothing to your empire when they set upon us.
What's up, MetaNerds? We're going to break down one of the most unique species in the galaxy, the Gendai, pulling from all these resources to understand everything from biology, history, and impact on the galaxy. The location of their homeworld is unknown, but sometime around 3640 BBY, the Sith Empire completely destroyed their civilization.
I am Gendai. My people had done nothing to your empire when they set upon us. They tore our world apart, slaughtered our children, or sold them as slaves.
All accounts say that despite the stereotype the galaxy had of them in the later millennia, they were a peaceful race with deep philosophical traditions, with numerous schools dedicated to studying the mystery and meaning of life, working to achieve what they called, quote, perfection of permanence. A way of living that saw yourself as part of an ever-changing universe, the latest squiggly bit on a convoluted path of creation stretching back unbroken to the birth of the universe. That change is an illusion. Everything is still just the latest version of the divine spark taking countless material forms. Their most influential philosophical leaders taught action without action, that chaos and destruction came from harmful meddling, trying to impose your ideals on reality. But being just a part of existence, we would always get it wrong, and it was better to just let nature take the lead. Of course, records on them are scarce, and some of these accounts come from the few that remained, but are backed up by accounts from travelers that interacted with them and visited this now lost world. There are no accounts of war in their history, and they seem to have achieved planetary peace, without any form of official government. They were mostly tribal nomads, and likely received their spacefaring tech from another alien species. But once they ventured into the stars, again we see nothing but peaceful interactions. They mostly stuck to themselves, having tribe ships that explored, took in natural wonders, and talked philosophy with alien species. And this is all most likely a result of their unique biology. The Gendai can live well past 7,000 years old. They had a body that was like a bundle of snakes, cords of muscles and nerves that each could act independently but joined together to form a single entity, organizing into a point like a human face, with 2 eyes, central nose, and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, with small horns that protrude along the cheeks and head. I don't say skull because even with this shape there are no bones in the entire body. The closest thing would be these teeth. This entire head seems to be the result of a complicated process where the tips of hundreds of bundles all come together, releasing something equivalent to stem cells that would then take on specialized functions while always retaining the ability to revert back. The reason most of them take a humanoid shape in general is because that shape is most common, and we may just be seeing what they look like after their space travels across the galaxy. Humanoid form is the most common due to the result of Celestials and Rakata's genetic experimentation, and while there's a ton of different species, everything from clothes, eating utensils, ship controls, and blasters were all made to be used by humanoids. It's hard to picture this, but their physical appearance may be forever shaped by their alien neighbors, and we may never know what the original form of Gendai looked like, as we can be certain that they were not just another humanoid creation. Like how the human, Twi'lek, and Zabrak are so similar that they can interbreed, as well as many other humanoids, the Gendai biology is unlike anything else out there, and probably evolved independently without alien intervention. But this look may be a cultural influence, so we can only imagine how it originally looked before exposure to so many other humanoid aliens. These bundles of pink and purple snakes moving around and forming organs like ears and eyes and all sorts of different forms in order to perceive the world around them. And while those cells could specialize and make organs like we see in the head, there are no vital organs. And this is why I say their philosophy may be influenced by their biology. There is no head of state, no hierarchy, and they see themselves as a bundle of circumstances coming together. A person is just a collection of elemental parts, which are all themselves made of the same stuff. Yet you get this strange emergent phenomena that we call the self, which is seemingly so different from all those parts. Take a moment to honor those lost Gendai philosophers, and realize how funny it is that you think the biology of this species is odd. How silly that sounds. Just putting a bunch of the same parts together in special formations, giving you these unique individuals. Think about how ridiculous that is using your neurons. While on top of the mystery of consciousness, there is the speed at which these strands can reassemble or move, giving them what felt like near instant reflexes and unmatched agility. No terrain was an obstacle to this type of motor system, and it isn't that they are indestructible, it just seems that way due to them being in this constant stem cell-like state. Let's say a philosophical debate got too heated and someone emptied a blaster into them. Each of those burnt through holes would be sealed, and cell regeneration was started in that instant. All species have some form of wound healing. It is just that every part of their body is constantly in this growth and repair state, and able to react in a blink, while having no centralized thing to target. Humans only fail due to blaster shots because of blood loss, some nerves are cut off to vital organs, or the organ itself was destroyed. And since there could be some specialization of organs, let's say even a non-human shaped distribution of eyes, ears, and mouth, that regen feature just means that when you blast off its eyes, it grows new eyes. Again, this stem cell thing in the cells means that those eyes could pop out on its fingers and just morph around into different shapes, regenerating new organs to perceive the threat. So mix their philosophy with just how hard it is to kill them, and you could see why war was truly not a solution for any of their problems. What is never addressed is how they subjectively feel pain. Just because they don't die easily, this doesn't mean they don't feel it. I think they suffer at a much greater rate than almost any other species, since we do get details that their sensory acuity can be so high that they could feel a human's heartbeat from up to 200 meters away. They're extremely sensitive, so when they did become warriors, every time they seemed like unstoppable gods, they were using their monk minds to overcome this intense pain, feeling every blow, strike, flame, and bolt worse than your average species. In the conversation between the Flame and an Imperial officer, we see that the Sith forces had a protocol for dealing with their regenerative ability.
Gendai have no hearts or brains to fail. The only way to destroy them is to shred the bodies and scatter them. But we proved 1 billion times over that they're not immortal, right, Gendai? How many of you crawled away? 2? 10?
The Flame was one of the best examples of how a good Gendai would operate. He unified many of the oppressed species on Nar Shaddaa, those like the Twi'lek who had been brutalized by the Sith Empire, and their resistance movement came to see him as a sort of mythological figure, while most of the imps were terrified of him.
They call him the Flame, and we have killed him twice. Each time he reappears. The locals claim he's immortal.
The Flame would hang the bodies of Imperials in the public square for all to see, one of the most brazen challenges to the Empire from anyone in this era. Admiral Joffin led the original attack on the Gendai that started all this, and the philosophical warrior wanted his revenge.
You were not one of the Sith who came to my world to destroy it. It is the Admiral who led that attack. It is the Admiral who will die for it. In fact, every species here has suffered an unprovoked attack by your Empire.
This creature should not exist. His species is a mockery of humanity, of nature. He's led a rebellion against the Empire, he's burned our factories, killed Imperial soldiers.
Here the stories split. Some say the Gendai was killed that day, others say that he was sent into exile.
Perhaps there is yet a place in the galaxy where it is possible to live in peace.
With his departure showing a glimpse of the peaceful, honorable behavior that most associated with his species, and leaving him alive could cause rare moments of mercy and self-reflection in the high-ranking imps.
There are certainly reasons one might have to hate the Empire. Perhaps we all deserve a second chance.
There are several factors that compounded the devastation of their homeworld, dooming these people after these Imperial attacks. One is that they had very low birth rates. This would make it harder to quickly repopulate. The other was that a disproportionate number of younger men were killed in the fighting. The few that survived were those not fit for combat. And with all the amazing benefits of being an unkillable purple spaghetti monster, when those nerve bundles degenerated, things went real crazy real fast. The second thing they were best known for is their nerve degeneracy-induced psychosis. When they finally did reach their elder years, this degeneracy caused extremely violent outbursts and radical changes in personality. Many of them would go into self-imposed exile as these effects started, where they often quickly rose through the ranks of the underworld to become powerful mercenaries, bounty hunters, and warlords. If it bleeds, it leads, and tales of unkillable, massive, warm-bodied demons stuck in the minds of people a lot more than the accounts of just another countless alien world being destroyed by the Empire. Beings like the Locust more fit the new stereotype from this era on, a mindless killing machine that was nearly impossible to bring down. While the Hutts also sought out their talents like seen with the armies gathered under Sunder. There was one group of Gendai survivors on the Republic world of Belsavis, but when the Sith forces blew open an ancient vault, a deadly virus was released, and researchers were having a tough time stopping the spread. They finally determined that the Gendai had become the perfect host. While the virus killed most within a few hours, due to their regeneration, their bodies were able to fight it off, but never fully eradicate the virus from their bodies. This caused a debate among the Republic leadership to just kill these few Gendai, or attempt the latest antidote and see if that worked to finally eradicate this virus.
If they aren't killed, they'll eventually infect the entire planet.
Or we could cure them. Jansen doesn't agree, so that makes you these creatures' best hope. I can give you the antidote.
Beyond Belsavis, the tribe of nomads wandering the stars set up their own small communities, wanting to stay out of galactic affairs altogether. And it is unclear if over the next 3 millennia, if any ever found a rock in the galaxy to call their new home, or if those groups just stayed isolated and spread out. Dirge would be born sometime around 2000 BBY, but would suffer early nerve degeneracy, and in the final century of the Republic, he was considered to have gone into full psychosis. Though his tribe had been worried about him early on. Even as a youth, he showed high levels of aggression, and he was drawn to becoming a bounty hunter at the first moment he saw one. While all other recorded Gendai only left once the nerve degeneration kicked in, he fled from his people with an insatiable lust for the hunt. He molded himself into a humanoid armor suit which paired his biological advantage with the technological options usually seen only in the Mandalorians. And it would be a Mandalorian that took him in and trained with him. Though he and his mentor were betrayed, he would continue collecting bounties for the next 2 millennia, earning him riches that must have totaled up to be in the hundreds of millions, if not billions of credits, fighting for and against the Sith, killing many Jedi, and eventually even Mandalorians, even killing the Mandalore around 100 years before the Battle of Yavin. You will get a full complete life video, but in case you only see this, I really want to sneak in this point, that it isn't that big a stretch to see Dirge as being the catalyst for the downfall of the Mandawade. It's true that they always had a tumultuous history, but never as fractured and divisive as we see them in the final century of the Republic, with warring factions bubbling up for decades, civil wars that a young Jango Fett would get pulled into, where they would destroy the surface of their homeworld decades before the Clone Wars, only to be fractured by Maul's reign and then the Imperial conquest. With Dirge killing the sole ruler, the Mandalore, around 130 BBY, the shock and instability that brought could have been what set all this in motion. He would go on to be one of the greatest terrors of the Clone Wars, with one of his biggest draws to the CIS being the opportunity to kill countless Mandalorians, as he considered the clone troopers of Jango Fett, with their Mando culture and Mando-style armor, to be close enough to true Mandalorians to bring him great joy as he slaughtered them. Operation Dirge's Lance was one of the greatest campaigns of the war, but General Skywalker would finally defeat him. Skywalker and Kenobi would sneak into a ship, and eventually Anakin was able to use explosives to blow the Gendai's helmet off, burning his face, losing a hand, and suffering several saber slashes. Skywalker understood that even if none of these individual blows killed Dirge, his strange body still had to use up energy to repair itself, and overall would reduce his willpower. While Dirge boasted, Skywalker force-pushed him into an escape pod, which was set on a collision course with a nearby star. Watching to make sure the pod and its contents were vaporized, his face screaming as the highly sensitive, massive body of trillions of nerve endings was burned alive. While Anakin is hit through the Force by this massive pain Dirge suffered in death. But his legacy would live on, as scientists in the Imperial era dreamed of using Gendai warriors, inspired by the tales of Dirge's Lance. Around 1.5 ABY, a lab on Dantooine would head Project Dirge, with scientists being given a mess that they could barely call a life form, but by keeping its limbs and organs together, it recovered at a rate never seen before. Though its body never fully healed, so the creature was placed in this battle armor suit, before it escaped and was eventually killed by Boba Fett. While this project is named after Dirge, and the specimen does show great regeneration, I think it's a different species. It could have been parts of Dirge blown off during his final battle with Anakin, pink goo scraped off the walls and kept alive, but that wouldn't be described as limbs and organs. So this points that the Imperials didn't have a true understanding of the elusive Gendai species, or simply were just inspired by Dirge, the closest thing to this unnamed specimen. And of course we'll learn more about Ravis coming soon, the leader of the Bedlam Raiders during the Imperial era, but who fought Jedi during the High Republic era. As for behind the scenes facts, Dirge's quick adapting strange blob worm body was inspired by Akira, and for as obscure as he became, he's going to play a big role in an official movie launch, with Lucasfilm wanting a memorable bounty hunter that would challenge Jedi for the Clone Wars miniseries building up to the Revenge of the Sith. And then for the Clone Wars show, Filoni and Gilroy thought about reimagining Dirge into a human character, keeping the same cool armor, but just a human underneath, but luckily they dropped this and designed a new bounty hunter in the form of Cad Bane. If you want to look more into the Gendai, here are the main sources used. Please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. And check out one of these other videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, only fight a Gendai near some form of major shredder or incinerator, and the Force will be with you. Always.
We don't serve your type either.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Celestin species, looking at everything from their homeworld, biology, history, culture, and importance in the galaxy at large, pulling from all canon and legend sources. The Celestins got their name from their homeworld, Celest, located at coordinate M17, the Prima sector of the Outer Rim. The Celest system contained one sun and 5 orbits, with Celest in the 4th position. At first orbital was a gas giant with 18 moons named Solomon, followed by Lununmo, with a similar gas composition but with 34 moons. Followed by an asteroid field, Sullust and its 2 moons, Solon and Umnub, and the last was the rocky planet Mumumnub. This space geography will prove important to its history as these gases, asteroids, and habitable planets and moons all in the Outer Rim proved very difficult to control. Heading down to Sullust, we find a world with a 20-hour day, 263 days in a year, and a diameter about the same as Coruscant at 12,780 kilometers. Unlike Coruscant, most species would need to pack a breathe mask, as it is a Type 2 atmosphere. Type 4 had one or more aspects of their atmosphere that made them toxic, flammable, or had high or non-existent pressure, making them completely inhospitable to almost every species. And while Type 1 was suitable to almost all species, Type 2 and 3 were along this continuum, with the Keldor species homeworld Doran making it so Luke wore a mask when visiting. And other Type 2 worlds included Mustafar. Humans could breathe in it, but there would be negative long-term health effects. Volcanic activity was the same issue here on Sullust, generating hot and thick clouds of toxic gas that swept over the surface with varying intensity. It was near impossible to get a weather prediction, so there was always the worry of getting caught in a gaseous breeze that was either so hot it burned out your eyes and lungs, or you just fell unconscious from the gas itself. Some spots were worse than others, and we'll see how some surface level industry was achieved, but it isn't like there were some lush, peaceful parts of Sullust. Their entire world was covered in mountainous terrains with some rocky deserts and countless volcanoes. They had no classification for a truly dormant volcano. Some had not blown in decades or centuries, but no one ever trusted that they were completely safe. While the massive volcanoes were continuously pouring out like rivers that stretched across the planet and connected all over the surface, making for lakes and oceans of lava. It may seem impossible for life to form here, and there was a spot called the Slime Sea that was a thick, disgusting liquid, which may have given rise to early life. But if you move beneath the surface, you will find a cave system that expanded into huge open spaces, all connecting to each other in a labyrinthian complex that stretched throughout the world. It is possible that at some point in the distant past, early life forms were spread out all across Sullust, and when the surface turned into a hellscape, there could have been a combo of some life getting trapped down below, and others choosing to move into these caves, where they would then further branch off down evolutionary lines. Because some of these animals seem normal, while others seem thoroughly bred by the flames, like the ash angel, a large predatory bird that could extract everything it needed by eating the ash, and it would excrete it out like a sweat, creating a haunting image that was sought after by birdwatchers all across the galaxy. There was also the rock render, which would just eat rocks, absorbing minerals to survive. There were some predatory snakes and lizards, and others like the Drutash grub seemed to be native to the caves. But there are things like the alv, which are like butterflies, and tons of herd animals like the curl-nose, mim, and others that don't get a name, along with the sand cat, which would become loved all across the galaxy for its ridiculously large grin when fat and happy. And besides the domesticated animals, there was also simple animal technology, like a canary in a coal mine. They had the Selous snake in a mineral mine, releasing the harmless creatures en masse, and as they called the caves home, the Sullustans could use them like poison gas sensors. If the Selous was comfortable, you were safe, but if you saw any changes, you knew that the latest volcanic activity caused a leak. So either they and many of these herd animals evolved on the surface when storms were lightning and water, not poison gas and lava drops, or just all these beings besides the mineral eaters just evolved inside these enormous cave systems. Both seem reasonable to me, so comment down below what you think. But all the recorded history is from cave dwelling on out, and much of their biology became shaped by the subterranean living. But before you think that's proof that they must have always been subterranean, keep in mind that like we saw with the Nycto species, in the galaxy far, far away you can get rapid biological divergence in thousands of years, not millions. Their height could range wildly from 1 to 1.8 meters, or 3 foot 3 inches to 5'11", making me wonder if this directly coordinates to the height of certain cave areas. Temperature differences caused humidity and water to form deep in the tunnels, and their facial jowls are called dew flaps because they captured moisture which was absorbed right through the skin. Although most species thought these flaps all looked the same, most Sullustans could tell the difference, and each was as individual as a retinal marker or fingerprint. To make themselves stand out even more, they would get tattoos, and the very few that could were known to grow out their hair. It is stated that they only grow hair on their face, and yet we have a few females that have this long hair. Breaking narrative here for a bit, it took me an hour to sort this out. A very odd feeling once you realize how long you've been spending on this, but it did end up making sense. During the late Republic and Imperial era, corporate power was so absolute that everyone essentially was just working for Sorosub. Combine that with the gray monotony of the Empire, and the Sullustans were struggling to express themselves. They put a big emphasis on how good someone could look, and as they mingled with the human-dominated galactic community, they got a love of cosmetology and styling wigs for hair. They end up having a lot of human-style hairdos, and these skills with their hair, makeup, and tattoos made them galaxy-renowned. The species with no hair on their head became a staple in the hairstyling field, taking the #1 spot from the Wookiees, and by 6 ABY, their guild, the Barbers of Sullust, were able to buy up all the major haircutting franchises in the galaxy. Back to their adaptations, their enormous eyes let them see up to 20 meters in the dark, and incredibly well in dim light, and were not sensitive to infrared, a combo that allowed them to do things like reading and building, and of course hunting, in what to humans appeared to be pitch black darkness. And perhaps dwelling in these underground labyrinths produced one of the greatest memories of any species in the galaxy, as they were known to be able to navigate a path after looking at a map only once. And these cave systems were so complex that aliens would never risk exploring down here without droid assistance. Their hearing was also exceptional, and one of the saddest notes of any species out there is that these pitch dark subterranean dwellers relied on their hearing so much that if one was born with hearing impairments, none of them lived very long. Some became just too easy prey for those cave creatures mentioned before, but most of them took their own lives out of despair, from not being able to communicate well, nor enjoy their culture fully, as Sullustans loved to tell jokes and stories, and had a huge focus on musical instruments. Though they could see well in the dark, the cave acoustics and low light created a people that were all audiophiles, so when one was isolated in this silent existence, it proved too difficult to bear. As for their family structure, it would roughly stay the same for thousands of years, each familial unit being called a Warren clan. Females without a mate were called femmes, and most would choose a husband around the time they could reproduce, and now we're in a status of ready. Once they became ready, the female chose their husband, and over their lives, most would accumulate several husbands. All of them would live together, and the female would normally stay home and raise all their kids, while the men went off to their respective jobs. It must have been that the children all took the wife's surname, and all surnames were 4 letters long when translated into Basic. Their language of Sullustese was one of the hardest to learn for other species, while some physically couldn't produce these sounds. And historians note that there are some Warren clans that have nobility titles in their name, but they have no memory or recorded history of any time of a monarchy, claiming that they were always a democratic people. Similar to early evolutionary history, the question of whether they dwelled above or below, this too seems to have been lost to time, and everything points to this being on purpose. As if some group restructured society in response to some emergency, they developed a new sort of cultural origin myth. A myth that worked in a really impressive way, as they were absolutely dedicated to free market capitalism, believing this was the best way to innovate and efficiently distribute resources, but also believed that this worked because they were not greedy. All species described them as outgoing, friendly, intelligent, and pragmatic, and it seemed obvious to them that free markets produced the best and most products, but also that you wouldn't hoard, and you could help others be successful in business, seeing that wealth grow throughout your Warren clan, city, and all of Sullust. As for religion, there was a pantheon of gods, but the only one we know of is Triac, the goddess of chaos, who would be revealed up through the Imperial era, and like how the female was the head of the clan, this goddess was worshipped as the merciful Warren mother of all of Sullust. Their views on the afterlife are not clear, but they did have a large emphasis on burial rites, and they did hold the event of death with great ceremonial reverence, and called death the eternal sleep. Presumably, this must mean that the dead were not seen as completely destroyed or non-existent, and the ceremony would be structured around the important people in the deceased's life. The mourners wore different colored tabards for their relation to the deceased. The crypt master would lead the ceremony, and after the body was placed in the cave wall, everyone placed a transparasteel block in what was called the tomb walling ceremony. These glass blocks were formed in the lava fields above, and may have been seen as connected to the goddess, and it had the practical purpose of allowing the loved ones to see the body or casket. It isn't explained how or even if the body is prepared or packaged in any way. The first to place the blocks were the children of his immediate family, going from youngest to oldest, up to their own parents, then the males of his Warren clan, followed by extended family, close friends, and later during Sorosub's dominance under the Empire, they inserted themselves here, always having a company representative there. Since so many came to work for this company, a corporate superior was seen as their work family, and then last was the person considered to be their closest friend. Usually this was the spouse, but it could just be a best friend. This person gave a speech in at least as many words as the years the person lived, with Sullustans seeming to have similar lifespans to humans. And this was specifically not supposed to be a eulogy, as all there should know the dead intimately, and instead was supposed to be, quote, forward-looking and coming from the heart. If it wasn't, this was one of the only times you would see these happy-go-lucky, practical joke-loving people turn into brawlers. Any deviance from this was said to lead to heated confrontations, and the same procession of loved ones was done for birthdays, weddings, and holidays, each with some special symbolic act that they all partook in, like the Gallery of Ancestors, housing the Catacomb of Eminence, which were the resting places of important Celestins across time. As their civilization grew, they started carving out their own tunnels, connecting the caves in this rocky subterranean superhighway, and established beautiful cities. First contact with an alien race is not recorded, and they were commonly seen along the Rima trade route by around 5500 BBY. And it seems like they either created their own spacecraft and explored out on their own, or were contacted by the Jedi Order way before the Republic ever officially interacted with them. Because Celestins were crucial in the development of the lightsaber's final form, helping on the technological side to move it away from this corded weapon called the Proto-Saber. Once off-worlders came to visit Sullust, they quickly spread stories of the dangerous blackouts from volcanic explosions that made it hard to see through the black smoke, as well as the static buildup that could produce deadly bolts of lightning. But the unique beauty of these cave cities and their rich range of products from the galaxy-renowned markets and restaurants brought people of every species to this seemingly inhospitable world, making the most of the galactic trade network to create better products here in these caves than most other lush, rich worlds out there. One of these fine products was Sullustan wine. It may be either very strong, great tasting, or both, because it was really hard to get a Sullustan drunk, and they did not suffer from hangovers, even if they blacked out like a volcanic storm. This wine was so remarkable that when connoisseur and playboy Lando Calrissian finally decided to settle down and propose, he chose a Sullustan wine to celebrate this special occasion. Though that plan didn't work out, at least he had a nice drink. It was the mark of an upper-class establishment to have some bottles in-house, and it was the medium through which one of the most important events in galactic history occurred.
The droid brought out a third, then a fourth bottle of the Sullustan wine. His eyelids began to flicker and close, and his breathing slowed, Plagueis unsuspecting and asleep. And he moved in a blur. Crackling from his fingertips, a web of blue lightning wound itself on the Mune's breathing device.
There were also a ton of attractions that popped up, like the Ceres Serrano pod racing course, the therapeutic green mud hot springs of Perengisi, and the lava ride that was the only thing like it in the galaxy, where they would put tourists into thick transparasteel bubbles, drop them into active volcanoes right before they popped, and they would burst out and float down the lava streams, and be picked up and returned to ship via tractor beam. This evolved into a sport like soccer, using these bubbles and playing right near the volcano opening, a sport that was seen as too dangerous by many, but was a staple in the world of sports betting. By 1000 BBY, their moon Umnub was strip mined, and this led to a boom in their starship manufacturing, leading to Sorosub Corporation. This entity would become the peak expression of Sullustan culture, combining their endless curiosity, relationships with all sorts of alien species, raw mineral resources, and photographic memory that made them excellent engineers, scouts, and pilots. It would become a major player in the Commerce Guild, and had a seat on the Trade Federation Directorate in 33 BBY, a year before the Battle of Naboo. Shu Mai, the Presidente of the Commerce Guild, once said, quote, "Sullust shines as a nova of capitalism. Their goods and services grew to the point that the standard of living on this lava world ended up being one of the best in the galaxy, especially when you consider that there were no hopelessly destitute, abandoned parts of their civilization like on Coruscant. But the growing tensions of the decade from the invasion of Naboo to the Battle of Geonosis would turn their culture into an evil direction. The Republic at this time had no military, so in order to combat the growing number of pirates, the Senate allowed private companies to build larger and larger fleets. Corporations essentially became states with their own militaries, employing and protecting millions. And so this led to the Senate allowing corporations like the Trade Federation to have a seat in the Senate. This precedent carried over to Sullust, and a constitutional amendment allowed Sorosub shareholders to vote in Sullustan Council elections. By now the population of Sullust was 18.5 billion, and 50% of them worked for Sorosub. When the Clone Wars was declared, Sullust was one of the most powerful worlds in the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Even though most of the ships and droids were produced by the Quarrens of the Free Dak Volunteers Engineering Corps, or by Horish, Kessel Drive, and Bactoid Workshops, much of the raw material and high-end electrical and mechanical parts could be traced back to Sullust, or the many moons and asteroid belts of this star system. Around this time, the capital of their world changed their name from Balorum to Sorosub Central, but once the Republic became the Empire, they would struggle to fulfill contracts, as all Imperial production was focused through long corrupted channels like Kuat drive yards, and the Empire wanted dictatorial power over all production. And though Sullust claimed to support Palpatine in name, their combo of free markets and local democracy was not something the Empire wanted to work with. There were plenty of companies willing to bribe politicians, and the board members of Sorosub watched as more and more companies were taken over with bogus claims of Imperial security issues. This was a major problem on worlds like Lothal. So to get ahead of this, in 2 BBY, Chairman Sub approved the Corporate Proclamation 137D, which essentially made him the Emperor of Sullust. And he made a public proclamation of allegiance to the Empire and gave a powerful denouncement of the Rebel Alliance. This perversion of their mercantile and conflict-avoiding tendencies sparked the first widespread civil unrest on this world. Fulu Sub-City grew from the increased pressures from their corporatocracy, where anyone speaking out against the company was seen as traitorous and essentially exiled from major cities. Fulu Sub became a haven for free thinkers and saw a cultural explosion of new art, music, inventions, and philosophies, something unheard of in the time of the Empire. But what's still crazy is that what's considered an independent city bragged that it had less than 30% of its people working for Sorosub. Still incredibly high, yet everywhere else was now near 100% working for the company in some capacity. Imperial influences continued to poison the culture, and for the first time in their history, Sullustans would be forced into labor, housed at the worksite, and not be allowed to leave. With slavery on Sullust, millions were now plotting to help the Rebel Alliance, the most notable being Cyan Tev and Nine Nub, but they were smart enough to try and keep it small scale and local for as long as they could. Ted was adamant that they'd not get tied to the Alliance, but when the Empire kidnapped many top Celestin engineers, and then Tev himself was kidnapped, only for all of them to be freed by Alliance agents, he agreed to help them, but still hoped to hide any connection. That is until 4 ABY, when his resistance was able to overthrow the Imperial supporting board members, and using this rule by owners vote to become dictator, he officially announced that Sullust would join the Rebel Alliance. This was just months before the Battle of Endor, and it would have signed a death warrant for his people if the Rebel Alliance failed. The ISB always had a complex, deceit-filled plot to meet these threats, and instead of overt military action, they had Sullustan mercenaries attack powerful rebel Bothan Borsk Fela, playing on intel they picked up that most Sullustans harbored a deep disdain for the Bothans and their spy network, which was known to sell off intel to protect themselves, and they possessed intel on Imperial movements that could have saved countless Sullustan lives. This caused such a rift in Rebel Alliance command that it might have resulted in the second Death Star plans never reaching Mon Mothma. But luckily, the Sullustans and Tev were exonerated, and it was all exposed as an ISB plot. Nine Nub would safely secure his future place in the Catacomb of Eminence, becoming a hero to his people, being the co-pilot of the Millennium Falcon that helped take out the Death Star. Tev would use his power to reverse the Sorosub corporatocracy, and would be one of the initial signatories of the Declaration of the New Republic. While the markets were open and free, these people were pragmatic enough to see that the issue was with the leaders, not the system, and most were still proud of what Sorosub could do, rapidly producing a powerful New Republic fleet, with a large percentage of the officers in the NRDF being Sullustans. From helping to produce the modern lightsaber, to being the lifeblood of Starfleets, these fun-loving, hard-working, and caring people were crucial to protecting the galaxy from the time of the Old Republic up through the Yuzon Vong invasion. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The Celestin Din Tinray was born deaf, but with an experimental ear, she was able to live normally, and hoped to save others from that sad fate. But there was another problem ever since Celestins moved off-world. In all this daylight and artificial light, it began to damage their corneas starting around 30 years old. When Imperial presence was heavy on Sullust, the rock renders thought a buffet opened. They were drawn to the delicious plastoid composite in the Stormtroopers' armor. As Leia explained, they're rock renders, not flesh eaters. They can't resist the mouthfeel of dense minerals, such as Stormtrooper armor. When the Sullust resistance group was growing deep in the convoluted cave system, they used Drutash Grub folk remedies, grinding these up and putting the ooze on things to stop parasitic infections. And there is this creature, the Hepmaga Miord species, which was produced in a fan art competition, but was officially stated as a canon sentient species that also once inhabited Sullust. My headcanon is that, like with a lot of proto-humans, they were wiped out by early Sullustans, perhaps when they moved into the caves. Real-world birds are known to eat ashes, gaining important trace minerals and large pieces as grit to grind food in their gizzards. This was most likely the inspiration for the ashbird. Nine Nub was puppeteered by Mike Quinn, who also worked on Dark Crystal, and he suggested that the face be puppeteered as well. Filming the scenes in the Falcon were extra difficult. He had to lay on his back and look at a monitor to see how Nub was moving. This character got his name from being the 9th puppet shipped to London, with the other B-Wing pilot called 10 Nub, like number 10. When 9 left for the rebellion, he stole the Sorosub freighter he was piloting, which was called the Melcrawler, named after an odd creature on Sullust that would keep stinking long after it died. 9's voice came from an intern of Skywalker Sound named Kipsang Bill Rodich. The Sullustese is actually his Kenyan Kikuyu dialect, so he's just reading the line in English, "What are you doing over there? All of you please come here," while some of the other laughs and sounds were just improv. The moon Sulon was shown in Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, and while Sullust was mentioned in Return of the Jedi,
what of the reports of the rebel fleet massing near Sullust?
It was first seen in the Rogue Squadron game, and then in the Clone Wars during the Battle of Sullust, where Ventress was betrayed by Dooku. Though the most in-depth look planet side was from Battlefront, and the art team said they based this look on Iceland. Some people don't think there were any Sullustans in the prequels, but there was one in each of the films. They're just always off in the background. A lot of information for this came from the Star Wars Atlas, RPG sourcebooks, guides to planet and moons, and guide to species. But most important of all, remember, don't judge a planet by its appearance or a Sullustan by their dewflap, and the Force will be with you. Always.
I can make some beautiful music with these.
So this is a Mandalorian. I thought they'd be bigger.
What's up, MetaNerdz? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Devaronian species. Everything from their homeworld, biology, culture, history, and impact on the galaxy, from all canon and legend sources. Their story begins at grid coordinates M13, in the Delore sector of the colony's region. It is unclear how many suns or planets were in the Deveron system, but Deveron itself had a 19-hour day, 298 days in a year, and a Type 1 atmosphere. A standard gravity and moderate temperature, with a mostly jungle terrain, defined by low mountains and deep valleys, along with large oceans and countless rivers and lakes. This lush world gave rise to Bandara beetles that made endless annoying droning sounds to attract mates, a sound that female Deveronians hated, and males seemed to have enjoyed, making it even more annoying for the females. The venomous fur spider that spun red-colored webs, which somehow made its way to Coruscant, where it added to the many terrors found in the lower levels. Similar story with the Gacklebat. That must have been a stowaway or escaped from an exotic animal merchant eons ago, because this 10-foot wide bat with fangs that injected a paralyzing toxin was originally native to Yavin 4, but now found throughout these jungles. While native predators included the Quora, four-legged reptiles with a horn snout and rows of razor-sharp teeth. These beasts would actually change the course of galactic history, when the Deveronians refused to give up their ancient practice of sicking Quora on convicted murderers and traitors. With this form of capital punishment, the New Republic refused to let them join. The Watch Beasts were worms that could reach tens of meters long, and though they would eat anything from metals to meat, they could be tamed, and used to keep watch over important areas, devouring any strangers. Biologists believe the Deveronians evolved from some shared ancestor, with there being other horned primates that roamed through the mountains. They used these horns to defend themselves from predators, and over the millennia the females eventually lost theirs, leaving nothing but these spots on their head where horns used to be. It is believed the men still have theirs because they did most of the hunting, as well as fighting with each other, and the horns would remain as a factor in mate selection. Females were attracted to large, beautiful horns, so men would polish, wax, and cover them with scented oils. Their teeth also differed greatly, with 1 in 5 males having 2 sets, with one being the sharp incisors that could rip apart flesh, and the second set being retractable, blunt, rounded teeth better for grains and vegetables. These were known as the female teeth. Since the move from primitive hunter-gatherers to settlements at the base of mountains, Deveronian women would stay in the village and raise the children, keep the home and organize the community, while the men went out to hunt and war against rival tribes. Women would carry out most of the raising of crops, and thus village life was mostly veggies and grains, while men would be eating more meat. And it seems like these different lifestyles led to the receding of fur seen on males. Both sexes were covered in fur at one point, and you can still see this in the white, brown, and reddish soft coat of fur, but with males you see more of their skin, which was this striking red. And at least the men have these really long tongues, but it's unclear if this is true for the females. Jungle life meant surviving a constant onslaught of diseases, poisons, and venoms, resulting in the Deveronians' unique physiology, which was one of the toughest in the galaxy. This carried over to things like drugs and alcohol, for which they had a ridiculously high tolerance. It was known throughout cantinas from Coruscant to Tatooine that outside of brawls and blasters, a drinking game with a Deveronian could get you killed. Part of this was due to their 2 livers, but also a unique organ that helped further filter and clot blood, helping to minimize damage from wounds and disease. And while all this was great for winning free drinks, this blood filtration was because of their silver-based blood, not iron-based like in most oxygen-breathing species. which made their blood black in color and was not as efficient as transporting oxygen as humans' red blood cells. But they realized that their body could also use sulfur as a performance enhancer. Silver does carry sulfur extremely well, so the practice of sulfur snuffing was around as long as recorded history, back then used for hunts, wartime, and reproductive acts. Now still in all those things, but also in sports, long hyperspace journeys, or bounty hunting. Some carry it in a small stick, while others just take it in through a mask. And if it wasn't for the horrendous rotten egg smell, I'd expect a lot of space junkies to take a big sniff of this stuff, looking a lot like glitter stim and other spice products. Though its effects on a Deveronian were great, they all knew the warnings that overuse could build up too much in their system and could lead to addiction and early death. It is said that because of the bad smell, some cantinas would have designated sections, and you could imagine that those just whipping out the rotten egg powder in a crowded bar would spark someone to want to beat the horns off of them. Ironically, this would be the worst time to get in a fight with these red devils. Because even without the sulfur snuffing, these people were incredibly dense, with thicker muscles and bones than most other humanoids. So while their height was below average at 1.6 meters or 5 foot 3 inches, they weighed closer to a Wookiee, something many human brawlers found out only too late after they already broke their hands on a Deveronian's jaw. Luckily though, their appearance was their greatest peacemaker, because while the males were aggressive and looking to fight, many different alien species had myths with creepy red-skinned demons, often with horns, and it was even the fact that the skin was so thick that it was fire resistant. All sorts of things matched up with evil spirits, and so all kinds of species found themselves uncomfortable in the presence of a Deveronian. As one Shadow Guard once said, "I know the difference between a demon and a Deveronian, and I'd rather trust a demon." So many just avoided all interaction altogether, which robbed a lot of people of a great conversation, as the males were known to be irresponsible, reckless adventurers always looking for the next thrill, seemingly unable to keep still, and thus had some of the best stories. As their civilization went from small villages to an industrialized global economy, they invented their own forms of space travel, and were one of the first to develop hyperspace travel. In almost all things connected to raising the civilization, the women were at the core. Most businesses and politicians were women. But when this new tech was developed, it would be these males filled with wanderlust that spread their people throughout the stars. Their tumble drive, or tumble hyperdrive, was far too dangerous for career-minded folk, or just about any sane person to trust. But there were always plenty of males ready to explore, and they would meet with other alien species to build out the Corellian trade spine. And like the hunters of old, bring home all sorts of new treasures from this galactic jungle. Eventually, these trade connections brought them the more reliable hyperdrive, and from 29,000 to 25,000 BBY, they were solidifying the Deveronians' presence in the galactic community, with the politicians back home being able to keep everything remarkably peaceful, culminating in Deveron joining the Galactic Republic. At this time, they were one of the furthest out planets in known space, this colony region being the outer rim of its day, Deveron itself making the last stop before what was considered wild space. Now in the galactic community, it was common to have families where the man would father children, go off on space adventures, and sometimes never return, but almost always would send home credits and presents for the children. If they did return, it was only to hang out with the kids, and all throughout their history, the only meaningful time husband and wife spent with each other was during the midday meal ceremony called the Ashmar. And even then, that was only when the man wasn't off during some hunt or war. As they interacted with more and more species, they had another aspect that struck people with a supernatural fear. Despite looking like the dark side embodied, this species had an abnormally high number of Force sensitives, and almost all of them walked in the light. It is odd that there were no native Force-based traditions here like we see with the Gungans or the many sects on Jedha, but many would be taken into the Jedi Order, and they would become such a font of Force children that the Order built the Edit Temple on Deveron, placing it on a vergence in the Force found deep in the jungle. It didn't seem that Force expression was stronger in males or females, but the temperament of the males did make it so more ran away from the Order or were kicked out as younglings before they could even get that deep into the practice, most likely being one of the hardest species to work with. During the Jedi Civil War circa 4000 BBY, this was the site of a battle between Republic and Darth Revan's forces. The Republic would win, and for the next 4,000 years there was above average peace on this world, as the colonies region became more secure, and crime and chaos was continuously focused more in the Outer Rim. Notable violence wouldn't occur here until 22 BBY, and loyal Republic Senator Elsa Sai Moro was assassinated by Aurra Sing. Singh was hired by Vane Sai Malak, who actually had a reputation as being one of the most incorruptible in the Senate, all while secretly plotting with Count Dooku to flip her world to the CIS. She even coordinated the construction of a separatist base in the Blue Mountain region, and used her political power to cover it all up. When Elsha discovered this and threatened to tell the Jedi, that's when Aurra Sing was contacted. But once this whole plot was revealed, Vane was executed in the traditional manner, to be eaten alive by Quorra, the president of this world, rejecting the Jedi's plea for a trial in the Senate. That same year, Bolo Rapal, the keeper of the Kyber memory crystal containing a list of Force-sensitive children, was kidnapped by Cad Bane from a Republic outpost here. And this space battle during the bounty hunter's escape seems to be the only major fight here during the Clone Wars. Though it would be the location Count Dooku's new apprentice, Savage Opress, would make his introduction to the galaxy.
It is essential that we seize the temple, if the Separatists ever hope to take control of that corner of the galaxy.
Leading a group of droids and easily slaughtering the clones and Jedi that stood in his way, taking full control of Edith Temple. This would likely help with communications and gave the CIS some Republic secrets.
The Temple of Edith serves only as a front for the military operations of the Republic.
But Deveron itself would never be completely controlled by the Separatists, as it is stated that President Avensai Ulrak kept their world loyal to the Republic until it transitioned into the Empire. Now loyal to Emperor Palpatine, like most Clone Wars allies and ancient members of the Republic, each year saw an increased Imperial presence. Always the conflict-avoiding and pragmatic leaders, their government had the Deveronian military integrated into the Imperial one stationed here. In 5 BBY, the local rebellion was spreading throughout their cities, and Captain Cardu Sai Malik would carry out one of the most heinous war crimes of the Imperial era, especially of anyone carried out on one's own people. His forces surrounded the rebel city of Montelion Sarat, and after long shelling, the rebels gave up peacefully. 700 men, women, and children were taken prisoner. But shortly after this, he got command that his army was needed immediately to move and reinforce another. There was no way he could take all these prisoners with him and help that other battalion, so refusing to let these hard-won prisoners go, he had all of them executed. With the infamous nickname the Butcher of Montelion Sarat, the man was to be sentenced to death by his own military and government, but was able to escape off-world and spend the next 24 years enjoying life to the fullest. Taking the name Labria and working as an information broker in the Outer Rim, the Butcher indulged in his love of music and was ecstatic to hear that Figrin Dan and the modal nodes had come to Tatooine. He would travel across the galaxy, spending every day drinking and partying, until Boba Fett caught up with him in 19 ABY. Fett was at the peak of his walk in the Mandalorian tradition, and was outraged by this man's dishonorable life. Once captured, Fett had him explain why he did it, asking if he was ordered to kill these prisoners, but the response was worse than he expected. Cardu saying, quote, "They didn't have to. It took almost 5 minutes, Fett. We put them in a holding pen and started shooting at them. They screamed and screamed and screamed. We just kept shooting until the screaming had stopped." After Fett promised to deliver the man's vast collection of obscure music to the School of Music on Coruscant, the Butcher was brought back home. He enjoyed the view of his homeland, even as he was brought to the Judgment Field in the ruins of Montelion Sarat, where 10,000 people came out to see this evil extinguished. And when he was thrown to the Quorra, he was still commenting on the beauty of the jungle mountain ranges, as he arched his neck to allow the beast to rip out his throat easier and provide a quicker, more painless death. Executions like this were why they were never allowed to join the New Republic, but it was monsters like Cardu that made the matriarchs of the government feel that it was worth it. So that's it for the breakdown, and as for cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, those 1 in 50 Deveronians with the 2 set of teeth had to keep on retracting and extending both set of teeth to speak Huttese, causing their jaw and teeth to ache. The original costume was not designed by the team, but was a generic second-hand devil costume that was used by the costume department because they ran out of alien costumes for the cantina. The story of the war criminal comes from Tales from the Mos Eisley Cantina and Tales of the Bounty Hunters. There are a ton of inconsistencies in their depictions, with some females looking hairless. You could say that they just shaved it down, but the greenish-yellow skin of Vizago and Roland are the first time a non-red skin color is shown. But it was cool to see a nod to their love of music and Cardu's obsession with music specifically, right in the very first time we meet Vizago.
I can make some beautiful music with these.
A lot of this info comes from the Atlas, Guide to Species, and Guide to Warfare, as well as a bunch of RPG sourcebooks. If you made it this far, the best way to help me out is to hit that like button, comment down below, and share the video, and be sure to subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, you might be able to outfiddle him, but don't try and outdrink the devil. And the Force will be with you, always. Just a heads up, this has some major spoilers for the Mandalorian show, and I feel like just saying that already gives something away, but as much as I want your view, I would hate to spoil one of the biggest surprises. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is going to cover all the different members of Yoda species in both Legends and canon. If you care about that distinction, I'll put a Legends logo on the screen. With that amazing surprise in the first episode of The Mandalorian, it got me thinking I should cover all the other members of the Yoda species. And right away we already have a cool point. Yoda species is the official name, with George Lucas wanting to keep Yoda's background a mystery. And as much as I like internally consistent lore, I actually really like that choice. But there is a good amount of information on other Yoda species throughout the millennia, so let's do it chronologically, starting with the first one, Vandar Tokar. He was born 4,225 years before the Battle of Yavin, and like Yoda millennia later, he would sit on the Jedi High Council. Vandar was one of the council members that Revan defied in order to attack the Mandalorians, during the events that would come to be known as the Mandalorian Wars. He was also the Jedi that Padawan Zane Carrick called after surviving the Padawan Massacre, an event that was basically Luke's trying to kill sleeping Kylo, but times 5. As Force visions made their masters think that the Padawans would turn to the dark side and destroy the Jedi and Republic. After eventually discovering the truth of the situation, he helped the Padawan that was being framed for the murders. And when Revan returned, he retrained him in the light side. Vandar would direct Revan and Shan to locate the Starforge, and he even survived Darth Malak's attack on Dantooine, all before participating in the Battle of Rakata Prime. And just some cool tie-ins to point out here, the Jedi Enclave at Dantooine was one of the most important during the time of the Old Republic, and this planet is mentioned by Leia in A New Hope.
Dantooine. They're on Dantooine.
And during the fighting of this Jedi Civil War, Vandar fought alongside Admiral Forn Dodonna, distant ancestor of General Jan Dodonna of the Rebel Alliance. Vandar's death would come in 3952 BBY, when his life force was consumed by Darth Nihilus, in one of the darkest and most insane events in galactic history. His legacy was great, and so to honor him, the Jedi Order had an Noeticon created, a more advanced holocron variant that contained a highly accurate AI representation of Vandar, so that later generations could come as close as possible to speaking with this great master. As for his powers, he would dual-wield lightsaber Shotos, the smaller blades that Yoda uses, while specializing in the abilities of Force Suppression and Sever Force. Both really controversial moves that were seen as cruel by most Jedi, as it made the victim feel as if they were permanently cut off from their connection to the Force. And it's interesting to note that he is the only Yoda species to have a last name, but both he and Oteg would speak with normal grammar. Some believe that this was because they were discovered by the Jedi Order earlier in their lives, and so they never picked up that manner of speaking like Yoda and Yaddle. Oteg was born in 3843 BBY, and became a great military leader as well. Oteg was appointed to the Jedi High Council, but was also asked by the Supreme Chancellor to become a fleet admiral. He led an expeditionary fleet from the bridge of his Valor-class cruiser named Telos. Oteg would run into the ghost of Mitra Surik and eventually free Revan. But beyond that, not much is known about this short-statured fleet admiral and Jedi master. It wouldn't be for another couple millennia before we see the next member of this species. Its name was lost to history, but the stone monument survives to this day. 1,000 years before the Death Star was destroyed, the new Sith Wars came to an end. A powerful attack called the Thought Bomb trapped the souls of 100 Jedi and the entire Brotherhood of Darkness. One of those Jedi was of Yoda's species, and his Padawan went back to this site 10 years later to carve out an enormous monument to the Army of Light. As fate would have it, Yoda was the only Jedi to discover the existence of this valley, though he later did teach it to Luke. 300 years after this, we meet Minch. Active in the year 700 BBY, he was a Padawan to the Sabrak Master Tadai. They were sent to investigate reports of Dark Jedi, and in the opening battle he was insulted and eventually defeated, and he would have died if not rescued by his Jedi allies. The Dark One would not reveal the location of his master, but they were able to track the fleeing vehicle to the remote Dagobah system. Minch's master wanted them to wait for reinforcements, but eager to prove himself, the Padawan pursued to the planet's surface. He got sight of the Dark Jedi Master, who ran into a cave. When he entered, the Master insulted him and taunted him, saying that he should turn to the dark side. As the Padawan went to attack, the Dark Jedi grew to enormous size. Then when he was finally cut, he simply became countless versions of himself, all swarming Minch. But as this vision subsided, he saw that the Dark Jedi had received a fatal blow. But his adversaries simply mocked him, saying that he could feel Minch drawing deeply on the dark side of the Force. The Dark Jedi would die there, but this cave would forever be a nexus of dark side energy, pulling out one's deepest fears and insecurities for years to come. Now at this point, Yoda had already been born, but was still just 196 years young. His story is of course a long and complex tale that we'll cover in a separate video. But in the year 509 BBY, we see the birth of Yaddle. She is the first and only female of the species that we have met, and Yaddle starts getting involved in peacekeeping operations at around 200 years old. Her master Ploven Cut was killed when the pair were ambushed, and Yaddle was locked up in a deep underground prison. The mad warlord Tulok would have her tortured endlessly in order to learn about the Jedi's plans, but she never gave in. As the years went by, the warlord would forget about her and leave Yaddle to rot in her pit, an especially cruel fate for such a long-lived species. She would live in solitary confinement for over a century, surviving on the creatures that were able to make their way into her prison. But eventually she became a part of local legend. They called this mysterious being the One Below, with some ritually sending down food, the being that had been there for as long as the villagers could remember. But this also forced her to devote almost all of her time to meditating on the mysterious will of the Force, and all away from the traditions of the Jedi. She was said to have become one with the Force while still alive, achieving enlightenment in the total darkness of her cave. Yaddle lived so long that she was able to catch the next major tectonic shift, and a massive earthquake caused an opening to form. When she emerged, she refused to join the Jedi Council until she had helped the locals rebuild, these long descendants of those who had imprisoned and tortured her. When Yaddle did return to Coruscant, most could sense that she achieved enlightenment, and almost everybody wanted to admit her to the Jedi Council, but she never even became a knight. So on paper, this was going from being a Padawan to the highest position possible, something that had never been done before. Yoda was the only one against this, a real stickler for formality. But with time, he too saw that she was deserving, granting her the title of Master and agreeing that she should sit on the council. It's a good thing Anakin wasn't a big reader, because learning this little chapter of Jedi history would have likely led to an instant dark side transformation. She would train Padawans Oppo Rancis and Brand, but would die in the year 26 BBY. She would use all of her energy to save the civilians of the planet Mawan when a bioweapon was released. Her last words were actually to Anakin, urging him to live up to his role as the Chosen One. Yaddle's time in the cave gave her one of the most unique connections to the Force of any Jedi at this time. She instructed Qui-Gon to study the unifying Force and its connection to the living and cosmic forces. She also developed the long-forbidden martial art of Moraicho, in which a Force user stops the opponent's internal body parts from functioning. This, combined with being able to create Force light, were not known by the other Jedi of this time, but developed in order to adapt in her imprisonment. This unorthodox combination of insights and abilities are what helped her to grasp surely that Skywalker was the Chosen One of prophecy. Also, she was the last Master to die before the Clone Wars broke out just 4 years later. And of course, in The Mandalorian, we see that there was a new member of the Yoda species. I could speculate that it was one of Palpatine's captured younglings in the Clone Wars TV show, or even a clone of Yoda somehow, or just some random member of the species like all the other ones covered in this video. But of course we'll know for sure in due time. But let me see some fun speculation down in the comments, and tell me which of these Yoda species you found most interesting. But most important of all, remember, always be with you, the Force will. What's up, MetaNerdz? This video is all about the Exogorth, also known as the Space Slug. These monsters are a silicone-based life form, which usually makes you think of things like rock-type creatures, seen with the Shard species, but which also includes more carbon-based looking creatures like the Minoc. No one knows how long they can live, but the largest recorded Exogorths were 900 meters, more than half a mile long. That would make them the same size as the Victory-class Star Destroyer, and nearly 3 times the Arquitens-class light cruiser. If it showed up on Earth, it would be 30 times the length of our largest creature, the Blue Whale, and more than twice the height of the Empire State Building. This size was crucial to its survival for 2 reasons: a larger surface area to leach nutrients from, and more calculating power in its nervous system. I want to start by looking at its nervous system, because to understand how it survives, you need to think of these slugs as Star Destroyer-sized calculators. A debate on what defines intelligence or sentience is outside of the scope and time restraints of this video, but like all organisms, it is highly specialized for its environment. You can see the nervous system is similar to snails, with optical stalks sticking out, and without the kind of brain that you would find in primates. Instead, there are 2 ganglion, or groups of cells, that help to process the information being taken in to its trillions of nerves across its body. Besides basic bodily functions, which we will get to in a second, its whole nervous system is to help it navigate through, well, space. Its eyes work like giant telescopes that can detect the presence of celestial bodies by the perturbation of light emitted from stars. The slug itself will be on an asteroid, and while it and its home spin through space, it is collecting the light from many stars, and when one of these streams of light data gets interrupted by a bunch of small objects at once, The Exogorth sees this as an all-you-can-eat buffet sign. A fresh asteroid field has been discovered, which means tons of new material to absorb into its silicon-based body. The real insanity of this creature's existence emerges when it wiggles itself free from its asteroid home, and uses that same light data triangulation process to leap from asteroid to asteroid in its own belt until it can determine the right trajectory before launching itself across the cosmos. Roughly speaking, there's nothing to slow you down in space, so the Exogorth will get there eventually, making the reserves that it can store in its massive body incredibly useful. The ability to process data like that is why I called this thing a 900-meter organic calculator. Though I do wonder how many times it was off, or how many unpredictable changes caused an Exogorth to come burning into a planet's atmosphere, crispy slug carcass smashing into their cities, or how many random smaller ships have just gone missing, exploding across the surface of an unflinching flying slug. Once it lands on a juicy asteroid, it will use these massive, tough, and sharp teeth to start chomping through the rock. From here, the minerals will pass through its esophagus, into its crop, an area for storing food before the stomach, which is also seen in gastropods and birds, before then passing into the stomach and out through the intestines. To pump blood throughout the Exogorth, it has 8 hearts, and is cleaned with its 10 kidneys, that presumably work in similar ways to humans, regulating hormones, blood, and excreting toxins. Once the Exogorth had burrowed its way deep into an asteroid, its anchor tendrils would spread out as far as possible to start leaching away nutrients that way. The mouth would remain open, so that it could still gobble up some asteroids that happened to pass into it, or so that it was in perfect position to chomp on a ship. This species reproduced by asexual fission upon the release of a chemical trigger, with these newborns being immediately self-sufficient, eating upon their birth asteroid, before hopping around and continuing the process. Interestingly, there were 2 variants of space slugs, the Crimson slugs and the Kularan slugs. The Crimson get their names from this red strip pattern down their side, and the Kularan get theirs from their home in the Kularan system. Both of these were much smaller, with the Crimson being a nuisance that could work its way into ships, while the Kularan was actually able to be tamed. Though Coruscanti biologists suspect that they are related, they are not sure if the giant Exogorth came from these smaller types, or vice versa, or where this species is said to originate from. The best bet is the planet Kularan, since it no longer exists, instead making up the Kularan asteroid belt. This would also be evidence toward them going from the smaller variant to the larger one. So that's it for the space slug's biology, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Some facilities intentionally place these slugs in asteroid belts surrounding them just to help keep away the Minox, but is an idea that only works safely due to a discovery that by introducing the mineral catrium to the Exogorth, it could no longer reproduce and would stop growing. This way you didn't have to worry about Minox or capital ship-sized self-replicating giant space slugs. A puppet was used to make the special effects on screen, but there was also a 4.5-foot model of its mouth for the close-up. To make the sounds of walking on a tongue, the team used 25 pounds of beef fat and dozens of raw eggs. This scene was shot at the Echo Base hangar set, where they just painted the floor black and used a fog machine. But George Lucas was ultimately disappointed in this scene, saying that it worked better on paper, and its inspiration comes from the story of Jonah and the whale from the Bible. But most important of all, remember, your gaming PC's got nothing on these silicon slug computers, and the Force will be with you, always.